Let's sing a song full of hope, full of pain. Why don't you sing along, my friend? For it's our last refrain. Forever young, ever strong, ever brave. Memories like this never end. No, they don't fade away. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on. And I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Close to the sun. Here's to the ones who let shine through the rain, the ones who stood for something more. We won't forget your names. The tide is high, say goodbye, we're setting sail. And all those midnight secrets told, we'll take them to the grave. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on. And I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Close to the sun. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on. And I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. and tell me where you went. All the messages I sent with no reply. It's like that. You're just gonna walk into my room. I hate how you assume I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain, 'cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave, 'cause you are the only one. 'Cause you are the only one. The only one. 'Cause you are the only one. reply. It's like that. You're just gonna walk into my room. I hate how you assume I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain, 'cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave, 'cause you are the only one. 'Cause you are the only one. The only one. 'Cause you are the only one. The only one. Let's sing a song full of hope, full of pain. Why don't you sing along, my friend? For it's our last refrain. Forever young, ever strong, ever brave. Memories like this never end. No, they don't fade away. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Close to the sun. Here's to the ones who let shine through the rain, the ones who stood for something more. We won't forget your names. The tide is high, say goodbye, we're setting sail, and all those midnight secrets told, we'll take them to the grave. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Close to the sun. Close
8th generation of Pokemon, we're jumping the new console, which is Nintendo Switch, Pokemon Sword, and Pokemon Shield. We'd like to allow the Indonesian players to experience a big tournament, big VGC tournament with world-class esports like University, yeah. And of course, we're here now with Pokemon-id Open 2020 powered by Pro. And of course, this beautiful event won't be happening without our sponsors. So thank you to Pro Market, which is the first gaming and hobby marketplace in Indonesia, and PS Enterprise, which is top and trusted gaming store based in Jakarta, and Unipin, Sundays, Fruity, and Don Hurigi. And of course, our strategic partner as well, Trainer Tower, esports.id, ggwp.id, Hybrid, Esportnesia, Metaco.gg, Revival TV, and of course, amtv.id. And I think with all that being said, let's jump right into the game. Mr. Darren, so how do you think about VG's 2020?
I think VG's 2020 has seen a lot of improvement from recent VGC games. With Dynamax being a factor, it changes the course of the game really drastically. Given that Dynamax gives you double the HP and with max moves, that just puts you in so much of a better position. Like there's a comeback factor, there is a setup factor. You have a lot of ways to set up for a match, and you can adapt.
Yeah, and I think with this, with 8th generation as well, developer has made it easier for players to enter the competitive scene, right?
Definitely,
Now we have
definitely.
bottle caps, we have mint for nature, and breeding easier, egg move is easier. So I think it's really a good way to enter the VG scene in this format, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's way easier. I would say this was a very good part. With just so much accessibility, so much ways to make sure that your Pokemon are perfectly fit for the competitive scene. I would say is a very good intro for new players coming into the game.
Yeah, and of course, for today, we have 108 players, which is a really big jump in Indonesia. And of course, we will have a 7 Swiss round, should be 7 Swiss round.
Yep.
The Swiss round will be done in a best of one fashion. Meanwhile, later we will proceed to the top cut, which is a top 16. The top 16 will be held in your usual best of 3 fashion.
Yes, correct. That's right. That is correct. Okay.
Okay,
So
we're still waiting for the players.
yeah, we're waiting on the players to
So which
begin.
Pokemon do you expect to come as the most used in this tournament?
Yeah, this is the tricky thing because we've seen Sand teams dominate VG 2020 till now. We might see a different meta this time around, but I would say probably Dragapult, Arcanine, they may see play because we've seen how stat drops can impact the game, especially the starting. You know.
Okay, we have our stream here, both player, which is Adrian Sutantoso and of course Delin Sam. So Adrian is one of the veteran VGC players in Indonesia. Adrian has been entering and winning some local tournaments. Delin is also one of the prominent, but I think Delin have not won. I think Delin won once on a local tournament in 2018, but on both. And of course, on the preseason as well, we have a preseason tournament. Adrian finished top 8, so yeah, we can expect good things from both of these players.
Yeah, I've seen how Adrian played before. He can be very tricky to deal with. He is also I think I've seen him play multiple times, and he has a very aggressive playstyle, I would say. And against Dylan, who has just come into the scene competitively like this, I would say this will be almost a one-sided matchup, but we may never know. We'll never know how this will impact. Like I don't think them being new players or old players will impact the game entirely. But it's always about experience that changes the game.
I think Dylan won a local tournament in 17, but I think she took a short break like in VGC 19. So
Right.
yeah,
right.
so it's pretty new for Dylan to come back into the scene.
Yep.
And of course, Adrian winning some local tournaments in VGC 18, which is he used a Sand team. So we might be able to see another Sand team here because it's
Yeah,
pretty
we
good
might
format
see.
for Sand team, right?
Yeah, with Excadrill, getting Sandrush, and Tyranitar being so prominent in the meta, and Sandstream being activated, it it just works out both ways because steel types don't get damaged, rock types don't get damaged, rock types get a special defense boost. Under sand especially, I'd say that's a pretty good call for sand teams this time around.
Oh yeah, but we haven't talked about the new change in the game, which is the speed.
Yes, correct.
Because on the previous formats, the speed are calculated on the beginning of the turn.
Yeah.
But now speed modifiers are calculated on mid-turn. So when you lead with Excadrill and something, then you switch out that something with Tyranitar,
Yep.
the Excadrill will got the boost rate.
Yes, correct. That speed stat, the speed turn, the turn will be calculated based on the progressive changes in the game state. So if Excadrill comes in, if Tyranitar comes in and activates Sandstream, Excadrill will be the first to move, because you're always guaranteed to switch first before a move or an attack gets pulled off.
Yeah, and of course that makes also some veteran players might come back, but still have to adapt with the
Yes,
new
correct.
change, because
Yeah.
not only about the speed, we have some abilities rework and of course some moves rework. So really need adaptation to adapt with this new VGC format.
Correct. And especially with a lot of the Pokemon gaining so many moves.
Okay,
right?
but we actually have seen Retus and Magnetman. So Retus, Dalian Sam, I think it's a bit flip. Let's see about his burst. Okay, so Magnetman is on your right side of the screen. Magnetman is Adrian Sutantoso. Meanwhile, Dalian is on your left side on the screen.
Yep.
Retus. Yep. So the name is a bit flipped, so we might fix it later. But here we have Ludicolo, Dragapult, Togekiss, Bronzong, Pelipper, and Rhyperior for Dalian. Meanwhile, Adrian has Gastrodon, again Sand, Excadrill, Tyranitar, Dragapult, Rotomo, and Corviknight.
Yes, yeah. When you're looking at Ludicolo, you know that it's definitely going to be something around revolving around a rain team because of its ability with Swift Swim, and that just makes it outspeed a lot of things. And Ludicolo has seen a lot of play in rain teams over the past years. You know, it has seen a lot of usage in rain teams with accessibility to Giga Drain, Hydro Pump, and Scout especially being the most prominent water type attack in VGC 2020.
But we can see that Magnetman is withdrawing his Dragapult. Probably the Tyranitar trying to set up the stand, so the Excadrill will be going first. But let's see whether Adrian or Dalian switch out his Dragapult as well for Pelipper.
Yep.
I think something stay, and Adrian Dynamax his Excadrill, so this is gonna be
Okay.
big. No fake out for
Yes.
for Dynamax. So Ludicolo cannot fake out the. He can fake out, but he can one
Dynamax
place.
Pokemon,
But
yes.
the Excadrill one place, we can see that this is the new mechanic of VGC
Yep.
2020 Dynamax. That Excadrill got bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it does make sense because Pokemon that big won't flinch to something that small. I'm just saying.
Yeah, of course. And we can see, actually Dalian also did Dynamax here. We could see either Ludicolo or Dragapult. Both are good candidates for Dynamax, but it's actually the Ludicolo, so no fake out indeed from Dalian.
Exactly. That's very interesting because, like we've mentioned, the speed stat now changes accordingly to the game state. And with Tyranitar coming in, Excadrill will go first, but with Dragapult actually outspeeding, U-turn comes out.
Is it a Dragapult scarf maybe?
Yes. No, this might be a scarf, and this actually activates the weakness policy.
So this is actually the
no.
cheese from Dalian, which is a U-turn, fast U-turn to the Ludicolo weakness policy. We gotta really...
This is very interesting.
Yeah, but then we still have... Okay, Pelipper switching in.
That's
the Pelipper
how it
switch
comes in.
Now
This is
Ludicolo
amazing.
Ludicolo should move first before Excadrill, is it?
Yes, correct.
But
Because
But it's a Max Hailstorm.
that's so interesting.
Because
Why would you?
with the Max Hailstorm to the Tyranitar, it won't activate the weakness policy, but takes out more than a half. But now it's setting the weather to the hail, and there's the Max Quake to the Pelipper side, to the Dragapult side. So that's a good switch out. And
Very good prediction, I would
now
say.
it's a neutral weather, so Ludicolo will still be faster.
Yes. That is very smart. So now Tyranitar has very little options to switch in. There is very little turns for it to switch in. Dalian needs to find an opportunity for her to switch out and actually safely switch in the Tyranitar for Sandstream to come in. But this is going to be really hard. That was a really good play by Adrian, I think.
The left one was Dalian.
Yeah, but yeah. Magnum, yeah, right? That's so weird. What is it? Oh, yeah. I mean, that was... Both sides really had a good play. I would say the speed stat, the turn-based change mechanic, really... This is a good showcase of how the turn-based change mechanic is in play.
And that's actually pretty cheap. A a trick from Delin, you know, a U-turn with weakness policy. I think we haven't seen that much of it. So this is my call Adrian off guard and switching out the Tyranitar, of course,
like we've
trying
said,
to preserve the sand layer.
Correct.
And Adrian switching his Gastrodon. Another now is Max Rockfall gonna take back the hailstorm, the sandstorm here, going to the Pelipper. Of course, one hit KOing out after the chip,
Yes,
because usually Pelipper has a focus test and it's already been damaged by the sandstorm. Now the sand is up again. X Krill gonna be the fastest on the next turn. Delin, but Delin still
with
have Max Geyser to
Geyser.
take the weather back.
Yeah, but the thing is, Storm Drain activates, so that's a really good switch in by Adrian. This is a very good prediction call. I've never seen as an aggressive play, but this is also a very balanced play on Adrian's side. Just taking all kinds of he's just trying to make sure that he preserves the Tyranitar for the late game.
And that's
In
the
order
Togekiss.
the Togekiss is coming in. Now this is gonna be a really hard matchup for. It's gonna be a really hard matchup, definitely, because now.
No, Delin
Actually,
cannot get
almost
his rain
outspeeds.
back, right?
Yes,
Cannot
yes.
get her rain back.
There is no option to get the rain back as long as Gastrodon is in play.
Yep, and Ludicolo could knock the Gastrodon out, but usually Gastrodon has the things like a Rindo Berry. Will it knock it out with max move?
I would say it would take a hit. I would say it would take it because Togekiss has really good bulk.
I see.
Togekiss has really good bulk.
Oh, I mean
right?
the Ludicolo to the Gastrodon with a max.
Yeah, then that makes
max
sense. Yeah.
grab.
Max grass types,
Overgrowth.
I think it will take a knockout. I think it will take a knockout. Ludicolo has, because after the special attack raise, it does do a lot of damage.
Okay, then the switch out actually from the Gastrodon to the Tyranitar with 28 HP. So let's see, there's the max rock wall. Actually, no follow me from Delin. So let's see, it's actually going to the Togekiss, but not enough to
Yes,
knock it
exactly.
out. Remaining with 50 HP. No item reveal, but then there's the max overgrowth to the Gastrodon slot. So the Tyranitar, Adrian just sacrifice his Tyranitar, going to be knocked out.
This is actually the correct play because now he can preserve a water type. Like he wastes she wastes a turn of Dynamax, right? So this is very important. That's where the damage comes from. But we see a yawn coming from
Where's the yawn?
Togekiss, and that's very interesting. We don't really see that coming out from Togekiss nowadays.
Yeah, Togekiss is really versatile Pokemon. You can
Yep.
play it offensive with weakness policy, and there's the yawn, the follow me, and such.
A great support Pokemon overall, and also an offensive one if you may. You know, it does so much damage.
But now both players have 3 Pokemons remaining. Both Weather Setter has been knocked out here, so
Correct.
For now, Adrian is still having Adrian is still having the control. But the thing is, I think we already have 3 turns of Dynamax.
Dynamax. This is their final turn. Yes, this is their final turn of Dynamax.
Then the Dragapult coming in. Oh yeah, the final turn. Yeah,
Correct.
the Dynamax has been done, so no more weather switching.
I can see where Arjun is coming into this. He wants to make sure that there is no rain setter from Max Geyser. And with Dynamax gone, he has almost no options to set up rain. And therefore, Ludicolo will almost always be slower than Dragapult now. And I mean, nothing really outspeeds Dragapult at this case. But now he sets up the game for the late game sweep. With Gastrodon at his utility side, he can Storm Drain all water type moves, which is what Excadrill is weak to. I think this was an amazing play. He has 3 healthy Pokemon. And Dyleen has an injured Togekiss ready to go down any moment.
And there's the follow me from Togekiss, gonna redirect, trying to protect the Ludicolo, which is the one to hit Gastrodon hard. And there's the Iron Head here.
Yep.
Going,
Yep.
oh, that's the reveal. Babiri
that's the
Berry
berry,
from Delin Togekiss here,
Yep. We
but
see it.
should be knocking it out due to the low HP
Definitely
already.
with 2 little HP, it's definitely a knockout.
But then we have the Dragapult here. Dragapult chose to Draco
I'm going
Meteor.
for a full offensive
Oh.
Draco Meteor.
Should it knock it
This
out?
will do a lot of damage. He might knock it out. Yep,
Ooh,
it does.
that'll knock
It
it
does.
out,
It
so-
does.
Is
It
it
does knock
is it
it out.
supposed to knock it out if the Ludicolo has Assault Vest?
Because we already seen weakness policy activated.
Oh yeah,
so
weakness
yes,
policy.
yes,
I
yes.
apologize for.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
okay.
we
It's
have-
alright. It's alright.
So that's actually a good call from Adrian,
Very good
realizing
call.
that weakness policy, because usually Ludicolo has the the Assault Vest, right?
Yep.
It's pretty common. So
Yes, very common.
Adrian taking notes there about the weakness policy
Yep.
and just save trade Dragapult, Draco Meteor. Now, if you want to attack with Dragapult again, he can switch out to reset the attack, right?
Yes,
The
the
special
special
attack drop.
attack. Yes, correct. But in this case, Dragapult has to choose one, and it
Yeah.
can really go down to almost anything because of his frail defenses.
Oh, we have the Shadow Ball here. Should knock it out to the opposing Dragapult
Yes,
here.
this should knock it out because of his high special attack stat. But regardless, we've seen how this outspeeds Extra Drill instead. That means it's Choice Scarf.
Yeah,
It's setting itself
it has
up
to
for a
pull up.
maximum damage stab from Shadow Ball, and Choice Scarf definitely will help out going against Gastrodon. You know, because it has the most damage done with neutral damage, so there's no resistance and there's no super effective, but it does a lot of damage.
And that's Gastrodon, last Pokemon from Adrian. Excadrill has taken one turn of sleep, so we might see it waking up. So, as Delin, you want to target the Gastrodon first? I
Correct,
think, yeah?
correct, yes.
So there is the Shadow Ball, which is pretty slow in this generation.
Yeah,
but
very
it's
slow
not.
this time around. Yes, but that's a very bulky Gastrodon.
And
We know.
the Excadrill woke up anyway, so that's
Correct.
a 2-hit
That
KO.
that should take it. That should be the game.
And that's it. Dalian Sam was beaten by Adrian Sutanto, so Adrian take this first Swiss round.
Yep.
So-
Amazing play by Adrian actually.
We have seen something really interesting with Dalian with the weakness policy, but Adrian, what was the winning moment from Adrian?
I would say the winning key was when you got rid of the weather setter. There is no more out to setting the rain. That means Ludicolo will just be outsped, and that's your sweeper. When you rely on one Pokemon as your sweeper, and based on the based on the weather speed control, it just makes it harder when they remove the Pelipper. And Max Hailstorm came back to bite her really badly, with Hailstorm inflicting damage on the Pelipper. Most Pelipper, as we know, run Focus Sash, you know, as a suicide pivot, but in this case, it didn't work out as well. But I like the way that she actually pulled off the Choice Scarf U-turn on the Ludicolo with weakness policy. That was very interesting, as we've seen.
Dalian was trying to knock out the Dragapult with the Max Hailstorm back then. But then it seems that also the switching to the Gastrodon, so the Ludicolo failed to set up the rain again.
Correct.
And of course, the gamble in the third turn of Dynamax.
Correct.
Because if Dalian actually used Max Geyser to Excadrill will be down, right?
Yes, correct. That is most definitely. I would say that would have taken it out. That would have been assured. It's just we have seen how the speed control works now. The speed turn-based, the turn-based mechanics. Now, as I was saying, or as we were saying in this case, they are modified based on the speed change during the game state. Right, as we see why the U-turn came out from Jagapult into Ludicolo, activating weakness policy and coming back into Drizzle. That's how it outspeeds.
That was like the best opening game that we could ask to show it.
Definitely
to show
best
the
showcase.
speed test in the
Definitely
BGC
best
2020.
Yep.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
okay.
So
Seems that we're going to be interviewing Adrian soon. So, Cherry, please have your time.
oh,
not yet. Okay.
Oh, I guess there's some technical difficulties.
And
But
also,
it's
we
okay.
have seen San as expected.
Yeah.
Togekiss, Dragapult, as you said.
Yeah, but it's a very rare case of rain teams coming in this time around. I did not expect rain teams to actually make an appearance with Sand team being so prominent. You know, it's very interesting indeed. You know, I would say rain teams actually can be really good, but it just takes so much skill to pilot.
it, right?
Yeah, it takes so much to pilot. You know.
Okay, so we will interview Adrian as the first Swiss round winner. So, Cherry, please have it out.
Okay, are we ready, girls?
Okay, thank you from Taufik and Darren. Today we're with our first winner, which is Adrian. First of all, congratulations to Adrian.
I thank you. Thank you.
So, we would like to ask you, we would like to know, how did you feel during the first round?
It was intense. My heart is beating so quick.
So, you were quite nervous, yeah?
Yes, it was tough.
So, how was the battle? On the first round, the first turn, I saw that you were kind of a little bit. You were kind of hard. It was kind of hard for you to take over Dalian,
Yes.
right?
I was surprised by the Dragapult being so faster than my Excadrill, cause normally Excadrill would outspeed Dragapult under sand. But nope, it turns out it's a Scarf Dragapult.
Oh, so because of that, you were quite shocked and it took you some time to take over Daylin.
Yes.
Oh, so were you confident about whether your team could go against Daylin, could overtake Daylin or not?
Yes. I have confidence. As long the sun is up and my Dragapult can win the speed tie, I am good.
So, what was the hardest part of the battle earlier?
Weakness policy Udiko. I didn't expect that. But the good news is, it's confirmed not to be a sword fest, so my Dragapult can launch a huge knockout with Draco Meteor. With its spec boosted Draco Meteor.
So you finish it with your Dragapulse,
Yes.
Draco Meteor.
Yes. It
Alright.
specs and it should do a lot of damage.
I see.
And I'm safe enough. When Togeki's shown, I be like, I don't care. As long the Udiko is down, I should be good. My Excadrill can take over everything.
Okay, so basically the key is on the Ludicolo.
Yes, I'm focused on the Udiko because of its weakness policy.
Oh, okay. So, once again, we would like to thank you, Adrian.
Yes, thank you.
And congratulations for the win earlier. Now we're going to back to Caster.
Yes. Thank you, Cherry, for the interview, and once again, congratulations to Adrian. And of course, as Adrian said, he's confident as long as he take out the Ludicolo and the weakness policy. Confirm that it's not Assault Fest.
Yep.
Confident Draco Meteor.
That was definitely a game changer for all of us. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's it for the first round. Thank you, and we will continue after a short break. So please don't go away. Stay with us. See you.
See you.
Saya adalah salah satu pendiri dari PKMN-id, Indonesian Pokemon Community, dan saya juga salah satu dari Stage 2 Pokemon Professor. Jadi dulu awalnya tahun 2013 ada salah satu turnamen terbesar di Indonesia dengan lebih dari 100 peserta, dan saat itu belum ada komunitas Pokemon yang benar-benar fokus untuk video game championship. Jadi saya berinisiatif untuk membuat komunitas dan membuat turnamen lebih sering. Dari sanalah PKMN-id bermulai. Sekarang dari awalnya hanya video game championship, sekarang kita sudah ada event untuk trading card game, video game championship tentunya, dan juga Pokemon Tournament. Apa yang membuat kita bisa menjadi Pokemon Professor? Yang pasti tentunya kita Professor punya 4 core value. Salah satunya yang saya paling suka adalah integritas. Jadi kita harus, walaupun kita harus dekat dengan komunitas, sebagai community leader kita harus dekat dengan komunitas, tapi tentunya kita juga harus memiliki integritas dalam turnamen. Pengalaman saya balik ke tahun 2014.
I guess you're back. Are you gonna tell me where you went? All the messages I sent with no reply. It's like that. You're just gonna walk into my room. I hate how you assume I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain. 'Cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave. 'Cause you are the only one. 'Cause you are the only one. The only one. you always leave, it's not right. We don't fight, but I know what you've been through. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the stars in your brain.
back to Pokemon ID Open 2020, and we're here live in Wisma 46 in Jakarta. Today we're just holding up on the next round, on the next Swiss round. But right now, I just want to ask, I just want to update and see, what do you think, with my analyst.
Yeah, which is role right now.
Yeah, we're switching roles this time around. So, Piku, what do you think from the first game you've seen? What do you think will this impact the game usage? Like, people have seen Sand, like we've predicted. We've seen how Sand teams make a comeback, and we've already seen the first match having Sand. Excellent play by Adrian, by the way. And the surprising input on Rain team. What do you think is going to be a usage?
I think, of course, the usage what you that we have.
Yeah,
but
right.
yeah, but that is really. But yeah, we did expect some unorthodox Pokemons, unorthodox moves and items like weakness policy Ludicolo. I think it's pretty expected from the Indonesian players because a lot of them like to try new things, and yeah, as we can see, that's really interesting. And I think but it will be hard. It may be harder for the player who bring tricks like that when put on stream, like because some people would know it. So I think Dylan has to be more careful about the trick because if some players saw that match, it will be big trouble.
I agree.
I think because Ludicolo with weakness policy, because Ludicolo's weakness is not that common, so I think it will be hard to be triggered, right? So
Very
depending on the
specific.
Dragon Ball.
Yeah, correct. Very good. Yeah, I like that. What do you think would be the most bizarre set you would expect? Like you would expect this time?
I think I actually have saw all the team because I entered the data.
Oh,
but,
okay.
I won't give you some spoilers here. I won't give you some spoilers, but yeah, I think the top 4 was expected. I think the commonly used in international tournament as well.
Okay.
Such things like Tokis. We of course expect Tokis to be pretty dominant in this format. As we told the various reasons before, you can play offensive with weakness policy. You can play as a support. It has is it helping hand as well, right?
Yes,
Helping hand.
I believe
You
it's
have
helping hand.
Yawn.
Yes.
You have Follow Me, and of course for the weakness you have Babiri Berry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That covers a lot of matchups actually, because the thing about Turk is that we've seen actually it gains several.
Don't mention that. Don't mention that. But yeah, we just found out that something pretty interesting right this morning. Like we're talking about, hey Darren. So what's the Pokemon we're talking about? We expect this tournament, and we say Togekiss.
Yeah.
And Darren just said that, hey, Togekiss is pretty good because it kind of light switch. Then I was like, what? It kind of light switch? Then we checked the Pokédex, and it indeed
It
kinda
can
light switch.
allow switch.
So you have some choice right now. You want Follow Me, you want light switch, but with Follow Me, there's the advantage because you can redirect things like beat up.
Correct.
You can redirect things like Heal Pulse, Swagger, Shenanigans. We might expect Swagger Shenanigans.
We might see swagger shenanigans coming from things like
Holucha usually is Holucha with Unburdened with Lumberry.
yeah, Holucha is actually pretty dangerous.
Yeah,
I would
Holucha
say.
is pretty dangerous
Very
because-
dangerous.
With the plus 2 attack, the max move from fighting move is not that great in the base power because they reduce it because it increased the attack. But with the plus 2 attack, I think it should be enough to KO the likes like Tyranitar, Excadrill, maybe even
It does.
can be knocked out.
Unless Tyranitar does hold Chople Berry, it
But
may miss the kill.
It's
But
pretty,
it's
it's
very
pretty rare
rare.
because usually Tyranitar wants to Dynamax and get that
Weakness policy, yes, correct. Yes, we've seen a lot of that happen in the past few tournaments. We've seen weakness policy everywhere.
Yeah, of course, we're still pretty early in the meta, so we don't have that much reference. Like, the only one like regional event was the Bockham regionals last week, right?
Yeah,
And
yes,
of course,
correct.
There's one other regional in this weekend, I guess. I forgot the city, but there's another regional I think this weekend. So, yeah, we only have one big event to to look on. Like,
Yep. Yes. Yes. Yes.
and
Correct.
and if I recall correctly, like the top usage in the top 128 was Togekiss with over 60%.
Oh
That's
yeah,
pretty
that was
crazy.
crazy. That was
And
crazy.
Arcanine, and we also some the likes like Grimmsnarl. I think Grimmsnarl is
Grimmsnarl, yeah,
pretty
Grimmsnarl.
common.
What do you think about Grimmsnarl in general?
Yeah, Grimmsnarl is really good because usually prankster Pokemon are pretty weak on the offensive side. Meanwhile, Grimmsnarl has a 120 base attack. If I
Correct,
recall
correct.
correctly, please correct me if I'm
No,
wrong.
that's correct. Actually, that's correct. Exactly on the mark.
Of course,
120.
usually players opt for light clay maybe for the double screen. You have
Yep.
light screen, you have reflect, and it also have like array of moves like thunder wave. To halve the speed because the speed change is happen in the mid of turn. So
Yep.
thunder wave prankster is really good. Prankster boosts priority by one stage for every status move.
Yes, correct.
And of course,
Correct.
there's if you're scared about electric Pokemon or misty terrain, there's always the scary phase.
Yeah, Scary Face can be an option. We've seen a fair share of Grimmsnarl with Scary Face, although Thunder Wave actually proves to be much better because we have seen Lightning Pokemon, but it's not as common as it used to be because of the lack of terrains now.
Yeah.
Only certain Pokemon have terrains, and they're not particularly that prominent anymore. I think so far the only one with electric terrain is
Pincurchin.
yes, yeah.
Hey, do you
that
remember
and-
all the
yeah.
terrain setter this generation?
This
I'm gonna test you.
I
I'm gonna
think
test you.
this generation, I think it was what was the dog's name again? What is
We
it
go
called?
from electric terrain first.
Electric
which is the
terrain.
setter? We've said the name. Yeah,
Pincurchin, and also
No, there's only one for each terrain.
there's only one for each
Yeah.
terrain. So that means Pincurchin is the electric terrain.
Yep.
Psychic terrain will be in DD,
Yep.
right?
Grassy?
Grassy terrain. From what we know, Rillaboom has the hidden
Yes, it's
ability
real
coming.
boom. It's on the real boom.
Yeah, and
Misty.
the misty terrain. Let me think. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Oh wait, no, I'm
you
wrong.
have to know it. you don't know?
I'm not sure. Oh god.
It's Galarian Wheezing.
It's Galarian Wheezing.
Galarian
Yes.
Wheezing.
The
So, yeah.
the counterpart of the neutralizing gas, which we won't see anytime soon.
Yeah.
So
So the terrain are all available as hidden ability in
Yeah.
this generation. The grassy terrain has not been released yet,
Yep.
so that's why it's really a contrast from the previous formats, right? Because in VGC 17, 18, and 19, with all the tapus
Yes,
introduced in
correct,
Sun
correct,
Moon,
correct.
it was like a terrain battle.
yeah, they were very offensive as well. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're still waiting for the.
yeah, we're still waiting
Players?
on the players to set up. So is there anything more you want to add?
I think we will have a short break.
Yeah, I
after
think
this.
it's a good call. I think we will have a short break. We will see you in a bit.
Yo, good day, guys. Earlier you had Darren, but now I'm gonna be one of your casters along with this big guy right here. My name is JJ, and this with me is
Piku.
Pika right there. So, hey, guys, I really like Indonesia. You know, I came from the Philippines and stuff, and really, thank you for inviting me, guys, over here. And
Yeah, I hope you enjoy Indonesia.
yeah,
And
man,
eat something good.
Indomie, Indomie is good, you know. So, what do we have right now?
Yeah, we're going to the second Swiss round, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
We're gonna go to the second. Okay, we're gonna go to the second Swiss round. Earlier, we saw some good games with that, especially in the first turn.
Yep.
We had a U-turn against the assault vest Ludicolo. I wasn't really expecting that.
Yeah, that,
you know,
that's totally like one of the highlight of the tournament.
right. It
of course.
doesn't happen. It doesn't happen anywhere. And then when I saw it, I'm like, yo, you're gonna U-turn to your own Pokemon? What's this?
That's pretty strange, but then the weakness policy broke out.
Right.
Wow.
I mean, that's one of the game plan. That was really good, really good. But like, really good props to Adrian, right, for winning the first game. And now for a second game, we are just waiting to whoever is going to play on our second Swiss round.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I think of course we can expect another good game or maybe some tricks like
Yeah,
that.
I'd like to see that. I'd like to see a lot of those trick since like in the Philippines, of course, we have like a staple team. Usually the sand teams,
Yep.
the tailwind, trick room, the usual stuff, right?
Yep.
But that kind of team, like the U-turn Dragapult, was it a Dragapult?
Yeah, Dragapult U-turn.
Dragapult U-turn to the Ludicolo. That is something you don't see. You know?
That's why I love casting you. Sometimes you really saw that kind of tricks, and
Yeah.
that's really wow, mind blowing, mind blowing.
It is mind blowing. Like, yo, I'd like to see more of Indonesia's teams. You know, really with the new meta that
Yeah.
I'm going to be exposed to. I'm exposed a lot to the Pokemon in the Philippine meta, but in Indonesian meta, man, these are surprising. I get a lot of like ideas to do now. Like, hey, I'm seeing the Indonesian meta now, and maybe I could use this against the Philippines. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't know anything about the meta here.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Hey, of course, Philippines also had Fiji's tournament back then, right? Just
Right,
a
right.
bit like weeks ago. So how was the team like that? How was the meta like that back then in the
All right.
tournament?
So usually, it's really common that they have, of course, the trick room. Like I said, the sand teams. Usual the Excadrill, Tyranitar. Who else? We have the Indeedee female,
Yeah.
Hatrine. Of course, setting up a follow me. What I'm really interested was the Greedent, Belladrum, and DDF follow me.
Yeah, and I watched the finals. That was in the finals. I did green.
Yeah,
And of
yeah.
course, with the partner Supply.
Right,
Supply
right.
quashing things and
Yeah.
And of course, I think we also have the opposing is the Corviknight with Unnerve.
Yes.
That's pretty.
With the Greedent.
That's pretty cool.
The Greedent wasn't able to eat the berry with a chick pouch ability because of the unnerve ability of Corviknight. Really,
The Greedent was like in the front of the camera. Okay, I'm +6, but
Yeah.
sorry, my HP.
but the HP is on half. Not really reviving, not getting any HP at all because of the unnerve ability of Corviknight not being able, not letting that Greedent eat its berry.
So it's pretty interesting because usually people expect a Corviknight, right? A Corviknight with mirror armor.
Right.
Mirror armor, yeah. So, but that's the Unnerve, yeah. Pretty. I think cutting the player off guard.
Right, really. And actually today we also have an event in the Philippines along at the same time here. So
Pretty interesting to see what kind of team that will come out as victorious. Philippines
right,
as well.
really.
Okay, seems that players are
On right now. So we have Gunter Praboro and Lufty Halimawan. Is that correct?
Yeah, okay. So Guntur is, we can say that one of the most decorated player in Indonesia. He has won Melbourne regionals, if I recall correctly.
Oh,
of course-
nice.
Yeah, and several top cuts like top 8 and top 4 in another regionals. And Guntur is a participant of 2 world championship already.
nice.
Meanwhile, Lutfi Halimawan is on the other side is pretty new to the competitive. He has been playing Pokemon for years, and also one of the like popular a famous content creator, live
mhm.
streamer in Indonesia. So it's pretty interesting. One is a live streamer who just went
Yeah,
into the
yeah, yeah.
VGC, and this is one of the most decorated
One of the
player.
best. One of the
Yeah,
best.
one of the best.
Isn't he the one on the video?
Oh yeah,
earlier?
on the video as well.
It's him, right?
Yeah, it's him, and you can see. Yeah, later we also have a video of Gunter. We have seen Hashegi before, featured on the video. We have a video of Gunter also later, and of course me too. Okay, so that's a bit a background for the two players.
Right, right. And I'm really interested to see how these players are going to play. Obviously, this is my first time seeing them here in action, and hopefully they give me and they they surprise me.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted. Like I said, I keep on repeating this one. The Ludicolo U-turn, the Dragapult U-turn to the Ludicolo is really amazing. It was surprising. I want to see more of that.
Yeah, let's see what we can expect from both of these players. Guntur as a like you can say a more veteran players like a chief player. I think my like less like tricks like that. Usually top players
Yeah.
stick to the meta usually,
mhm.
right? But maybe trying something new in
Right.
this competition. We can expect, and of course, Lutfi Halimawan has been streaming about his team
Right,
several
right.
times. So
So, like,
basically, I was just I was training with him too. Yeah,
you're like showing you're basically showing everyone your team.
yeah. Oh, we have the team right here.
All right, so for Gunter, we have Charizard, Galarian Darmanitan, Dragapult, Snorlax, who's this again? Togekiss, and
Yeah.
Whimsicott. And for Luffy, we have Charizard, Ninetales, Duraludon, Gyarados, Raichu, and Leafeon.
Okay, so Gunter seems like using the good stuff, from the VGC, like Whimsicott, Charizard, and Snorlax, and such Togekiss. Meanwhile, Lutfi or Lutung here is having a pretty much a sun-based team with Charizard and also Ninetales as the
Right.
weather setter, and there's the Raichu also to protect. Charizard and
Right,
Gyarados
right,
with the
right, right.
Lightning Rod ability, and of course there's also Leafeon here, which may have the ability Chlorophyll, doubles
Right.
its speed in the sun.
Right, and really interesting stuff. I mean, we won't be able to see a Gigantamax Charizard because we're following the VGC
Oh,
2020.
you could see if they choose to use Blaze.
Yeah, but then again,
But of course, solar power is usually more.
right,
yeah,
right.
more-
He doesn't really need a Gigantamax. It just needs the ability of the sun. And as we are seeing right now, I think if Gunter here could like set up a Tailwind, and of course with the Lutfi's being having the Sunsetter, probably it's going to be I think. Ninetales going in for the sunny the
Drought,
drought,
yeah.
right? The drought. I think it's gonna be fast. Okay, and now let's see what's gonna happen. Okay, there we go. Ninetales, and oh wow, a shiny Ninetales and Duraludon coming out from Luthvi. And let's see, okay, going to be the Charizard and Dragapult, and definitely we are seeing the drought here coming in from the Ninetales, and definitely he is being given that really advantage right now with the Charizard Solar Power. And now we are seeing Dragapult.
Yeah, that's the air balloon also refilled from the Ninetales. But what's interesting is that Lutfi doesn't bring his Sun Abuser, right? There's no Charizard, there's no Leafeon. Instead, so Lutfi is basically giving the Sun to Gunter's Charizard. So this might be a really dangerous position, especially that Pokemon from Gunter is probably faster.
All right, and now, thank you for that. We are now going to see a Dynamax. I think it's going to be Dynamax Dragapult. I don't think it's a Charizard, but it is going to be the Charizard. And now, definitely making use of that drought immediately from the first turn of the game right now. Gunter versus Luffy, and now let's see what's going to happen. Lutung still in the standby mode with the drought coming in from the Ninetales, and another Dynamax.
Probably Duraludon for usually Duraludon has a thunder, lightning,
right.
electric attack, right? So it might be able to hit hard.
Okay, there we go. The Dynamax Duraludon coming in from Lutung. There you go. Both of these Pokemon right now, Charizard and Duraludon, in the Dynamax form. Let's see what's gonna happen on the first move right now. Dragapult using the Shadow Ball immediately to Duraludon. Oh wow, almost half.
That's pretty big damage.
And there we go. The Max Flare coming in from Charizard into the Duraludon,
Oh,
taking
it's
it
enough.
out. And definitely the side effect of this Max Flare is putting up the sun.
But the sun
Is already
there,
out,
yeah.
so there's no it's not gonna be out anymore. But we are seeing right now that the Charizard
Oh.
has that it has the life orb.
And of course, we have seen the will always from Ninetales missing to the Dragapult, so this might be. But I think given that the Dragapult did Shadow Ball, so it's not physical Dragapult, so the will always might not matter that much. But yeah, losing your Dynamax in the first turn is really big. I think Lutfi didn't expect the Dragapult to be special based because as we know that Dragapult has pretty low special defense there. So yeah, that was pretty big for Guntur, just double targeting the Duraludon, and the Duraludon already Dynamax.
And of course, we are seeing that he's using the Dynamax form, and as well as he also has a solar power ability, making his moves really strong.
Life Orb with solar power is really big.
Right, and right now Dragapult still using that Shadow Ball. I think this is Scarf right now, since we are really seeing it really fast right now. And the Max Weirman coming in from the Charizard, not going to take out the Ninetales, really going to be surviving out just a little bit. Just a little bit, barely surviving, but it's going to reduce the attack, just like using the ability Intimidate. But there we go, coming in from the Ninetales, the hit wave was not going to do enough damage against both Pokemon.
Oh, that's big. That has to be. Oh no, it's not a critical.
It's not a critical. It's just a super effective move.
Oh, but I thought it was because of the -1. It might survive because it's Dynamax.
Yeah, but
that
then again,
knock it out.
Right. This is really interesting stuff.
Okay, that's really big, you know, because I didn't expect. I mean, it's becoming less and less for Gyarados to bring out a rock move, and actually the Stone Edge hitting right on the time. So there's Charizard, Gigantamax down, the main hitter, but Dragapult here still is the fastest Pokemon, but we have seen that the Gyarados takes so little damage here. So
it's times 4 weakness, you know?
Yeah. Gyarados has really taken really low damage from the Shadow Ball. I think Lutung might want to, you know, rotate for the Intimidate to save it for the Galarian Darmanitan later, but that actually the Rock Slide.
And there we go, going in for the Rock Slide, and I think it's going to be hitting the Gyarados, and there it is, really super effective. Oh, not going to be enough to take it out. It's really amazing. And now going into the Shadow Ball, into the Gyarados, taking it out. Good move into that Protect with the Ninetales, but I don't think it's going to last any longer. And who do you think is going to be the last Pokemon for Luffy?
I think it might be Levion. Oh, it's Charizard. Charizard is also okay because it's pretty big. But the problem is that Darmanitan confirmed to be faster than Dragapult, so it's a Scarf. And it actually locked to Rock Slide, which is a really good move against Luffy's team. As we can see that actually Luffy's team is pretty weak to rock moves. And I think Luffy didn't expect the Darmanitan to bring Rock Slide because usually you have a really lot of choice for Darmanitan, and Rock Slide is just one of them that usually act as a filler.
Right. And there we go into Darmanitan. Rock Slide again. This is not Scarf.
Oh, that's a Scarf.
The ability. There we go. There we go. The Rock Slide taking out that both of these Pokemon, Charizard and that of the Ninetales, ending the game into his win with only one Pokemon. He's losing one Pokemon.
Yeah, we have seen that Guntur pretty dominating, especially.
Right.
I think it takes down to the experience. You know, people like. Maybe newer players didn't expect some move because usually you have to play so many games to like know that the possibility of the Pokemon bringing what move. So as we can see that the Rock Slide from Darmanitan really takes out Lutung's team, especially that it has like 3 Pokemon weak to it and it's not intimidated. So you expect it to be able to deal hard to the Gyarados.
I mean, like just like you said, it really interesting stuff. Like Gunther, he really showed his dominance through his experience. As you said, he's a really known player who's been playing a lot. We saw the experience that he had. He showed it that he can do it. He can dominate in the entirety of the game. It's just on his game.
Yeah, I think also Lutung is too early to Dynamax his Pokemon. Like I think he might have, if he wanted Dynamax, he might be wanting to protect first, you know, just to scout what kind of move he's gonna using. And yeah, Duraludon didn't do much in that matchup anyway because you know it is neutral to fire and has a low special defense. And the Galarian Darmanitan may have things like superpower, brick, and things like that. So it's still super effective. I don't think Duraludon was the best choice out there.
I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm thinking that at the start of the game, it was already Gunther's game.
Yeah, because
you know,
the matchup is pretty. The matchup is yeah, especially with the The problem with Lutung is he didn't use the drop like straight from
Mm-hmm.
the beginning. Instead, he gave the drop to the opposing Charizard,
Right,
and
right.
that's pretty fatal, because the solar power, the life orb, especially
And
because
Dynamax.
life orb brings the boost to the Dynamax, not like the things like choice packs. Choice pack didn't carry to the Dynamax,
Right.
but the life orb really hit hard to the
And
Duraludon Dynamax.
that is why I think from the very start of the game, it was already Gunther's game. Like the drought, he's basically getting a free drought, a free sunny day, and with the solar power, the Dynamax Charizard really doing its stuff. Just that, man. You know.
But I think somehow Gunther is a bit surprised too with the Stone Age from
Yeah, I think so. So, I mean,
that
we are.
moment seems like I think Lutung might able to be come back, but then with the double target later that turn
Mm-hmm.
with the rock slide, especially if the Garamaton doesn't have rock slide, I think Lutung might be able to survive, but that
Right.
rock slide just seals the game because the remaining Pokemon are all weak to rock.
Yeah, and it doesn't really matter anymore at that point, as you know, the ability, guerrilla tactics, and it does. That's what I said. Like I thought it was going to be the Dragapult was Scarf, right? And I thought, how is this Scarf as well? Oh, but I remembered like the guerrilla tactics, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because we can see that actually Darmanitan is going first before Dragapult, so it's confirmed to be choice scarf. So
Right.
the Dragapult might hold another item. Yeah.
All right, so. Uh,
Yeah, so we're gonna be connecting with the winner of the second round, which is Guntur Prabowo. So Cherry, please have your time.
Hello, thank you. Now we are back with our winner from the earlier round, which is Gunter Prabowo. So first, congratulations
Thank
for
you.
your win. We would like to know, how did you feel during the battle earlier?
Actually, I feel a little bit unconfident because I just get this team last night from my friend Fredzo.
Oh,
I just tweak it a little bit, and Sun matchup is not something that I prepared a lot last night.
oh yeah.
And then like, okay, what should I do? And he got Rolodon. As you can see, that my team doesn't have any ground type.
Oh yeah,
So
of
like,
course.
and no fighting type either. So there's nothing that can hit Roland super effective. So like, okay, so I was thinking, okay, what should I do? He got Ninetales, he got Charizard, like a proper Sand team with the Rolodon. I was thinking, okay, maybe I can abuse his son. And I was gonna lead with Charizard and Dragapult. Say like, if he lead Ninetales and Charizard, I can one shot anything with the Charizard Dragapult combined. And luckily, he didn't lead with Charizard with Dragapult. And luckily, my Pokemon is faster than both of his Pokemon. So yeah, as you can see, I can hit knockout in turn one. His Duraludon, remove him straight away. No more threat, no more Dynamax threat from him. I still got 3 turns of Dynamax. So the next turn, I know that he needs to adjust a lot. But because at the first turn, I know that my Charizard is faster than his Ninetales,
Yeah.
then it should not be matter a lot because I know both of my Pokemon can move first and attack whoever I want.
So on the first round, you actually, on the first turn, you used the drought from his Ninetales, right, for your
Yes.
advantage.
Yes.
And but sadly, on the second turn, if I recall correctly, your Charizard or
Yeah, Charizard got
was
knocked
knocked
out.
out by
Yeah.
Gyarados,
Yeah.
right?
It doesn't really matter to me because Charizard has already done its job. As you can see that my Charizard at the turn I was expecting that his Gyarados is Assault Fest, so I know that I cannot knock out his Gyarados anywhere in the turn. So what I can think of, okay, I'm gonna chip the Gyarados, and I'm gonna do Max Whirlwind to chip the Ninetales, also reducing the Gyarados attack
Oh,
from the Max
yeah.
move. And then I know that my Diamond Hand can comes in the spot of Charizard and Rock Slide to hit both of them. And my plans work exactly like our planning.
Work exactly, and you actually won with that.
Yeah.
All right. So once again, we would like to thank you and congratulations for your win.
Thank you so
Now
much.
we are gonna go back to the caster.
And of course, now I definitely understand now why you said he's one of the best players in the Indonesia. Based on how he like answered in the interview, I'm seeing all the things that he's thinking about, and all the things, the possibility that he's actually making sure of the factor off.
And one thing that we haven't mentioned is about the speed control because Lutung didn't have any speed control. So
Right.
when you're getting outspeed, you don't invest on your bulk like your defenses
Right.
and your HP. It's gonna be really hard. Dragapult is one of the fastest. The Charizard actually faster than the Ninetales also. And of course, there's the Scarf Darmanitan. You cannot really outspeed those kind of things.
Right. And definitely, we are seeing that the team of Gertrude here is really onto the speed. But I think he's going to have he's going to have a problem with TR teams. Do you think?
I didn't. I'm kind of forgetting about the rest of the team, but I think with the kind of Darmanitan, if the Trick Room setter is Bronzong, you may just Flare Blitz it out. If it's in DD, you can U-turn it out.
Right,
and I
right.
think there's a calculation that may knock out even the in DD
Right.
with the U-turn.
Exactly. I mean, yeah. The moment they told me about it, it's like, yeah, actually, that's true. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's really cool to hear that all things are planned very detailed. Yeah.
Right. That's why he is one of the best, player in the Indonesia. But right now, of course, guys, before we head into our next match in the round 3 of our Swiss rounds, we are going to take a short break. So make sure you don't go away, and we will be back.
20 tahun, gue pertama main Pokemon itu dari SD, pas kelas 5, berarti sekitar 8 tahun yang lalu. Kenapa mulai main VGC itu sebenarnya karena pengen aja sih terjun ke dunia kompetitif. Sebenarnya sih dari dulu udah pernah main, cuma belum pernah ikut turni-turni kayak gini. Jadi kayaknya mulai Sword and Shield ini gue pengen coba untuk terjun ke VGC 2020. Preparasi sebenarnya gak banyak sih ya, karena gue juga masih baru terjun ke sini. Jadi paling enggak sih cuma ngeliat-ngeliat kompetisi-kompetisi, terus match-match yang udah di-upload ke YouTube segala macem, terus belajar dari komunitas juga, banyak yang ngasih saran. Terus kalau misalnya soal bikin tim sih paling nggak breeding gitu-gitu ya, mulai cari-cari combo-combo yang pas gitu buat tim yang cocok sama playstyle gue, gitu aja sih. Yang menginspirasi gue sebenarnya nggak ada guys, jadi emang bener-bener ini murni keinginan gue pengen terjun ke VGC 2020 tahun ini. Hal yang paling ini ya di-enjoy banget pas main Pokemon itu sebenarnya semuanya sih guys. Jadi mulai dari story-nya, terus dari mekanik gameplaynya, terus dari yang terutama yang paling gue suka sih musik ya. Musik dari game Pokemon tuh suka bikin nostalgia segala macem gitu. Jadi semuanya sebenarnya gue suka. Yang penonton gue suka sih sebenarnya kalau gue ngupload konten Pokemon tentang apa aja ya. Tapi seringnya tuh kalau ngupload konten tentang cerita-cerita, fakta-fakta, top 10, lore tuh mereka pada suka banget. Pokoknya konten apapun tentang Pokemon deh. Kalau selain Pokemon mereka kayaknya kurang suka deh. Ya. Pokemon favorit. Ini banyak banget sih sebenarnya. Tapi kalau disuruh milih satu, Buzzwole kayaknya. Buzzwole ya nggak ada preferensi khusus sih, karena emang icon gue dari awal Valkro juga emang pakai Buzzwole dan gue suka aja gitu sama bentuknya. Kayak ya gitu aja sih sebenarnya, nggak ada preferensi khusus kok. Gue di Pokemon VGC 2020 yang pastinya pengen have fun aja di sini, bisa ketemu orang-orang baru, nyari pengalaman segala macam, dan buat komunitas Pokemon di Indonesia juga semoga banyak dari kalian yang ikut terjun ke VGC 2020 ya.
Welcome back, guys. We are back. Earlier I went topic, but right now I'm still here. JJ Kun with me is a Shaggy.
Hi guys. I'm
Just
super-
that?
yeah. I was pretty because I'm not only the caster here, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
basically,
yeah.
I'm also a tournament organizer for the whole event. So I just been from upstairs.
Right.
Uh,
You look sweaty.
yeah, I do look sweaty. I mean, in a minute, we'll have our next match, right?
Right,
We'll
right.
have our Swiss round 3.
Mhm.
So far, we have a total of 110 players, which is super great.
I didn't
there are
know that
some-
number.
There are some late players. They
Oh.
just come in
Mhm.
when I was upstairs.
Mhm.
And yeah, they was like, "Hey, dude, can I still play on the games?"
Right.
right. And I'll say to them, "Yeah, round one loss as per usual."
Right,
and
right,
they
right,
says,
right.
"Yeah, sure. I mean,
Round one loss.
no worries. We'll still
Yeah.
play with it." Their intention to come here through the rain, and
Mhm.
also they really
Yeah,
want to
it's raining
play.
so hard.
I really commend them for coming to this event.
Yeah, just to experience everything. And earlier when we came here, like, the rain was really hard. I was actually thinking that maybe there's a lot of people who would actually cancel because of the heavy rain, but no, we have a more than 100 people.
More than 100, yeah. I think it's before last 5 years we have 117 players in
Oh,
total.
nice.
So that was during the Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire.
Right.
And right now we have 110 players, which is
Mm-hmm.
a huge feat as well for a country that.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying, right? You
Yeah,
get
yeah.
what I'm saying. You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I get that. I mean, we're kind of the same,
Yeah,
we're basically the same, you know.
Yeah. All right. I mean, so I haven't been able to watch the games, 2 of the games before.
Yeah.
I knew I was the one that handpicked them.
Right.
The first one was Dylan Sham against Adrian Sutanto. So I think Dylan Sham won the second
Right.
round, right? And then on the second round, we also met with Lutfi against
Right.
Gunter. Lutfi is a friend I know just very recently. He really likes and even evangelized the
Right.
word VGC to
Right,
his
right.
followers
Oh,
through
nice.
his yeah. So basically, like there are a lot of viewers from him that started playing or they started are
Because of
interested-
him.
Yeah, because of interested in the VGC,
good,
which
it's
is
good.
very interesting. Yeah.
That's good for like, there's a lot of like streamers as well in our back in our place, and like they stream Pokemon, and some of these streamers actually don't play VGC. I mean, they play Pokemon, but they don't play VGC. But because of like how the competitive scene, I actually said this in a post, as that the competitive scene for Sword and Shield actually spiked.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. Like back in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, it's kind of dying down a little bit. But when Sword and Shield came out, it was just boom, exactly.
I think it's because of the new consoles first, right? And new console, new generation.
Right.
We have all these brand new mechanics, which given the fresh new breath onto the game. And I mean, as a player that I've been playing the VGC since 2013, 2014,
right.
I really do feel that this is a very great time for you guys who just want to enter the VGC scene
Right.
to enter the scene.
Right.
Because first of all, nobody knows what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. There's no meta right now. There's
You
no
can't
meta right
see it,
now.
right. I mean, I'll always say there's no meta, but from what you can see, we'll see the statistics of the tournament
Right.
just right after this. But speaking of, we saw a lot of rental teams where before we'll see like a lot of Landers.
Right.
Like in the last
It's coming back.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's coming back, but on the last meta game on the VGC 19, we see a lot of Rayquaza, Cernius,
Right.
a Groudon, Kyogre, like it's all
Primal.
the teams. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But right now, we can see Pokemons that are not even.
We didn't know that's
Yeah,
going
we
to be
didn't know.
viable in VGC.
Yeah. All right. So if you guys haven't watched the Invitation Open with Tofik, who actually plays there, brought a Morgram and also Morgram and Grimmsnarl combo. So Morgram was the one that set up screen, and it's actually faster. If you guys don't know that, it's actually faster than Grimmsnarl. And also Grimmsnarl was even with the Prankster, is going for the bulk up. Priority bulk up is
Right.
it's actually something good. It can tank more attacks, and to top it off, his baby. His baby or his kid is setting up the screens for him,
Yeah.
making it him bulkier, right?
Right.
And that's why I was like, oh yeah, I think Morgan might be viable in
certain matchup and in certain teams, right?
Yeah.
And then in the early meta game, we see a lot of Dracofish and a lot of Whimsicott. Still a lot of Whimsicott right now. But
Whimsicott, usually the Sandstorm team,
Sandstorm team, yeah.
Excadrill, Tyranitar. What else? Aside from Dracovish, we have Dragapult, you know?
yeah, I mean Dragapult. I think we see still a lot of Dragapult.
Yeah.
And but the thing is that we never saw. I mean, we saw Dracofish in the beginning.
Yeah.
And after that, now
Dracovish.
it's dying. And then Sejun used the Dracozolt, and then people
Yeah,
start
yeah.
realizing, oh, Hustle was actually pretty good if you go Dynamax, right?
Yeah,
You get
yeah.
a 50% boost of attack.
Yes.
And also you don't miss the attack, so that's a win-win. But of course, I tried to use his team during which he shares on the rental team.
Yeah.
But sadly, I missed like my Dragon Claw. I missed my Dragon Claw on the end game. I was like, why? Like, why
God.
Hustle? But I mean,
Right.
what I'm trying to say is that the meta game shifts. Like in this 2020, the meta game shifts. That's why we
There's
say
no
in the beginning-
stable.
It's
It's
not
not
stable.
stable. It's not
And
stable.
what's making it interesting, right? It changes over time. So and then for example, like we saw the regionals last
Right.
weekend. We saw the early meta game. This regional, we have the Dallas regionals this weekend as well in Texas. I think the biggest regionals that we will ever have
Right.
for VGC. And then after that, we'll have the IC next month.
Right,
so
right.
I'm really hoping to see new Pokemons or new meta games that will shift around during the international championships. But hey, don't care about that. We care about the tournament
That's what's
today.
happening right now.
Yeah,
Exactly,
happening right now.
exactly.
So what will be your guess for the statistics? Like what do you think like the top 3 Pokemon?
Definitely, it's going to be. I think we've seen a lot of Dracovish right now. Just about the statistics, I was the one earlier, handling the registrations, right?
Yeah.
So like, I saw a lot of like TR teams, a lot of Sandstorm teams. So definitely,
TR, okay,
yeah, TR
Trick Room,
teams. Trick Room,
Uh-huh.
right? So definitely, we're gonna see a lot of Indiri. We're definitely gonna see a lot of Tyranitar and Excadrill. I think that's going to be like the top 3 Pokemon that we have in the entire statistics.
Okay, my best bet will be Whimsicott, I think. I think
Yeah.
Whimsicott or Dragapult. All right, I think that's it for statistics.
And now we are going to go to our round 3. It's going to be Jonathan.
Chandra Nagara.
Thank
Okay.
you. And Ditto.
Ditto.
Oh, wow, Ditto.
Yeah, his name is Ditto. So he's Ditto Amalcia. I'm not sure if he bring Ditto today or not, but right, it's Jonathan Chandra Nagara from Jakarta, and also Ditto Amalcia is actually from Bandung. He came all the way from Bandung to join for today's event. Jonathan Chandra Nagara is one of the player that's been there. I think he also managed to reach the top 8. Top 8 since on the tournament in the previous 5 years. And Ditto, on the other hand, was the winner of the first tournament, the biggest XY tournament.
Oh, okay.
During the XY tournament,
That was
we have
2013?
yeah, 2013. So we have 100 players, which is a bit unique because it's single elimination.
Right.
Where the first 3 rounds you need to play with 3 Pokemon.
Okay.
Double 3 Pokemons, and then after that you play with 4 Pokemons, and then the finals you play 6v6.
Oh, that's
but
really
anyway,
weird.
yeah, but anyway, he's the winner. He's the
Okay.
winner for the tournament.
That's the point.
Yeah,
He's
that's
the winner.
the point. That's the point. He's the winner,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
And Jonathan Nagara is one of the players that he knows what he's doing. So I'm very excited to see what will be happening here.
Okay, now you mentioned that you actually know these guys, right?
Okay.
The ones playing, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think are they going to put up with their teams right now?
I don't know their exact play style. I've never seen them playing since VGC 2020. Like
Okay.
I haven't seen them in 19. I have
Oh,
seen
okay,
them
okay.
in 18. I've,
Yeah, yeah,
I've
yeah.
never seen them in 19 because probably like, dude, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon again. I was like, okay. But never mind. We're going to see their team shortly. So I don't really know on. Okay,
Okay, there
so
we
here's
go.
the team. Yeah.
Jonathan's a really long name. But Jonathan has the NVIDIA, Rotom Wash. We also have the Sableye, Hatrine, Snorlax, and Mudsdale. And for Ditto, we have Ludicolo, Arcanine, Scar's Barracuda. Was this
Barracuda.
right? Okay, Barracuda.
Yeah, Duraludon.
Duraludon,
Mamoswine.
Mamoswine, and Pelipper.
Yeah, I think Barracuda is one of Pokemon that's very great in early meta. With we have
Yeah.
two abilities that can be done.
Mhm.
First of all, the first ability is the where it can go not redirect.
Right, right.
And then also have the Swift Swim ability. I think it might be both actually, but we have the Stalwart from Duraludon.
Right.
So I don't really know what the ability is.
Mhm.
And Capella, which is Jonathan Chandranagara, will be playing the Trick Room team.
Right.
Most likely, I think with the Hatterene InDD
Right,
and
right.
Mudsdale.
Sableye as well.
And Sableye as well. A very slow team, I think.
But I think seeing the team of Ditto right now, I think it's going to be it is a semi TR team. We are seeing Mamoswine and Duraludon here could be slow if he's not going in for that rain setup.
Or maybe he can just try to go for not letting the Trick Room to be set up.
Yeah. And now we are seeing the game on the go right now. Jonathan versus Ditto on their first match in the entire tournament, round 3 of our Swiss. That's what's gonna happen right now. Ditto sending Ditto sending out, really weird to say Ditto. Ditto sending out Ludicolo and Duraludon, and with Jonathan sending out Hatrin and of course Sableye.
Right, so very interesting leads choice by both of these players here. We don't see the Pelipper Ludicolo lead, which is a very high offensive Pokemon. In terms of hitting the Hatterene, of course. But here right now, Ludicolo has the option to just go for a fake out right now.
Right.
Except if the Sableye decides to switch in to summon the Psychic Surge from the InDD. But if that's the case, then Sableye will not be able to do any Will-O-Wisp or any other attack that may threaten both of these two Pokemon that Ditto sent out.
Right.
Yeah, and Hatterene here has the option to go for a Trick Room as well. It's pretty. Oh, it's not pretty safe because there's Duraludon. There's the first
Dynamax of the game. I think it's going to be a Dynamax Duraludon instead of the Ludicolo. And there we go. We're seeing definitely the Dynamax Duraludon coming in from Ditto. And let's see what's gonna happen right now. I don't think Jonathan is going to go for any Dynamax at all right now. I think he's just going to set up a Prankster Taunt maybe. And then to set
Okay. That's very interesting.
Wait. I think I've seen this earlier. This is like he's going for the Trick Room, right?
Yeah.
And then he's going to copy the Trick Room, but it's going to be a Max Guard. So when it gets copied, it's going to be a priority Trick Room.
All right. Okay.
Let's see it. Now, no, Sableye going in for the fake out,
out,
but not going to flinch the Duraludon because of the Dynamax right now. Ludicolo into the Hydro Pump
missing.
missing.
You can see he shouts, but the Steel Spike is going to hit the Hatterene, dealing tons of damage, not knocking out though.
And now we are seeing the super effective move coming in from the Max Heal Spike of Duraludon into the Hatterene. Hatterene going for the Max Starfall into that of the Ludicolo. I think he just wants. Oh, there you go. I think he just wants to take out the who do you call this? The Ludicolo immediately, so that it won't be able to to take in the Swift Swim coming in from the rain setup, maybe.
Yep. Definitely one of the most interesting turns that we have been so far. Like I didn't predict.
Because we thought it's going to be a Trick Room.
Yeah. I never thought that the round will go like that.
Yeah. And apparently it's an offensive Hatterene.
Yeah, and dude, I'm speechless. I'm totally speechless about this.
I understand you because I am as well. Now we are seeing Ditto sending out the Pelipper, but he doesn't have the Ludicolo anymore to take advantage of that rain setup. Of course, the drizzle coming out from the Pelipper with a Duraludon still on the side of Ditto, and Hatterene, Sableye are still on the stand, still standing on their position right now.
Yeah, right. So we have the Max Guard going in from the Hatterene, and there's probably copy. Oh no, there's no copy. Oh, the Steel Spike is going onto the Hatterene. A very great prediction right there. And Sableye is going to use the foul play, going to hit of the chip damage to the Pelipper, and probably knocking out the sash. Focus sash.
Yeah, the sash.
So right now it's a very great position, but Hatterene needs to go down. Obviously, right after this, if Ditto obviously we're going for the Hatterene,
Mm-hmm.
right? But a Sableye right now is just that they don't try to hit. They
Right.
don't try to hit the Sableye and decides to switch in onto Rotom.
And there we go, the switching into the Rotom Wash. Max Guard, I mean, he's hoping for it. Oh, look at his face. It's like, oh no. Oh, avoid it! Whoever, it doesn't really matter, but the Max Steel Spike is going to take that Hatterene down. But the thing is, it doesn't really matter right now, but I think what matters with that move is the, the stat boost.
Yeah, the stat boost was very important, and right now Duraludon is almost impossible to be killed by any
Right.
physical moves. Even though it's super effective, especially Duraludon has one of the best defensive stats in terms of defensive stats, and to top it off, it's just that the with the +2 defense,
Right.
and without a critical, I don't think that you can knock the Duraludon just like that.
Right. And now we're seeing the Psychic Surge coming out from that Indeedee switch. I think this is now the Trick Room. I don't think
Alright, so
I don't think the Trick Room is going to be out right now because especially with the Pokemon that Jonathan has left, it's Indeedee and Rotom and of course Sableye. I don't think Trick Room's going to do anything about this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Jonathan probably don't think the Trick Room was one of his game plan against this Rain team. Definitely Ditto has brought the Rain team, which makes the Jakarta rain very heavily today. And yeah, Pelipper decides to protect, probably not going to take any damage from Thunderbolt.
Oh, Hydro Pump into missing on the Rain. And Dragon Pulse into that of the Rotom Wash. And really, a Hydro Pump missing on Rain.
And also probably Pelipper also missed 2 times of the Hydro Pump.
Yeah. That's 10%. A Hail Pulse into the Rotom.
Right.
Wow,
This is very interesting.
Interesting.
Very interesting. And right now, Indeedee probably doesn't have. Do you think that Indeedee has any offensive?
I don't think so. I think this Indeedee is just a support Pokemon. I think he wants to have.
Okay, you see, Jonathan is actually smiling and probably doesn't know what to do right now, because it will be very hard if the Indeedee was actually not doesn't have any attack. The Hurricane is going to hit the Rotom, not going to do a lot of damage, but almost half of the critical hit, of course.
And there we go, the Thunderbolt into that of the Pelipper, taking it out immediately, thanks to whatever it has right now, times 4 weakness. But Dragon Pulse, I think, is going to take out the Rotom right now.
It's not going to take.
There we go.
Critical hit!
Critical hit! I mean, if it wasn't a critical hit, I think it would have survived, and definitely the Hail Pulse coming in from the Indeedee would heal it up. And now he only has the Sableye left with a fake out. Obviously, going to go for this fake out, but if he's gonna go for the Barraskewda, there we go. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's it. I think.
I think that's that. Yeah, because Barraskewda is one of the most offensive Pokemon, especially with the Swift Swim, or even with
in the rain.
Or in the rain, yeah. Or even though if it is not Swift Swim, our abilities, he has a lot of move pool that he can use. The Follow Me, and we're probably going to see if the Barraskewda's ability right now, Will-O-Wisp.
Oh yeah, you won't be able to do the fake out if you're under the psychic terrain.
Yeah, Jonathan probably forgot about that. But we see that, oh yeah, Ditto was so happy about making the correct predictions. And right now, it's just that I think the crit really matters for the Rotom just now.
I mean, most of the moves that faded, like knocked off the Pokemon of Jonathan, was off of the critical hits.
Yeah. But even though if the Rotom was not knocked out, it will be still very hard for Jonathan to win any of the games right now. Just now, because in terms of the game just now, we see that Jonathan was not in the best position without the Trick Room setup.
Right.
From the composition of the team, of course, we see that it's a very heavy Trick Room team. And without the speed control, he lost the speed control. I don't know if he planned on going for the speed control game plan or not. But definitely, as from what we saw, not setting up Trick Room is probably one of his biggest mistakes. But nevertheless, like Jonathan played a really great game.
He did.
Yeah, he did, especially with the max starfall in the very beginning. He just doesn't predict that the Duralno was actually going for the Dynamax,
Right.
effectively flinching with the fake from the fake out of the from the Sableye.
Yeah. I think that's one of the reasons why I think one of the, I guess, misplay that he had. Of course, flinching. I don't think that he knew Dreadlon is going to Dynamax,
Yep.
or I think he knows that he's going to Dynamax, but not in that turn. So that's why he went for the fake out.
Yep.
But then again, Dynamax won't be able to be flinched, right?
Yep.
So at the same time, the really surprising part was the Dynamax Hatterene.
Yeah.
Like really interesting stuff. Like you don't see that. Usually Hatterene is just a setter,
Yep.
right? And to see it actually attack, but it could. Like Jonathan actually showed us that Hatterene can be used as an offensive attacker, but really
And the very beginning without Trick Room.
without Trick Room,
Yeah, without
right?
Trick Room, yeah.
I mean, just like you said, Jonathan's team is a really TR heavy team, and we saw from Dito's team, it's a really high speed team.
Yep.
So definitely, if
If he controls the speed game,
yeah,
definitely like they will probably win
the result
game.
would have been different. Could have been
Result would
different.
different. But in any case, I would say congratulations to Tito. He
Right.
really played really well. I would say the crit helped him a lot.
It did.
But,
It did.
But what helped him a lot more was actually the game plan that he set. He just went for the Hatterene early game, not letting Jonathan to set up the trick
Right.
room, and yeah, it's just that his play was so neat, so good that he managed to take the game.
Right, and before we head into our next game, we are going to take in some interview from our winner. It's going to be Ditto. Take it away.
All right, so thank you for Hashegi and Gigi. Now we are with the winner of our previous round. Well, congratulations
Oh,
for
thank
your
you.
win.
Thank you very much for your appreciation.
Okay, we would like to hear about how was your impression when you first came up against your opponent earlier.
Actually, I have battled him since like years ago. So I kind of knew what his strategy is. Like he often use Trick Room and use bulky Pokemon like that. So I expect that. But actually, when I saw the Hatterene and Indeedee,
Oh, yeah?
it was maybe my worst matchup because I can't deal with it. But he unexpectedly didn't play Hatterene and Indeedee first. So yeah, actually that's kind of make my heart feel better.
Okay, so as we have all watched earlier, you actually had a tough time during the first turn, if I was right.
Yes, I actually kind of feel surprised and actually angry and a lot of these negative emotions because my first hydro pump missed, so the Hatterene can't be dealt with it. I can't deal with Hatterene quickly, and actually that match was a hopeless one. But when I got the double crit, then it was the time.
Oh my god. Okay. So it was the time when you finally managed to knock out the Hatterene, right?
Yes. So actually, when at the first turn, when his Hatterene knocked out my Ludicolo, I was like, oh, okay, he will have his Rotom Wash, and it will be hard for me to deal with it. So you can see when I in the mid game, I actually deal with the Rotom Wash. I always
yeah?
attack the Rotom Wash. Yeah, please knock out, please.
Please knock out.
And I got a double crit. So yeah, actually luck is on our both side.
It's on both side. All right. So, was the first round the only hardest part for you? The toughest moment for you during the whole battle?
Actually, his Sableye didn't threaten my team that much, so actually I need to deal with it, Hatterene. But I didn't expect that he won't bring the Reparior and Matzdale because when they Dynamaxed in Trick Room,
Yeah.
it actually will be a threat for my team. But yeah, he didn't set Trick Room, so please set your Trick Room properly.
Oh my god. Okay, that's an advice, guys. Listen to him. All right, listen to him. Okay, so Thank you so much, Dito.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank you too.
congratulations once again. And we are gonna go back to the caster.
Yo, thanks, Cherry, but yo, Tito dropping the bomb, saying like, Jonah, you should set up your trigger. Yo, I don't know.
It's a good advice.
It's a good advice,
It's a
but
good
it's
advice.
funny the way that he delivered it. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Oh God, I don't know, man. Really, and I can't move on from that.
You can move on. All right,
I can
okay.
move on from that.
All right, I'll move on. I'll move it on. I'll
Okay.
move it on. So basically, that was the game for Swiss round 3. We'll be back. Total of Swiss round is 7 rounds. Everything is best of 1. And a bit different from the usual tournaments you've watched. 128 players will have a top 16.
Right.
Right, a top 16. All the top cut will be best of 3.
Yes.
So you guys can expect to see more during the top cut, and so just just watch throughout the whole game. We have tons of time. We'll be with you guys together, right? We'll be with you guys
For
together
the whole day.
for the whole day,
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
whole day from Jakarta.
And the Philippines.
We're from Jakarta.
Yeah, we're in Jakarta right now. Yeah,
we're
we're
from
in Jakarta
Jakarta.
right now, so.
Yeah. Right. All right. I think we can.
Oh yeah,
Go for a break?
definitely. Of course. Before we get into our next match on the round 4, we're going to take a little break. So make sure you don't go away. We'll see you back later.
Gue Taufik, gue salah satu VGC player di Indo dan gue juga kadang-kadang merangkap sebagai staff PKMN-id dan gue juga punya YouTube channel namanya Tiku Chaneru dan itu kadang gue upload beberapa ranked match dan juga konten-konten VGC lainnya. Pertama kali saya play VGC itu tahun 2016 ya. Waktu itu saya baru dapat pertama kali konsol pertama saya seumur hidup yaitu Nintendo 3DS XL dan ternyata dilihat-lihat seru juga nih Pokemon ada kompetitifnya karena dari dulu saya memang pengen mencari suatu game kompetitif tapi yang mainnya sendiri gitu nggak tim-timan dan saya lihat Pokemon ini menarik karena memang dari dulu juga saya sudah sangat suka Pokemon. Iya jadi pertamanya saya memang suka ikut komunitas-komunitas gitu dan pada akhirnya saya ikut bantu di PKMN-id untuk ngisi untuk bantu-bantu ya ngadain turnamen dan sebagainya dan dulu saya juga sempat main Dota 2 gitu ya dan saya benar-benar suka waktu itu ada caster namanya Justin Case ya itu benar-benar jadi idola saya dan saya pengen banget jadi caster cuma kayaknya kalau Dota saya nggak sanggup dan ternyata di sini ada VGC dan saya bisa mencoba untuk melatih keinginan saya untuk melakukan shotcasting di VGC ini gitu. Kalau playstyle saya sih bisa dibilang orang-orang defensif ya kalau kata orang-orang karena saya biasanya berlindung di balik cermin-cermin dan ya jalan belakangan tapi outlive lawannya dan kadang-kadang suka dibilang nyebelin sampai ada yang rela buat bikin tim untuk counter saya sendiri. Kalau ditanya antara komentator sama main sih susah ya karena dua-duanya buat saya enjoyable dan ada trade off-nya sendiri. Kalau main biasanya rada-rada stres gitu pas nyiapin timnya dan juga kalau kalah rada stres cuma pas menang tuh kayak lebih payoff-nya lebih gede. Kalau casting mungkin lebih santai gitu dan menurut saya selama saya enjoy dua-duanya ngapain harus dibandingin. Kalau bermain sih lebih banyak persiapannya ya dan ya belum persiapan kayak harus latihan berhari-hari biasanya saya gitu sih dan sementara kalau casting mungkin lebih banyak nonton dan belajar teori. Jadi untuk casting persiapannya sih menurut saya lebih agak nyantai ya walaupun nggak bisa nyantai juga sih. Tapi kalau main tuh memang ada perasaan yang lebih menantang, yang lebih adrenalin begitu. Kalau rival sendiri sih nggak bisa dibilang ada ya karena ya saya siapapun yang datang ngelawan aja. Cuma kalau untuk kayak suka bandingin achievement saya biasanya sama yang namanya M. Hafiz Syahril dan juga Enro Lukmanto karena kami sering main bareng dan sering berangkat ke luar negeri juga bareng, mulai aktif di komunitas juga startnya bareng jadi kayaknya cukup adil untuk nge-compare kami bertiga. Cuma satu, have fun.
There will always be a place for you by my side, day or night. You know that it's killing me. Why do you always leave? It's not right. We don't fight, but I know what you've been through. I'll take the pleasure and the pain. Stars in your brain.
Hi guys, back with me again. My name is Hashigi Hanjaya, and right now I'll be with my best friend.
Yes, hi, I am Darren from Malaysia. I don't know why I'm in Indonesia for this, but yeah, you know.
I mean, you're in a very nice suit, right?
Yeah.
You're a very nice suit in a very nice casting room.
Yeah, when Shaggy told me to come over to Indonesia, I said I have to put like the best suit on I have, and he says, "Why you overdressed?" I'm like, oh, "What do you mean? What do you mean, dude?"
You see, JJ is wearing his casual T-shirt
Yeah.
and also a nice suit, right? I think that's one of the great things, great perks of being a guy.
Yeah,
Suits are nice.
suits are nice. Suits are really nice. Suits.
So
suit you.
how do you see the matches so far right now?
So far, I feel like we're not even talking about VGC anymore. I feel like we're in a weather forecast channel. We're looking at all these weathers. We're seeing. We literally saw all the. We literally saw all
Weather.
the weathers.
Yeah,
Sun,
we're seeing sun.
rain, sand, and
Hail?
and hail. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there was that one turn of hailstorm that Dialine used
Oh,
with the
oh.
Julio Colo. She
Oh,
used max
like
hailstorm.
hailstorm? Oh,
Yes,
to
yeah.
reset the
to reset the sand. Yeah, which was very interesting.
not
Because
the Max Geyser.
no, because she wanted to hit the Tyranitar
All right.
without activating weakness policy.
Oh,
That was the
oh.
important thing.
Oh, I think that was very important. Yeah, yeah.
Very
bro.
important, yes, very
And
important.
also because it was on the sand, right? The damage was actually being halved. There was a special defense boost.
correct,
That
correct.
made
Yes.
the Max Geyser will not pick it up.
Yep. So that's why it was important for her to not take the knockout with Max Geyser because the
Or trying to take the knockout. I mean,
yeah,
taking
if
knockout
she
was
could,
nice.
yes,
yeah.
but the special defense boost from the sand was just too much for them to handle. But I feel like overall, matches have been really great. I think we saw a potential trick room the game before, but I don't know what happened that game.
Yeah.
That was very confusing. I was a
And
bit
also,
lost there.
you know, who won the game actually says a very great advice,
Yeah.
which is, guys, please set up your trick room. This is 2020.
Yes,
Right.
yes, correct.
Before-
yeah,
sorry.
I believe just now early game, it was an unfortunate double crit, which really mattered. I believe it really
Yeah.
mattered.
And I think the first one will be matter less,
Yes,
but
yes,
the
yes,
second
yes.
one was
The second one
very huge.
definitely put
Because, yeah.
John behind
Yeah.
so far.
Because the first one we saw that the damage of the the damage was only half of it.
Yeah,
right?
it
The
was
Dragon
less
Pulse, the
than
Dragon
half, yes,
Pulse.
correct,
The
correct.
Dragon Pulse only half of it, and somehow it was going through the bars, and it was
Yeah,
it knocked it out.
So I was like, why is it knocking it out? The crit.
Oh,
Oh,
it's-
that's
oh.
why.
I think before we're moving on, we'll share some of the social media that we guys have,
yeah.
right, for the event and
can share
also
that.
for us, right?
For us, yeah, for us, definitely. Can try sharing.
And
What are you
also,
sharing?
so we have our YouTube channel, which is the youtube.com/c/PKMN PKMN-id. We have also our Facebook, which give all our information, latest updates, and tournaments, which is facebook.com/PKMN-id. And also on our website, which is pkmn-id.com, covers all our tournaments, especially like this one.
Yep.
And also, don't forget, if you want to tweet or make any voices out there on social media, use the hashtag PKMN-id Open 2020 to make sure that
Yeah,
we'll
make sure
hear
you guys
out.
share. Try to share it out. We want to make sure that Indonesia gets as much
Coverage.
exposure. Actually,
Thank you so much.
Yes, yes. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. so, like I was thinking, right? Coming into the Indonesian meta, it was quite surprising because when I said there was going to be
Forecast
sand
channel.
teams, yeah, there was going to be a forecast channel. There's going to be a forecast channel because I didn't expect all the weather terrains, the weather
In 3
the weather-
rounds.
Yes, exactly.
In 3 rounds.
right? In 3 rounds. That was quite surprising. Quite surprising, actually. But I think this is what proves to be a healthy meta. That means there is a diversity. There is a huge diversity among 110 players, if I'm
Yep.
not wrong. Yeah,
Yep.
110 players. Imagine with only 6 players we've seen so far, this amount of diversity can just spread out among 110 players. You know, we'll probably see more Trick Room after this. But I believe Trick Room is, it's such a skill based, team to pilot.
Yeah.
It's
Especially
definitely one
when
of the
your trick
hardest.
room is not up, you are unable. Let's say like the leads of the opponent doesn't let you set up the trick room that
Yep.
easily. It's very hard for you actually to pilot. The
Correct,
teams.
correct. Especially when we saw from the last game, Very unfortunate. I never saw Trick Room coming up, and I was thinking maybe he's gonna set up Trick Room now. Maybe he's gonna set up Trick Room now. Maybe he's gonna set up Trick Room now. But no, apparently not. Apparently, that's how you play mind games. Wrongly.
Wrong.
Unfortunately.
yeah,
Unfortunately.
very unfortunate. But in the end, he made a really great fight. In the end,
Yeah.
he made what he can.
Yeah, he did the
and
best
he
play
pushed,
he could.
he pushed Tito to an edge at a certain point, and a
Yeah,
certain
yeah.
in a certain.
But as we've covered, John's team was a little under the. It didn't have enough pressure, right? There was no offensive power.
Yep.
The moment he lost the Halloween is the moment he like lost almost all his offensive power, and he had to rely
A Rotom.
on the Rotom. And even with Rain Up, Rotom doesn't do as much as you think it does, unless it somehow is life orb. But obviously, you saw Citrus Berry activating. I like the Heal Pulse play on Indeedee, but it was definitely something that could have been changed better with Trick Room. Definitely would have mattered in that specific scenario.
But also, actually, just now that the Rotom proves to be a very dangerous Pokemon for Ditto, he did miss one of the crucial Hydro Pump onto the Duraludon.
Yes, yeah,
Right.
yeah.
And let's just say that there's no hacks happening, or basically there's no flinches, there's no crits, there's no misses and everything. Like the Hydro Pump hits, and probably I would say like 75% because obviously Duraludon was not the best in terms of special defense stat.
Yeah, but
right?
but that's the thing, right? Like we can see Duraludons nowadays, they run a Southwest, and with that amount of HP from Dynamax, it's just something that you don't hit with special attacks nowadays. It's just so hard to take it down.
But it was rain.
It was rain, yeah, but it was a Southwest, so kind of.
We don't see how it works out, right? Because they don't have
yeah,
misses,
because
right?
it misses, and that was pretty unfortunate. But it's fine. It's fine. It's okay.
So
Yeah.
guys, I think this is just a beginning before our round 4. So before this, we'll have a very, very short break. Do not go anywhere because after this, we'll start with more action-packed battles on our Swiss rounds in this Pokemon ID Open. Stay tuned.
Yeah. All right.
Halo, perkenalkan nama aku Joshua. Aku trainer yang berasal dari Medan. Aku mulai bermain kompetitif Pokemon sejak tahun 2014. Jadi kompetisi itu tahun 2015 ya di FX. Kompetitornya ada sekitar 117. Pada saat itu aku tidak berharap untuk bisa menjadi juara gitu ya. Nasib berkata lain aku bisa menangkan pertandingan. Karena aku nggak berharap sampai bisa menangkan ya. Dan itu merupakan suatu gift banget bagi aku. Karena itu seperti pemberian ulang tahun lah gitu. Kamu dapat jadi juara, kita kasih hadiahnya itu 2DS waktu itu. Kita kasih 2DS. Dan memang ada juga momen yang sangat menentukan gitu ya. Ketika Swiss round itu untuk menentukan siapa pemenangnya masuk top cut, salah satu lawan saya itu misklik. Dia seharusnya bisa menyerang dengan satu serangan yang bisa membuat saya kalah, tapi dia misklik dan akhirnya saya yang menangkan pertandingan. Best time-nya itu ketika aku mulai menangkan pertandingan dan akhirnya mulai kenal banyak trainer, banyak pemain-pemain Pokemon VGC juga. Di situ aku mendapatkan banyak teman ya. Kalau momen pertama kali menang itu yang paling aku rasakan itu ketika di Bandung di TGL Gameplay. Nah, di situ itu adalah kemenangan kompetisi pertamaku ya gitu. Yang kuasakan tuh dapat banyak teman dan momen-momen itu yang aku rasa itu yang nggak bisa tergantikan di VGC competition ini semuanya. Playstyleku itu aku lebih suka ofensif dengan menyerang langsung gitu. Jadi aku lebih suka melihat lawan kelemahannya di mana, lalu aku serang dengan serangan super efektif. How I build teams, oke? Pertama, aku melihat Pokemon tentu yang aku suka Pokemon mana sih gitu ya. Seperti dinosaurus, lalu sepertinya ini ada landak gitu ya aku pakai misalnya. Aku tes tuh timnya di rating battle. Aku coba timnya, aku lihat kesalahannya. Pada saat mencoba ini, aku lebih senang ketika aku menemui kekalahan gitu ya. Karena aku jadi langsung tahu, oh Pokemonku lemahnya di sini gitu. Kangaskhan tuh it's my favorite Pokemon. Sebelum itu sih Pokemon favoritku sih Charizard ya, tapi telah digantikan nama Kangaskhan pada saat 2014-2015. Rival paling kuat ya, Octavian Jason ya. Octavian Jason nih ketika bertanding lawan aku di final, kita dulu pernah di final di 2015 itu namanya Super Trainer Arena. Kita bertanding sampai final dan di final Jason ini berhasil mengalahkanku 2-1 gitu ya. Ini rivalku yang terberat gitu ya. Kalau goal sendiri aku sebetulnya lebih kepada menghabiskan waktu luang, enjoy myself ya. Kayak my goal it's to enjoy myself as much as I can. Terlepas hasil kompetisinya apa ya, itu bonus lah gitu.
Let's sing a song full of hope, full of pain. Why don't you sing along, my friend? For it's our last refrain. Forever young, ever strong, ever brave. Memories like this never end. No, they don't fade away. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Close to the sun. Here's to the ones who let shine through the rain, the ones who stood for something more. We won't forget your names. The tide is high, say goodbye, we're setting sail, and all those midnight secrets told, we'll take them to the grave. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Close to the sun. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun. close to the sun.
Hello guys, welcome back to Pokemon ID Open. My name is Sashiki Hanjaya with my best friend Darren Lee.
Yes, hey, welcome back. Me, you, us.
Right guys, so without further ado, let's get on to the Swiss round 4. We have Octavian Jason against Aldrich Sutandra. Both of these two players are very well known in Indonesia. Sadly, they have already dropped their first game that they are allowed to drop. Right, their score is 2-1.
2-1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both of them are 2-1. Octavian Jason is a very veteran player. He played since 2014. He won the first Auras tournament, which has 74 players, I believe, last time. He also won several other tournaments, and also he joined the Indonesia VGC national team, which we have a friendly matches against Philippines, Taiwan, and Malaysia, and he won all the 3 games. So I would say like he's a player that you need to be careful about.
Yeah.
And also he won the Super Indonesia Trainer Arena last time, which should be our regionals.
Should be our regional.
And also Aldrich Thunder was one of the newer players. He was fairly new to the game. He played a lot during the 2018 and 2019 season. And right now he want to prove that he was the Aldrich best of one. The best of one Aldrich.
The best of one Aldrich.
Yeah, I know that he
Aldrichian,
has been runner-up twice last year on the mid-season showdown in Malaysia.
Right.
So I wouldn't be afraid of him too much.
Yeah.
And
That's
also,
nice.
I would like to thank our sponsors, of course, our Pro Market, PSN Price, and Donburi Ichiya. And not to mention, we have our strategic partners, which you can look at down below. We have Trainer Tower from Australia, Esports ID, ggwp.id, Hybrid, Esports Nesia, Metaco GG, Revival TV, and also amtv.id. And not to mention that this event is presented by Pokemon ID.
Yeah, there's a lot of partners we have there.
Yeah, we have a lot of partners. I mean, to make events such of this caliber, you need a lot of partners, right?
I think it's running pretty smooth so far, right? It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
With this amount of players. Yeah.
So we can go on to game with Octavian Jason against Aldrich Sutandra. Both of these players are have shown their teams. Jason, we has Arcanine, Conkeldurr, Rotom Wash, Duraludon, Grimmsnarl, and Mamoswine, while Aldrich is bringing his Duraludon, Galarian, Darmanitan, Dracofish, Charizard, Whimsicott, and also Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, I can see. I'm looking at Elrich's team. It's very offensive. Like, there is a lot of offensive power on Dracovish especially, and Darmanitan. But also, let's not forget about Charizard. That's one of the highlights so far with Sun Team and with
Solar
Whimsicott.
Power,
Yeah,
Solar Power Life Orb, it was very
it hits so hard, and especially with Whimsicott now with access to I mean, I always had access to it, but right now with utility of Sunny Day, it actually can allow Charizard to outspeed it.
Yeah, right now, so we're going on to the game between Jason and Aldrich. Number 21 for Jason and 777, triple lucky 7 for Aldrich Gian. For this Swiss round 4 of Pokemon ID Open, we see Aldrich Gian with his blue hair sending out 2 Beast Ball, which are 2 shinies, Grimmsnarl and also Charizard. While Grimmsnarl as well from Jason's side with Mamoswine.
Yeah, I can see the lead here. A very interesting lead from Outreach, though. He might be looking to set up... Is it potentially screens? I'm not so sure. It could help against Mamoswine and multiple of his attackers on Jason's side. But I'm not sure if that will help.
But Mamoswine usually have Rock Slide, right? So
yes,
of course
definitely.
Charizard needs to be aware of that.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. Like, this could be a fake out set. This could be like a utility set. And we see that's an immediate Dynamax.
The last 2 games, I see like Dynamax on the very first turn.
Why? That's a thing now, isn't it? Like, you just want to get Dynamax up, make sure you clear the game state, make sure it's all in your favor before you go in for the knockouts in the late game. You know, I think that's a pretty good strategy right now. Again,
Fake out.
Grimmsnarl, yeah, from Jason's Grimmsnarl going for a fake out.
Rock Slide
Oh no,
onto the Charizard.
okay.
Okay.
That was a good call for a Dynamax.
And the Max Flare was going onto the Mammal Swine, going to pick
Definitely,
up the KO.
definitely a
probably
KO.
Scarf,
That was
yeah.
definitely a KO.
I think that was a Scarf one. Because it was faster than Mammal Swine. And usually Charizard was actually faster than Mammal Swine, I believe.
You mean the Mammal Swine is a Scarf? Yes, I
Yeah.
would agree because most mammals right now they run Scarf just to outspeed a lot of things in the meta. But with Outreach's Dynamax Charizard setting up the stun from Max Flare, I think that's actually pretty good on his half right now. So now Charizard is doing a lot of damage, with not much that can outspeed it. Now
Okay,
we get the Max
Max
Guard.
Guard.
Potentially seeing the setup on Outreach's
Thunder Wave.
Yeah, we
wants
see
to
Thunder
set up
Wave.
the Thunder Wave, so
Correct.
that's why we can see the trick.
Oh,
Oh,
going for
Grimmsnarl
the
used trick.
And now it's actually tricking onto
Eject
the
button.
Grimmsnarl.
Oh, lagging tail.
Duraludon receives the lagging tail.
Oh, but
no.
it's Assault Vest.
Oh no.
No,
That is
no.
either good or bad for Outreach right now
Yeah.
because now Grimmsnarl potentially only has to use one attack.
Yeah, and near.
But as far as we know, Duraludon now has to move last.
Yeah,
because
with
of
the
lagging tail. As you all know, lagging tail actually puts the user of the lagging tail behind. Like it has to always go last. It has to always go last. It's a very weird set that Elrish is running. And with Jason's side having 3 Pokemon left, now he's playing a Dynamax. But what is he Dynamaxing? And
I
with that
think
heavy
he'll
ball,
be
with the
Dynamaxing,
heavy
yeah.
ball, I think that's a Duraludon right there.
Duraludon.
Definitely.
Duraludon is going for the Dynamax right now.
Yep.
Going to retaliate from the lagging tail that he just received. Yeah, he just received into probably Max Lightning onto the Charizard, which potentially
that
knock
would,
it out.
That would be a
And
thing,
the
yes.
Thunder Wave onto the Charizard, but Charizard will still be able to move faster than the Duraludon, I
Yes.
believe. Grimmsnarl has the foul play, doing a lot of quite cheap damage onto the Duraludon. Max Flash going to hit and
That
knock
is definitely a knockout. That is definitely a
Duraludon
knockout.
out.
That's the thing. That's the thing about Solar Power Life or Charizard. That's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. I'm not even kidding. Look at the damage.
Yeah, I think the what do you call
my
it, the
God.
lagging tail actually pays it off.
Definitely. That is a very interesting set that Elrich has right now. Definitely setting a speed control to making sure that the opponent cannot outspeed anything regardless of Thunder Wave hitting. Right?
Yep.
Alright, so now we see the last 2 Pokemon coming from Jason. And Elrich still having 3 very healthy Pokemon with 1 injured and paralyzed Charizard. But at this point, does it really matter? Does it really matter?
I mean, Conkeldurr has a better option against, for example, like his Duraludon on the back, or even like a Darmanitan on the back, right?
Yep, that's
so
right.
it might be good to have the Conkeldurr as we see what are the last Pokemon that Aldrijan brought. The foul play is going to hit onto the Conkeldurr, doing damage. Spirit Break onto the Grimmsnarl, not knocking
it
out.
out. That's oh no, that's gonna be
Special
bad.
attack fell. And
With the
paralyzed.
paralysis just kicks in. With Solar Power dwindling his HP down, but Conkeldurr getting the Flame Orb into action. Now this is gonna hit real hard. We all know Conkeldurr has a huge attack stat, but with the ability Guts, it boosts his attack stat very strongly. Not something you want to face head on.
Yeah, I
Mag
think the
Punch
Mag
definitely
Punch-
taking out with 10 HP left on Grimmsnarl. At this point, we have potentially 2 Pokemon. Yeah, exactly. We have 2 Pokemon on Elrich's side.
2 healthy Pokemon
Two healthy
on each
Pokemon.
side.
Now we don't know what because that's the thing, right? Elrich hasn't exposed any information until now, so this could change the game entirely. Conkeldurr taking the burn damage from the Flame Orb, and Grimmsnarl still healthy, surprisingly.
Surprisingly, yeah.
Yeah.
And 199 HP is actually pretty high.
Well, it's because they need to run bulky sets, right?
Bulky sets, yeah.
Well,
Darmanitan is going to be sent out for Aldrich. And what is the second Pokemon? Oh, okay, it's a Duraludon, which both are actually pretty weak to Conkeldurr, so he really needs to be careful, especially with the Conkeldurr is having the Mag Punch, being able to do tons of damage onto these 2 Pokemon.
so Conkeldurr may fall to Duraludon if I may suggest that, because Duraludon can really deal a lot of damage to Conkeldurr, but I don't think because you know Duraludon has quite a high defense stat, but we're looking at Darmanitan just staring at each other, so he has to hit either one, right? He has to hit either one, and Dominator just slapped both of them really hard.
Okay,
All right, we see a
Grimsnarl's going
Thunder
for the
Wave, yes.
Thunder Wave onto the Duraludon, making sure that it will knock. It will be last, moving last into this
Yep.
round. The Mag Punch going.
Definitely a
to
smart move,
knock
going for a
out.
Dominator, because Dominator is definitely the threat here. Being able to dish out so much damage, but Flash Cannon connecting onto Conkeldurr, but not enough to take it to half. Burn damage taking a half, but almost slightly missing the KO. We're not sure. I'm pretty sure Duraludon is going down here.
Yep.
Definitely.
Because,
Definitely.
Yeah, because the Darmanitan is not going to be able to do anything. The
Yep.
Protect's coming in,
Yep.
probably going to protect from any damage, but he's going for the chip damage anyway.
Yeah,
From
Spirit Break actually does quite a decent amount of damage, but this
Special
this
attack
puts a
foul.
special attack. And,
And
yeah, I think this is
paralyzed.
the checkmate right here.
Yep.
I think this is just enough for Mag Punch to do enough damage, and there's nothing that Duraludon can do. Elrich was in a really good game state, but unfortunately,
the Pokemon that he brought on the last one,
I feel like
think the
that was
Conkeldurr is
just
a
too
very
offensive. That was too offensive on his part. Now with so much support, with no support, yeah, there we go. You see the Mag Punch taking out. That's a lot of damage. Well played for both players, I would say.
Yep.
Jason doing very well to come back.
It was a very interesting set by both of these two players.
Yeah.
I would say.
I would say, yeah.
Especially on the very beginning, we see the the Grimmsnarl, the bold Grimmsnarl
Yeah.
is being lead, and then after that with the lagging tail, which surprises us both.
Very, very surprising because that
Probably
that was
also
a,
viewers at
yeah,
home,
it was like a one-time gimmick, right? But that's the thing, you have to choose your targets wisely because when you get a Southwest on a Grimmsnarl, that's not something you want. You
Yep.
don't get access to any other attacks except an attacking move with the
Luckily, he
Southwest.
still have foul play, right?
Yeah, that
because
was
if-
fortunate, but in
if-
that case, it wouldn't have mattered. I think it wouldn't have mattered. It just
At least you don't struggle.
yeah, you don't struggle, correct? But I guess at that point, Grimmsnarl did his job, kind of, but not in the late game, right? Like there could have been better support that he could have offered, like Thunder Wave, or if potentially it had screens, sure. But in this case, since we know that he's not running screens because of no
The
light
fake out,
clay,
the first fake out.
yeah, well,
I mean,
gone.
they still can run screens without light clay.
Yeah, it's just way rare. You just want to capitalize on the 8 turns of screens. They make so much difference. It makes so much of difference. Imagine if there were screens on that turn, right? Mach Punch wouldn't be able to take out a Dominator.
Yep,
right?
that's
Mach
correct.
Punch would do like so little damage, like not little damage, but enough damage to not knock it out.
Yep.
And Spirit Break would have mattered on Jason's side. But I think overall very creative set from Alrich.
Yep. Very great game.
Yeah, I would think it was an okay game. It was great.
I think you just don't think
just
that
don't-
actually the Conkeldurr was actually coming in last.
Correct.
Before
He just didn't expect it because there were
Yeah.
two of them that were weak to fighting.
And then when
Very
both of these
unfortunate.
Pokemon are weak to fighting, the Conkeldurr sets up, and then to more of it, there's the Thunder Wave. There's the chance of paralyzing
Yep,
it, removing all this the speed and making the Conkeldurr faster.
Yeah.
That's just like a checkmate for Jason. And I think we'll be interviewing Jason in a bit, so Rie, you can take it away.
Yep.
Okay, so thank you, Hashegi. Now we are with the winner of our latest round. Congratulations to Jason.
Thank you.
How did you feel during the battle earlier?
Well, it was an exciting one battle. I played with Aldrich. He's my sparring friend.
Oh.
So I know his team and he knows my team. That's
Oh, so since both of you knew each other's team, was it considerably hard for you to beat him?
yeah. Of course it's hard because he knows how I play.
Oh, so both of you know the play style, so it was a little bit hard for you.
Yeah.
Oh, moreover, we all of us watched how the first round, he knocked out your Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
So, how was the situation for you? Was it tough to take over to turn the table around that moment?
Yeah. I need to count on my Thunder Wave to gain speed control of the battle. And I forgot the lagging tail on my Duraludon.
Oh, yeah?
So that I forgot that it underspeed the Charizard, so that I'm a bit confused in that battle.
But
Why my
yeah.
Duraludon underspeed that Charizard?
Oh, so but by the end you managed to knock out both Darmanitan and Duraludon with what was that?
Grimmsnarl and Conkeldurr.
Conkeldurr. Was it like something you expected already or
Yeah, I know that since Darmanitan is so frail,
yeah?
I know Magpunch is KO on him, and I
Mhm.
know my Conkeldurr can take one hit from Duraludon. So, and that's it. I just need to Thunder Wave Duraludon and win the game.
Oh, okay. So, as we have all knew before, you won many tournaments, right, and championships. Do you have like any sort of messages for everyone here watching?
Yeah, to new player especially, you don't need to be afraid against veteran players. Maybe it's all just the same. We are all playing the same game. We train, and you don't need to feel afraid against them.
Okay, so that's what from Jason. Once again, we would like to congratulate you. Congratulations for the win, and thank you. We are going back to the caster.
Right,
Yeah.
Rie, thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
sending us the regards back. Once again, congratulations to Jason, Octave and Jason. Very well played, bringing out the Conkeldo on the very late game.
Very nice comeback.
Very nice comeback.
I would
Yeah,
say.
it was a pretty game. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty good game. Yeah.
Beautiful game. And also, once again, Aldrich, you still have one more chance, probably. You may still make it to the top cut.
Yeah, with
so
the
make sure.
7 Swiss rounds, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 more Swiss rounds. You just need to win 3 more games. And after this, we'll be having a quick break.
Yeah.
And before we're going to quick break, after this, we'll probably see statistics of the event. So stay tuned, guys. Before we coming back here to give you some statistics, and also, of course, to watch
Yeah.
friend of ours.
Yeah, sure.
From the caster's desk.
Yeah. Okay. We'll see you later in a bit.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Nama saya Guntur, saya pemain Pokemon VGC. Saya udah main Pokemon gamenya sendiri, udah dari generasi 1 dan belakangan ini mulai masuk ke VGC. Dibilang main VGC sih saya udah mulai battle-battle dari generasi 5, tapi saya untuk serius masuk ke VGC as a competitor itu di tahun 2018. Turnamen pertama saya itu di Perth Regional 2018, waktu itu nggak gitu bagus hasilnya. Best experience buat saya jelas itu ketemu orang-orang dari berbagai macam negara ya. Kita ketemu orang baru, kita udah bisa langsung akrab karena kita punya kesukaan yang sama, kita punya persamaan, knowledge juga kita sama, sharing knowledge. Kalau misalnya orang itu bilang tukar budaya, ini kita tukar apa ya istilahnya playstyle dari tiap-tiap masing-masing negara. Buat di Pokemon VGC itu menurut saya adalah knowledge tentang Pokemon itu sendiri, tentang tim saya sendiri. Saya bukan tipikal orang yang bisa ngambil tim mana aja terus langsung dipakai, langsung perform, tapi saya lebih ke arah tipikal yang saya bikin tim itu sendiri dari nol, saya kembangin dari awal, ada kekurangan apa saya benerin, adjust with the current condition, dan menurut saya itu salah satu kekuatan utama dari setiap main VGC ya. Biggest rival menurut saya juga teman baik saya sendiri, di Indonesia ya ada Hafiz, dia selalu pakai Pokemon unorthodox, Pokemonnya sih sebenarnya biasa aja, cuman setnya unorthodox bikin saya agak kaget. Kalau untuk internasional, I have to say Chris Khan. He's a very good player. Dia udah selalu day to Worlds. Dia juga pernah juara Internats. Dia juga sering banyak sharing sama saya dan menurut saya sangat menyenangkan buat saya kalau saya tanding sama dia. Awalnya saya mulai itu saya goalnya cuma ingin tampil di Worlds. Tapi sekarang udah 2 kali dan masih penasaran, jadi goalnya adalah World Championship.
Yo, welcome back, guys. Welcome to Pokemon Indonesia Open 2020. Again, I am back as your caster. I am JJ, and this with me,
This is Darren from Malaysia, all the way from Malaysia. Oh God,
all the way
that's
from the
really
Philippines.
fun. Yes.
Dude,
Oh man, we are the
Malaysian and Filipino
guests,
commentating in
yeah.
Indonesia.
That's so
What
weird.
can you say?
That is so weird.
Anyway, tell me about what happened on the last game.
Oh, last game. That was a very interesting match. This is the first time I'm seeing Trick with lagging tail on Grimmsnarl. Really cheeky strat, I would say, because lagging tail, as I mentioned from the previous game, is an item that makes you go last, right? The user goes last, but because Prankster is something that
Makes it priority.
makes you priority.
Yeah.
He basically essentially he moved the lagging tail, and it made sure that the target moved last, and that was I think was yeah, that really caught me off guard. I was like, wow, that's a
Good stuff, you know?
yeah. I think the issue with the game was that there was too little utility on Elrich's side. You know, Elrich played the game out really well. He knew what was the target he was supposed to target. The unfortunate answer is his late game, going to the last few turns.
Right.
He was so focused on over offense, like he just made sure that he wanted to win the game.
Right.
But
So he just
didn't-
went all out.
Yeah, he went all out, right? With all out attackers, only to realize that the opponent had harder attackers, right? They attacked him harder, right?
So like basically they're battling all out together.
yeah, it's
against
just that
Xander.
yeah, exactly. It's just that Duraludon on Elrich's side, he got paralyzed by Grimmsnarl, by Jason's Grimmsnarl, which was the key factor, I believe, that just slowed his team down, right?
Right.
It just Spirit Break from Grimmsnarl lowers special attack, and Duraludon is a special attacker.
Right.
So when you take that away from Duraludon, it's just a sitting duck. you
Yeah,
know,
it's
not
just
gonna
sitting
be doing there
dummy.
like a tower,
It is a
like
tower.
it is.
It is a tower, right?
Yeah, it is. It is.
And definitely we are now here on our next game, the fourth game, I believe. Oh no, is it fifth game.
Yes,
The fifth game.
This is the fifth game actually.
So it's gonna be Joshua Marvin versus Daniel Jonathan. And really, do you know these players?
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about these players, but
Right.
I think with 4-0, I believe
What are these players?
these are players, definitely very strong players.
Right.
You know, I've seen 2-1s. Like even Jason from the previous games, he was 2-1, and this is coming to 4-0. You know,
Right.
Jason has like tons and tons and tons of achievements.
Right.
But this like 4-0 is not something to scoff at this
Right.
point.
I mean, a lot of people actually wants to get into the top 16, and in order for you to like secure a top 16, you should not lose a game.
at least X2, right? Like
I don't
it
think
should be,
two.
It should be X2, like
Two?
two top cut at least.
I don't think so, because like we have more than 100 players.
Yeah.
Right. So like,
But you
getting
know,
getting one win, getting one lose would put you on the edge. Right.
okay.
And
Yeah,
now
makes sense.
we have Joshua on the left side having Excadrill, Tyranitar, Rotom Watch, Whimsicott, Dragapult, and Arcanine, and Daniel here having the who's this Pokemon again? The ad
Durant.
Pokemon. Yeah, the Durant.
Gyarados?
Durant, Gyarados, Gastrodon, Arcanine, Grimmsnarl, and Mudsdale. What do you
Yeah.
think of this?
Okay, well, as we can see on Joshua's side, obviously that's gonna be a Sand team, which I've already said multiple times. Sand team is gonna see a lot of play, and
Yeah. I mean, this is a pretty common team that
Very common
we
team.
have right now in the current meta, which is still unstable, but it's really
it's a safe go-to, right? It's a safe go-to team to pilot.
Excadrill, Tyranitar, and then of course, Whimsicott wouldn't be left out. It's always
Yeah,
those
yeah.
three together, you know?
It's always those three because Whimsicott is such a good utility Pokemon with Prankster. Outstanding speed, definitely outspeeding Prankster Grimmsnarl, that's for sure. And on Daniel's side, very, very, very standard defensive team, I would say. Very bulky team. But yeah, we'll
And
see how
now,
it goes.
let's see what they are going to let us see. All right. Into the start Motostoke Stadium as well. I mean, if you guys didn't know, if you viewers don't know, you can actually change the stadium depending on what design, what the background is of your trainer card.
Yep. That's really
League
interesting.
card. All right, of course, sending out the Arcanine with the Intimidate, another justified ability. Dragon Ball's clear body, not allowing it to lower its attack, which is good. And let's see what's gonna happen.
Yeah. I'm looking at Dragon Ball. This may impact the game with clear body. It may indicate that it may be a good pivot early game right now. Like when you send out Dragon Ball and Rotom, kind of shows that it might pivot back out into his team because the lead is Grimmsnarl and Arcanine, but we see an immediate Dynamax.
I think this is going to be a Dynamax Rotom wash instead of the Dragapult. Let us see if it is. If my prediction is correct,
No,
and
it-
definitely
yeah,
it is the
it's-
other way around. It's going to be the Dragapult with the Dynamax. Really interesting stuff because back in the Philippines, we don't actually. Most of the players don't actually Dynamax
The Rotom?
Dragapult.
Yeah.
We Dynamax Rotom instead.
That's so
to set up.
interesting.
It
Yeah.
is. And now, of course, Grimmsnarl here setting up the Reflect, and definitely maybe on the second turn it's going to be the Light Screen. But right now, the Max Dreamwind going into the, of course, the Arcanine, but not going to be enough to take it down. But of course, what he wants to do is to have the Intimidate effect to making them lower their attack.
Yeah, essentially, he wants to just lower the attack stat. But needless to say, we see a Snarl coming out from Arcanine, and that lowers the special attack. But I think this Hydro Pump hitting will definitely take him out
There we
with
go.
that low HP left.
There we go.
At this point, we may see Daniel being in a difficult spot here. You know, with his Snarl user gone, his special the Joshua's Pokemon with the special attack only lowered by one stage, it won't really matter. You know, it won't really matter in this case. I'm looking at Mudsdale coming in for some reason. Not sure what he's planning.
I mean, even though like Grimmsnarl has the Prankster ability, I don't think it's going to do anything, but it's definitely going to. Oh wow, Mudsdale
Instant
switch?
withdraw, yeah.
That's really interesting. And now he's going to go out with the Gastrodon. I think he is going in for the Storm Drain.
Yep.
I think so. And of course, the Light Screen coming in, coming out from that Grimmsnarl. And I think if he goes for the Max Vermin into that of the Gastrodon, not going to take it out.
But
and
that still did a lot of damage for it
yeah,
too.
and the Hydro Pump as well coming out from the Rotom Wash.
Yeah,
with a chance.
we have a chance of Hydro Pump, yes. We may see it. Does he go for it?
Oh,
he
he
does
went
go
for
for it.
Will-O-Wisp
Will was
instead.
very, very good read. Very excellent read, actually. Trying to cripple the Mudsdale if he could, but if taking the burn, with Gastrodon taking the burn, he might not be able to come back because Gastrodon is just too slow to make an impact in this game.
Yeah, but like then again, it's a special attacker instead of being a physical counter. So like, what the only inflicting damage that the burn status could give the Gastrodon is like, you know, just the damage on the HP,
but
not
at
the
this,
attack.
exactly. But at this point, Gastrodon, exactly. He's trying to preserve the Gastrodon.
yeah.
At this point, right now, you're looking at it, and he's trying to make sure that there's an attacker late game, but that's not gonna save him as much as you think it is.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Daniel's game plan is now.
Of
He's
course.
lost his Arcanine, which is gonna be quite impactful.
Especially with
Will-O-Wisp.
his team.
Yeah, especially with this team, especially against the Dynamax. Against Dynamax, Dragapult, that's gonna be a huge issue. But okay, well, that's interesting.
That saved him. The burn saved him. You know, minus 50% of
yes,
the attack.
correct. And with the attack stat drop, that didn't really help him at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, okay, the berry just procs. Yeah, the Algo berry
Berry.
procs.
And there we go. Of course, you know, Daniel hasn't actually had any Dynamax form, so I think it's going to be Mudsdale. And of course, I think he's just stalling the Dynamax form of Dragon Ball so that he could make a comeback with a Dynamax Mudsdale, if that were the case. But right now, I think it's going to be Rotom just doing stuff. Like, it's going to Will-O-Wisp. Definitely the Mudsdale. Don't you think?
Yeah, but he would have to predict a switch, and Daniel has nothing to lose at this point.
Right.
He can't afford to lose the exactly. He can't afford to lose any more Pokemon to make sure that he gets into a better game state from now. Both his Pokemon being burned, it's not something that it just puts him into a timer.
Yeah,
we see Dragon Darts.
It's like it's just delaying the inevitable, you know?
Yeah, as we see Gastrodon going down.
And there we go. Of course, we're going to see now the Mudsdale coming out. Thanks to that, Dragapult taking out the Gastrodon. And then a Thunderbolt into that of the Grimstone. Not going to do enough damage because of the light screen.
Yep. Thunderbolt connecting, but not much actually because of the light screen, and also it just won't do as much right now because now that they've lost Storm Drain, oh god,
And Arcanine as well, you know. And I don't know how I see this is that of course obviously Joshua here still has 2 more Pokemon behind the team along with Rotom and Dragapult, and he can pretty much like he can let any Pokemon that he has right now.
Yeah, exactly. He can let anyone go down right now, and he still have 2 more in the back.
It doesn't matter.
It's a bit hard, but he may be. Yeah, exactly. So now he's gonna use his Dynamax on his most likely Mudsdale. Yeah, most likely Mudsdale. But will this be enough to actually matter? Because if Joshua uses Will-O-Wisp on this Mudsdale, that's nothing he can do at this point.
Right. And there you go. Let's see what's gonna happen right now with the Dynamax Mudsdale out right now.
Well, we see the
Will-O-Wisp.
Yep. Well, I think that's about it.
It's going to go for the Hydro Pump into that of the. Oh wow!
That's definitely the only way to go. But he's going for a Thunderbolt onto the Grimmsnarl, trying to take out his utility Pokemon. Because right now
it doesn't really matter anymore.
Because the thing is, they're too bulky to be taken out, so he can stall them out with damage.
Right.
And Mudsdale has a free attack. Let's see what it goes with. So he might go. Yeah. Okay. Well,
it's burned. So
he's trying to max out his attack as much as he can.
Even if it gets the +1 out of the Mox Knuckle, right? It doesn't really matter right now because it's burned anyway.
Yeah, but we may see a comeback. We're not sure. With 2 healthy Pokemon at the back, we're not sure what Joshua may bring in. It may be the Sand team that he's focused on bringing, but he might bring in the Whimsicott this time around.
Yeah,
to make sure
that's true.
To make sure that he has enough support for the team, because we've seen Dragapult and Rotom wash, right? Yeah, so we see the Tyranitar coming out. Yes, it was a potential backup plan for an attacker late game, with Excadrill potentially being in the back as well. Yeah, but Sandstorm kicking in.
Of course, with Sandstream coming out from the Tyranitar.
Now what can Daniel do? I think it's not much, because now Grimmsnarl only has access to prankster moves and foul play, yes, of course. But yeah, we see a Sweater coming out onto okay. This is why I'm saying this guy, own tempo prevents confusion. Right. But will it be enough to do enough damage at least?
Right, because it's burned as well.
Yes, exactly.
So even if like it gets a lot of like +1 into the attack. Oh, okay.
Yep. So that's the thing. That's what Brick Break does. Brick Break smashes through Reflect and Light Screen. That's something to note. But what will Mudsdale do? He's gonna aim for the Tyranitar. Oh, he's going for the Rotom. Not enough to do enough damage. I think this may be game on Daniel's side. He may not be able to take this one, because we're seeing a Citrus Berry coming back, and he's back to health. Look at that amount of health.
But I mean, it's +3 right now, right?
It's +3, but with the burn, it's just not enough to make a difference, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's see what Daniel has in store. Maybe he could get the RNG.
He may, but there is no RNG at this point. It's just pure damage. Tyranitar is gonna do damage.
Plus, there's still 1 more Pokemon at the back.
Yeah. If Rotom, if Rotom misses Hydro Pump, like okay, well,
it did.
Yeah, but
Mudsdale Crunch, and it's not going to be flinched because it's Dynamax, and now Mox Knuckle +4 right now into that Tyranitar.
It was a good move. He's going for a Tyranitar because he needs to hope that Rotom doesn't take out with the the Hydro Pump. And if Hydro Pump misses like 3 times in a row,
right, and you know, there's a huge chance that it would actually miss because of the weather Sandstorm.
Well, okay, sure, but it doesn't matter, because regardless, if it does hit, it hits. And right now, with the HP gone from the HP buff gone from Dynamax, he may not be able to survive as many attacks as he can. With 150 out of 200, actually that's a good amount of HP. But yeah, Earthquake doing damage on Mudsdale, and actually enough to take it. Yeah, okay, well that's actually almost enough.
Hit coming from the Rotom.
And Hydro Pump actually actually connecting, and obviously taking it out. I think it was a good play from Daniel, trying to survive as much as he can while he's doing as much damage as he can with Max Knuckle.
Look at the Joshua.
And Joshua's,
But hey, the way I saw this game, like it's really just Josh is really dominating. He has the full control of the entire thing.
Yeah,
Not only
yep.
the speed control, but he actually it's like he has the entire game on his palm.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's just I feel like there were a lot of ways that that could have changed the impact. Like Will Wisp was just so it's just something that you should try to avoid, right? It's not wrong. What they did was not wrong. It's just probably try to make sure that you don't send out all physical attackers against
Right.
Will Wisp. You know, and sending out your okay. To be fair, Joshua had a good read on that Will Wisp,
Right.
from the switch in, right?
Of the Gastrodon.
He thought like he doesn't lose anything if he Will Wisps. you
Yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
He won't go on the full offense. He wants to make
Right.
sure that every one of his Pokemon will cripple enough to not matter in the late game. And I think that's why he did really well. That was the key. That was the key. I think that was the key point of the whole battle.
Right. And really, just like I said, he has good reads, he's good predictions and
Yeah.
everything. And the way that he predicted the switch, I think so, because that's why he's going in for the Will-O-Wisp, not going in for the Hydro Pump instead because of the Gastrodon's Storm Drain.
Yep.
So like, really, it's just Joshua's game for the entire thing.
Yeah. He kind of like I believe in the lineup as well, like I've mentioned, the whole entire match was really well balanced, and Sun teams in general
Right.
are so versatile, right? If you lose your frontline attackers, your back end attackers who are probably the Sand users, they just have that comeback factor, right? It's just
Right.
so hard to deal with. And if you lose your Dynamax, sure, but what are you gonna do with the back end? Like, what are you gonna do with Excadrill? What are you gonna do with Tyranitar?
Right.
There's nothing you can do unless you will with both of them. You know?
Well, let's learn more about what happened in our game, and we're going into our winner interview. So let us know what happened.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you, Darren and Gigi. Now we are with Joshua, the winner of our latest round. Okay, so first again, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
You did a really great game earlier. How did you feel during the game?
What I was feel is this kind of team. I have faced it before in a mock battle with my friend, and I just have some Pokemon that I can use to counter the Pokemon like Mudsdale and Grimmsnarl. I don't know. Grimmsnarl right now is a very popular Pokemon, but it's kind of tricky because because it's very popular. You kind of know what he's gonna do. He's setting reflect. He's setting a screen. You kind of know what he was gonna do, and that makes me in kind of advantage situation.
Well, yes, as what the caster had already mentioned before, it was like you had the whole game in your palm. Actually,
Yeah.
it was as if you knew what the opponents were gonna do. All of them, like the moves.
Yeah. Actually, yesterday I don't know what I was gonna do if I face Mudsdale, but thankfully the mock battle give me many insight about what's Mudsdale's gonna do. It's just about you have faced it before, so I think it's gonna do the same thing, like what something that I have faced before.
So because of you had practice before.
Yeah,
with-
against Mudsdale.
That's why you have more like insight about battling against Mudsdale. earlier.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was
Uh,
honestly really great.
Yeah, and if I want to say about my Tyranitar originally don't have a brick break, but after a mocking battle, I kinda have some difficulty with this reflect and light screen, so I changed my superpower and I use brick break instead of superpower, so I can destroy light screen and reflect.
Which is why practice
Yeah.
is basically needed before you go into a
Yeah.
tournament. Well, yes, once again, congratulations to you, Joshua.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, okay, so we are going back to the
Thank you,
caster.
Paul.
Thank you very much, Cherry. And really, it was really interesting that how Joshua answered the questions of Cherry. And we're definitely gonna see more of these action
definitely.
here in Indonesian Open 2020, and we'll be back.
Yeah, we
Don't go
will
away.
be back. Don't go away. Please, please don't go away. Please.
20 tahun, gue pertama main Pokemon itu dari SD, pas kelas 5, berarti sekitar 8 tahun yang lalu. Kenapa mulai main VGC itu sebenarnya karena pengen aja sih terjun ke dunia kompetitif. Sebenarnya sih dari dulu udah pernah main, cuma belum pernah ikut turni-turni kayak gini. Jadi kayaknya mulai Sword and Shield ini gue pengen coba untuk terjun ke VGC 2020. Preparasi sebenarnya gak banyak sih ya, karena gue juga masih baru terjun ke sini. Jadi paling enggak sih cuma ngeliat-ngeliat apa ya, kompetisi-kompetisi, terus match-match yang udah di-upload ke YouTube segala macem, terus belajar dari komunitas juga, banyak yang ngasih saran. Terus kalau misalnya soal bikin tim sih paling nggak breeding gitu-gitu ya. Mulai cari-cari combo-combo yang pas gitu buat tim yang cocok sama playstyle gue, gitu aja sih. Yang menginspirasi gue sebenarnya nggak ada guys, jadi emang bener-bener ini murni keinginan gue pengen terjun ke VGC 2020 tahun ini. Hal yang paling ini ya di-enjoy banget pas main Pokemon itu sebenarnya semuanya sih guys. Jadi mulai dari story-nya, terus dari mekanik gameplaynya, terus dari yang terutama yang paling gue suka sih musik ya. Musik dari game Pokemon tuh suka bikin nostalgia segala macem gitu. Jadi semuanya sebenarnya gue suka. Yang penonton gue suka sih sebenarnya kalau gue ngupload konten Pokemon tentang apa aja ya. Tapi seringnya tuh kalau ngupload konten tentang cerita-cerita, fakta-fakta, top 10, lore tuh mereka pada suka banget. Pokoknya konten apapun tentang Pokemon deh, kalau selain Pokemon mereka kayaknya kurang suka deh. Ya. Pokemon favorit, ini banyak banget sih sebenarnya. Tapi kalau disuruh milih satu, Buzzwole kayaknya. Buzzwole ya nggak ada preferensi khusus sih, karena emang icon gue dari awal Valkro juga emang pakai Buzzwole dan gue suka aja gitu sama bentuknya. Kayak ya gitu aja sih sebenarnya, nggak ada preferensi khusus kok. Goal di Pokemon VGC 2020 yang pastinya pengen have fun aja di sini, bisa ketemu orang-orang baru, nyari pengalaman segala macam, dan buat komunitas Pokemon di Indonesia juga semoga banyak dari kalian yang ikut terjun ke VGC 2020 ya.
didn't tell me where you went. All the messages I sent with no reply. It's like that. You're just gonna walk into my room. I hate how you assume I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain. 'Cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave. 'Cause you are the only one. 'Cause you are the only one. The only one. 'Cause you are the only one. The only There will always be a place for you by my side, day or night. You know that it's killing me. Why do you always leave? It's not right. We don't fight, but I know what you've been through. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain. 'Cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave. 'Cause you are the only one.
Nama saya Hashigi Hanjaya. Saya adalah salah satu pendiri dari PKMN-id, Indonesian Pokemon Community, dan saya juga salah satu dari Stage 2 Pokemon Professor. Jadi dulu awalnya tahun 2013 ada salah satu turnamen terbesar di Indonesia dengan lebih dari 100 peserta. Dan saat itu belum ada komunitas Pokemon yang benar-benar fokus untuk video game championship. Jadi saya berinisiatif untuk membuat komunitas dan membuat turnamen lebih sering. Dari sanalah PKMN-id bermulai. Sekarang dari awalnya hanya video game championship, sekarang kita sudah ada event untuk trading card game, video game championship tentunya, dan juga Pokemon Tournament. Apa yang membuat kita bisa menjadi Pokemon Professor? Yang pasti tentunya kita Professor punya 4 core value. Salah satunya yang saya paling suka adalah integritas. Jadi kita harus, walaupun kita harus dekat dengan komunitas, sebagai community leader kita harus dekat dengan komunitas, tapi tentunya kita juga harus memiliki integritas dalam turnamen. Pengalaman jasa saya balik ke tahun 2014, dari dulu sudah sekitar 6 tahun yang lalu. Saya pernah judge di Indonesia, pernah juga di Jakarta dan Bandung tentunya. But mostly karena semua turnamen yang ada di Indonesia saya yang buat atau saya yang organize. Kalau di luar negeri saya pernah paling sering, biasanya tiap tahun saya ke Kuala Lumpur di Malaysia, dan juga ke Australia, pernah di Melbourne, pernah di Sydney, dan yang paling terakhir kemarin saya baru dari Washington DC untuk judge di Poker World Championship. Saya suka banget melihat ada komunitas Pokemon. Dari dasarnya memang saya suka Pokemon, tapi dengan komunitas yang begitu berkembang, mereka butuh sebuah wadah untuk menjadi player yang kompetitif, untuk menjadi pro player di dalam Pokemon, khususnya video game championship ini. Saya ingin membantu mereka, dan tentunya yang pasti tidak lupa untuk bersenang-senang. Saya merasa bangga. Saya adalah asisten head judge waktu itu untuk Poker World Championship 2019 di Washington DC untuk bagian junior dan senior division. Goal saya untuk komunitas ini supaya semakin berkembang dan dapat memberikan yang terbaik untuk komunitas, memberikan yang terbaik untuk bagi para player-player, tentunya khususnya untuk yang player kompetitif, agar mereka dapat bertanding dan membawa nama Indonesia harum di kancah internasional.
Gue umur 20 tahun, gue pertama main Pokemon itu dari SD, pas kelas 5, berarti sekitar 8 tahun yang lalu. Kenapa mulai main VGC itu sebenarnya karena pengen aja sih terjun ke dunia kompetitif. Sebenarnya sih dari dulu udah pernah main, cuma belum pernah ikut turni-turni kayak gini. Jadi kayaknya mulai Sword and Shield ini gue pengen coba untuk terjun ke VGC 2020. Preparasi sebenarnya gak banyak sih ya, karena gue juga masih baru terjun ke sini. Jadi paling enggak sih cuma ngeliat-ngeliat kompetisi-kompetisi, terus match-match yang udah di-upload ke YouTube segala macem, terus belajar dari komunitas juga, banyak yang ngasih saran. Terus kalau misalnya soal bikin tim sih paling nggak breeding gitu-gitu ya, mulai cari-cari combo-combo yang pas gitu buat tim yang cocok sama playstyle gue, gitu aja sih. Yang menginspirasi gue sebenarnya nggak ada guys, jadi emang bener-bener ini murni keinginan gue pengen terjun ke VGC 2020 tahun ini. Hal yang paling ini ya di-enjoy banget pas main Pokemon itu sebenarnya semuanya sih guys. Jadi mulai dari story-nya, terus dari mekanik gameplaynya, terus dari yang terutama yang paling gue suka sih musik ya. Musik dari game Pokemon tuh suka bikin nostalgia segala macem gitu. Jadi semuanya sebenarnya gue suka. Yang penonton gue suka sih sebenarnya kalau gue ngupload konten Pokemon tentang apa aja ya. Tapi seringnya tuh kalau ngupload konten tentang cerita-cerita, fakta-fakta, top 10, lore tuh mereka pada suka banget. Pokoknya konten apapun tentang Pokemon deh, kalau selain Pokemon mereka kayaknya kurang suka deh. Ya. Pokemon favorit, ini banyak banget sih sebenarnya. Tapi kalau disuruh milih satu, Buzzwole kayaknya. Buzzwole ya nggak ada preferensi khusus sih, karena emang icon gue dari awal Valkro juga emang pakai Buzzwole, dan gue suka aja gitu sama bentuknya. Kayak ya gitu aja sih sebenarnya, nggak ada preferensi khusus kok. Goal di Pokemon VGC 2020 yang pastinya pengen have fun aja di sini, bisa ketemu orang-orang baru, nyari pengalaman segala macam, dan buat komunitas Pokemon di Indonesia juga semoga banyak dari kalian yang ikut terjun ke VGC 2020 ya.
Gue Taufik, gue salah satu VGC player di Indo, dan gue juga kadang-kadang merangkap sebagai staff PKMN-id, dan gue juga punya YouTube channel namanya TV Chaneru, dan itu kadang gue upload beberapa ranked match dan juga konten-konten VGC lainnya. Pertama kali saya play VGC itu tahun 2016 ya. Waktu itu saya baru dapat pertama kali konsol pertama saya seumur hidup, yaitu Nintendo 3DS XL, dan ternyata dilihat-lihat seru juga nih Pokemon ada kompetitifnya, karena dari dulu saya memang pengen mencari suatu game kompetitif tapi yang mainnya sendiri gitu, nggak tim-timan. Dan saya lihat Pokemon ini menarik karena memang dari dulu juga saya sudah sangat suka Pokemon. Iya, jadi pertamanya saya memang suka ikut komunitas-komunitas gitu, dan pada akhirnya saya ikut bantu di PKMN-id untuk ngisi, untuk bantu-bantu ya ngadain turnamen dan sebagainya. Dan dulu saya juga sempat main Dota 2 gitu ya, dan saya benar-benar suka. Waktu itu ada caster namanya Justin Case ya, itu benar-benar jadi idola saya, dan saya pengen banget jadi caster, cuma kayaknya kalau Dota saya nggak sanggup. Dan ternyata di sini ada VGC dan saya bisa mencoba untuk melatih keinginan saya untuk melakukan shotcasting di VGC ini gitu. Kalau playstyle saya sih bisa dibilang orang-orang defensif ya kalau kata orang-orang, karena saya biasanya berlindung di balik cermin-cermin dan ya jalan belakangan tapi outlive lawannya, dan kadang-kadang suka dibilang nyebelin sampai ada yang rela buat bikin tim untuk counter saya sendiri. Kalau ditanya antara komentator sama main sih susah ya, karena dua-duanya buat saya enjoyable dan ada trade off-nya sendiri. Kalau main biasanya rada-rada stres gitu pas nyiapin timnya, dan juga kalau kalah rada stres, cuma pas menang tuh kayak lebih payoff-nya lebih gede. Kalau casting mungkin lebih santai gitu, dan menurut saya selama saya enjoy dua-duanya ngapain harus dibandingin. Kalau bermain sih lebih banyak persiapannya ya, dan ya belum persiapan kayak harus latihan berhari-hari, biasanya saya gitu sih. Dan sementara kalau casting mungkin lebih banyak nonton dan belajar teori. Jadi untuk casting persiapannya sih menurut saya lebih agak nyantai ya, walaupun nggak bisa nyantai juga sih. Tapi kalau main tuh memang ada perasaan yang lebih menantang, yang lebih adrenalin begitu. Kalau rival sendiri sih nggak bisa dibilang ada ya, karena ya saya siapapun yang datang ngelawan aja. Cuma kalau untuk kayak suka bandingin achievement, saya biasanya sama yang namanya M. Hafiz Syahril dan juga Endro Lukmanto, karena kami sering main bareng dan sering berangkat ke luar negeri juga bareng, mulai aktif di komunitas juga startnya bareng, jadi kayaknya cukup adil untuk nge-compare kami bertiga. Cuma satu, have fun.
Hello guys, welcome back to PKMN-id Open 2020. Right now, my name is Hashigi Anjay, and with me, my other friend, with my other best friend, Taufik Wiradharmo, which we usually call him by Piku.
Hello. Yeah, it's been a pretty long day, but we're now in the sixth round, right?
Yeah, we're in the sixth round, the second last Swiss round that we're going to have here. So I think today we'll be having a total of 7 rounds and top 16 cut. For the tournament, we have a best of 1 for the Swiss round, and then we have a best of 3 for the top cut. So how do you feel about the tournament so far?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy to see that the number of players turn out really big, especially given that usually the player is a bit low in the last season. So given the number in this tournament is really give me optimism, for the community, of course, to grow even more in this, especially in this format, VGC 2020.
Yeah, guys, right. Before we continue, I would like to thank for all our supports, of course, especially the trainers that have come for today's tournament and all the viewers at home. But we might want to make special mentions to these names for our sponsors. We like to thank Pro Market, PS Enterprise, and also Donburi Ichiya, and also our strategic partner, Trainer Tower, Esports ID, GGWP.id, Hybrid, Esports Nesia, Metaco GG Revival TV, AMTV.id, and also last but not least is Pokemon Figure Indonesia Community.
Yeah, and we have seen various kind of teams. We have seen like Grimsnarl, Legging Tail. There's the Matsdale as well, but sadly the Matsdale lost on the previous round, right?
Yeah. I think we can go to the statistics shortly before going on to the tournament. As we see, I mean, as you guys have saw before, the number of Whimsicott is actually surprisingly very high.
Yeah, because Whimsicott is really a premium support. Like we have it, but it doesn't. We don't really have any dominating Pokemon like over 50%. But yeah, Whimsicott is a really premium support with the possibility of combo with Arcanine, with Beat Up, and of course Tailwind, and pretty offensive with the kind of Moonblast, which is able to damage the likes like Dragapult and of course Dracovish.
Yep.
Usually some of them even play modest to 5-2 special attack. And we also there's the Dragapult one, which is the fastest Pokemon I believe in this format if I recall correctly. And of course there's another premium support, Togekiss and Grimsnarl. Yeah, so it's pretty expected on the top usage statistic over there.
And I've never. Do I miss or we have never seen the Togekiss before on the
Oh,
stream?
the first round we featured Togekiss, I think from Dielin, but
Okay.
didn't had the chance to do a lot,
lot of
of
things.
a lot of things because it was pretty late in the game and
Okay.
the Togekiss was too short. It did yawn to the one of Adrian's Pokemon, but it didn't. It ended up didn't matter because Adrian was really on the commanding position already.
Right, and also on the 4th and the 5th, we have like 2 Pokemon stage, Duraludon and also Grimmsnarl,
Yeah.
which is totally very interesting.
Even the Grimmsnarl mirror on the round 4, if I
Yeah,
recall
round
correctly,
4.
or Octavian Jason versus Aldrich.
Aldrich,
right?
yeah, that was very actually very great match, I would say, in terms of but I feel that, as Darren has said before, the team was very high offensive power. And I think without further ado, we will go to our next match, which is Marcel Aditya, which right now has a score of 4-1 against Williams Harley with the same score of 4-1.
Yeah, we have Marcel Aditya, with relatively new players. I've never seen him in a tournament for the last 3 years, if I recall correctly. So it's really good to see like new players performing really well. For
Yep.
one, which is really close to the guarantee the top card, because Williams Harley is pretty.
He never joined tournaments, okay? He
I
never
would
joined
like to say that
tournaments.
he's pretty strange because he rarely joins tournament. But actually, he has helped a lot of players, Indonesian players such as Andrew Lukmanto, Muhammad Hafiz Syahril. They usually team build together. So yeah, even though Williams rarely show in tournament, they of course he of course have the knowledge of those players participating.
Yeah. He bell a lot. He team built a lot. He
Yeah.
also do what we call by showdowning a lot.
Yep.
In terms of battling each other with other pro players like Hafiz Syahril, Andrew Lukmanto, as you said before. And I believe he also practices with you, right? Sometimes.
I'm not really the type that usually
Okay,
practice.
you practice
I
already.
later but versus station victory station only.
But yeah, Marcel Aditya, I'm very happy for him to be on the stage right now.
And also, William is also performing really well 4-on-1. So basically, when you keep training, even though you don't join tournament, you can still like keep learning even though you're not joining tournaments, right?
Yeah, definitely a very interesting, something very interesting to be see, right? In terms of the tournament today, I'm very happy with the turnout. We have a total of 110 players. And without further ado, let's go to the game. We'll see the leads of from Marcel Aditya, which has the IGN Magna, with Hydreigon, Arcanine, Jellicent, Rhyperior, Vertorn, Togekiss, and also Kira, which is Williams Harley, is playing a very interesting team with Torkoal, Charizard, Dusclops, Rhyperior, Butterfree, and also Gastrodon.
So both teams seems like can take advantage of the trick room. We have the setter on Williams' side. There's the Dusclops, and Marcel has the Jellicent. Usually Hydreigon is scarf, so he might want to lead Hydreigon take out the biggest threat. But there's also the Butterfree from Williams Harley, as we know that Butterfree usually having a focus sash and try to just spread the status move like Sleep Powder, or even maybe as even a Giant Max Butterfree, you can just try to the Max GB Fuddle and really,
Try to
mess up with the strategy of Marcel, because you
Yeah, with
cannot
the-
really know. You
is
cannot
it
really
sleep?
know. Yeah, sleep, paralysis, or poison.
Yep. And also not to mention that Butterfree was one of the Pokemons, the G-Max Pokemon that's actually rarely seen.
Yeah.
Right, it's pretty rarely seen, but moving on to the game, I'll be very interested to see what the Butterfree can do in this game. And right now we're going on to the Swiss round 6 between Marcel Aditya and Williams Harley. We see right now that Williams Harley with a female character throwing 2 Beast Ball with a shiny Butterfree and also Charizard, while Jellicent and Togekiss is being sent out by Marcel.
So this might be a good time to Trick Room, because you can just follow me and also Trick Room. Because we can see that Butterfree and Charizard are usually on the faster side than the field. But it depends though whether Marcel is predicting something behind Williams' bench. He might just having a Torkoal. If he called that Trick Room correctly, and Torkoal might switch in and try to take advantage of the Trick Room, which has been set by Marcel Aditya.
Yep, and so right now, Charizard is actually being decided to be gone back to his team, sending out Rhyperior probably predicting, and the sleep powder actually going onto the Togekiss without any follow me. Going to connect onto the Togekiss and sending out to sleep. That's the sleep first turn, and the Trick Room is up. And the Rhyperior is out as well. I think it's a very good turn for William.
Yeah, because William finally be able to take advantage of the Trick Room better, but you have to take note that Jellicent also have the possibility of the like of Strength Sap. So
yep.
Because you don't want to really target it with the water attack, because you know Rhyperior might Dynamax and activate its weakness policy.
Yep.
And the really good thing is the Togekiss is asleep now and still have. Oh, it might wake up on the next turn though, because
Yep.
it has taken one turn of sleep. But let's just see. Togekiss can of course redirect things, but the point is I think
Try to redirect.
don't activate. Oh, but it's
Actually Swords Dance, and we see that Rhyperior is actually the fastest Pokemon without Dynamax yet. And Togekiss actually walk up and do yawn onto the bar free.
Free. Interesting.
Great get Dowsy, and Barfree uses Sleep Powder once again onto the Jellicent.
Oh, the Jellicent Trick Room. Jellicent tried to reverse the Trick Room because it moves the last. So
yeah,
actually
yeah.
Marcel tried to reverse the Trick Room. So this is gonna be really big because actually the Trick Room is still intact. Togekiss, it will be one hit KO by a max Rockfall.
Yep.
And now it's a +2. So I'm kind of surprised that he really wanted to reverse the Trick Room that turn. Maybe it is regarding the Pokemon Marcel's behind his back.
Yep, and Barfree is being sent back, doesn't want to get into sleep. After the attack, Torkoal is sent out, probably taking out it's one of the free set Pokemon to be sent out right now, as Jellicent is asleep. Rock Slide is going to connect onto both of these two Pokemon, knocking out the Togekiss and do tons of damage onto the Jellicent. Jellicent is still snoozing around with Air Slash on the Togekiss, connect onto the Torkoal and did good amount of damage.
Oh, that was really good because the Togekiss actually didn't use Yawn to the Rhyperior, so the Rhyperior can safely Dynamax this turn, because I think Williams hesitated a bit to Dynamax because of the Yawn, because if you Yawn that turn, then he gonna waste a one turn of Dynamax. So I think that's really good thing from William. Of course, you want to switch out the Butterfree because he has been Yawn, and Torkoal takes advantage of the Trick Room better. And now with the double target, it's gonna be pretty good.
Right, because of the minus damage, he doesn't want to go for the Eruption and decides to go for the Heat Wave instead. And Rhyperior decides to go for another Rock Slide, connects onto the Jellicent and knocking it out. And Williams is ahead of two Pokemon against Marcel.
So we're gonna see the last two Pokemon from ourselves. It might be a fast Pokemon because we could see that the wanting to reverse the Trick Room. Oh, one is actually Ferrothorn, so it's pretty okay.
But in terms of looking at the typing of Ferrothorn, it's not the best. Oh, okay, Trick Room is one more turn up.
Still have one more Trick Room. Ferrothorn should be. Oh, which one is the slowest? I'm not sure whether Ferrothorn or Torkoal is the lowest. I think
Torkoal was the lowest one. Ferrothorn, I believe it's 30.
Yeah, I think Torkoal is around 20, right?
Yeah,
Around 20.
Torkoal
So
is 20.
probably you want to protect in this turn. Oh, just reach the Torkoal.
Doesn't want to do any damage, and Barfree is being sent out.
Oh, because the next turn is the Trick Room is already up, so I
Yep.
think it's kind of okay.
Fairly interesting choice. We haven't seen any Dynamax yet for Marcel, and Williams decides to go for the first Dynamax in this game with the Rhyperior. With that +2 attack, it surely is a monster and worst nightmare for Marcel in this game.
Well, it's interesting because it's really good because you don't want to get one hit KO by a Ferrothorn, right? You have to play safe, and with the Dynamax, with the double HP, it's pretty safe just to face Ferrothorn with that kind of thing, because you can still hit the Ferrothorn neutrally with Max Ground.
And Marcel decides to retaliate with his own Dynamax Rhyperior. We see the number of HP is actually the same.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
And
because,
Ferrothorn decides to go for Protect, doesn't want to get any damage, probably from the Torkoal before, but decides to go for the Max Quake from the Rhyperior onto Marcel's Rhyperior, not going to be enough to knock it out, but a huge chunk amount of damage. And Rhyperior, Marcel's Rhyperior is really hurt.
But it might activate the weakness policy, and actually, William, I don't know whether William's Rhyperior is lower, or it might be a speed tie also.
Yep. But the max rockfall is going to be big if it's actually hitting onto the bar free and knocking it out with the sandstorm. I don't sure if it's actually Williams' plan to sack the bar free out or it's actually a great prediction by
I think it's
Marcel.
pretty okay to sack the Battlefield because you cannot sleep out the fair turn, right?
Yep.
So
And
sleep
also the
out
matchup was not very good against Rapier as well, right?
Yeah, of course. So he might want to save the Torkoal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Marcel also want to knock out the Torkoal first because the Torkoal is a really big threat to Fairthorn. Meanwhile, Fairthorn might be able to stall until the Dynamax is done, and 1v1 versus Fairthorn, I think. Versus Rhyperior, I'm sorry.
I think this is a very interesting one. He decides to go back, send back the Torkoal to save the Sun. It's a very great play by William, and right now, Rapier, the Trick Room is up, so probably William's Pokemon is the last two Pokemons, and need to survive from this Dynamax weakness
But
policy
again,
activated.
there might fall to speed tie. We haven't known yet. The HP seems similar, so it might be a similar spread.
Yep.
Oh, but actually,
back Rockfall from. Okay, so pretty sure can confirm.
Yeah, there's 2 times Marcel's Rhyperior going first. So that's pretty interesting.
Right, so setting up the Sandstorm once again, and right now should be Fairthorn should be moving next. Oh no, okay, sorry. Max Quake is actually moving next again from Williams, knocking out the Rhyperior, and right now there's still one more turn of from the Rhyperior, and also Marcel is left with his last Pokemon, the Fairthorn.
Yeah, that's pretty good because you take out the Rhyperior. Your Rhyperior is already +2. Meanwhile, Fairthorn won't be able to knock out the Rhyperior, and it will just activate the weakness policy.
Okay, yeah.
It's surprising that he's actually using a gyro ball because you want to hit with that grass attack to at least, I think, you can take out half of the HP because usually a normal Rhyperior can be one hit KO by a power whip. So that's interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting right now because I think that's a game set and match. Fairthorn decides to go for Protect, decides to stall one more turn, going for the chipping, try to get any advantage if they actually meet again in the next, on the top cut probably. The Max Quake is going to be hit because it cannot be protected, and also raises the both special defense from Charizard and also Rhyperior. And right now, Charizard is the best Pokemon to counter Fairthorn in this game and get Williams Harley his 5th win in this round.
Yeah, Williams really take into account on what Pokemon he has in the bag. So given that he actually has a Charizard, so yeah, let's knock out the Rhyperior first. Rhyperior is really good, big threat to the Charizard, and of course, it's already activated his weakness policy. And actually, the timing of the weakness policy is really good because he sacked his Pokemon that already has done their job, right?
Yep.
So, and then he knocked out on the next turn. So it's pretty good timing for the weakness policy. Oh, double protect.
Double protect is actually going for Marcel, but
it's pretty okay to like research. Oh, so now it has been revealed that it's a high horsepower, not earthquake. So that's a really good stall to just know more about the opposing team.
Yep. Probably giving information to his friend is going to probably meet Williams Harley on the next round.
A possibility, of
that's a possibility. There's possibility of those kind of plays as well in these kind of tournaments where you have friends going together, playing together, and try to get as many as information as possible for your friend when they met up with your previous opponent. And so that's round 6. Williams Harley won the set and won the game. And what do you think about the game?
I think the problem is Marcel was not really prepared to take advantage of the Trick Room right away because he has a Togekiss. Togekiss is not the slowest Pokemon. And one thing is that he tried to reverse the Trick Room. Meanwhile, he actually has a pretty slow Pokemon in the back. So I think the reverse was not really that crucial because he can try to maybe strength sap the Rhyperior to lower its attack or even maybe chip it, and then the Fairthorn can take it out on the next turn. Yeah, I think it's just about the Trick Room, which has not been
effective.
Yeah, effective for the
total game. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're saying that Marcel is not very effective in his game plan, But from what I see, Williams really maximizing on the chance, maximizing on the opponent's game plan, and he just retaliates. He just counter attack back in the best way possible, in my opinion.
Yeah, of course. Without discrediting William, William also played really good with the switch, and well,
The Torkoal,
it,
yeah.
it seems that
The Rhyperior, the
yeah,
Torkoal.
it seems that my opponent will do the trick room, so I just switch out on the first turn and put in my trick room sweeper. And with the Swords Dance, of course, Swords Dance is one thing that we have recently been seeing in Rhyperior. I think first time I saw it was like in Shoma Honami's team during the Worlds Invitational,
Yep.
if I recall correctly. And during that time, I was like asking, why do you want a Sword Dance? You have weakness policy, but it's actually really good because you don't have to rely on activating your weakness
Yes.
policy.
Where
And of
people
course,
actually usually expect that you have a weakness policy, right?
Yep, yep.
So you don't want to hit one of the famous or common counters onto Rhyperior weakness policy is just to max ruin them and
Yep.
reducing the attack. But actually, if you have the Swords Dance, you can still do tons of damage.
yeah, that's good that you mentioned max worm win. I usually like kind of forget that the opposing Pokemon has max worm win and it lowers your attack. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's a really good mention that. Yeah, and I think.
Right, I think that's it from the analysis right now. We are ready to interview Williams Harley. So, Cherry, you can take it away.
Okay, thank you for Hashegi and Piku. Now we are with the winner of our latest round.
Thank you.
Yeah, like congratulations! I would like to congratulate you first. Come on.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm still so nervous about that game, you know.
So you were actually no. You actually looked like you were relaxing the whole game.
Yeah. I may look relaxed back then, but actually, I'm actually very nervous about the game because when the Togekiss woke up in the second turn, I was really nervous if the Togekiss would yawn my Rhyperior, because if the Togekiss yawn my Rhyperior, it would mean a lot to my momentum. So I would have to switch out the Rhyperior or play very risky. So yeah, I was very nervous. And about the sweep, also when I was trying to sweep with the Rhyperior, I'm also trying to predict my opponent's movements. Like when he tried to target my Torkoal, so I'm trying to get the Charizard in the back so that it can attack either the Rhyperior later on, my opponent's Rhyperior, or his Ferrothorn, because I know my Charizard would be the key of the game. So I must play very carefully to play around the Rhyperior, which is faster than my Rhyperior, and to prevent the Charizard from being knocked out.
Oh yeah, but the Charizard was actually your key Pokemon, but it
Yeah.
came out in the end.
Yeah, of course. At first, I will lead with Charizard Butterfree. I think I can't forget. I think I lead with Charizard Butterfree. At first, I thought my Marcel would probably lead with something fast, like probably the Hydreigon or something, so that because I think that Marcel would anticipate me to bring my Dusclops,
Oh,
because
yeah.
so that preventing the Trick Room. When he revealed that he carried Togekiss and Jellicent on the first turn, I was really nervous, because I have to play very carefully, especially around the Togekiss. I don't know if the Togekiss maybe will double target, maybe Jellicent and Togekiss double target my Butterfree. So yeah, there was I think the most scary turn for me is probably the first turn.
Oh, the first turn.
Yeah, the first turn when
most likely when the Togekiss woke up and
yeah,
said,
and the second turn also of
Oh,
the first
yeah.
and second turn. And on the second turn, I also have to play very risky by Swords Dance my Rhyperior, because I predict that he would switch out, but I don't know that his Jellicent would try to Trick Room again.
Oh yeah, so you didn't expect that one, but it turned
Yeah.
out that way.
Yeah.
Oh, so were you actually confident about your team earlier?
Actually, this team is complete like 2 days before, or 2 or 3 days before this
Oh,
tournament.
okay.
I was playing around teams a lot. At first, I want to use Gudra, especially after trying Gudra myself and watching Taufik's video where he used Gudra.
Oh.
And I think it's very interesting. It has a lot of coverage, but when I tried it, it just fails, So I have to switch teams around. And when I try to settle with this team, with the Sun team that I'm currently using, it's around the same time when Wolfie Glick have the invitational for the Super Smash Bros. Players, and it's actually the composition is exactly the same as Ludwig's team, which is who won the tournament. But I switched some items because, to suit my own preference.
Oh, I see. So you actually took references.
Yeah, I took some team and then at first I'm using some team, but after watching the team, I think it's very interesting and I take it and I adjust some of the items, the moves, the EV spreads.
Okay, so well, that's a little advice for you guys to actually maybe if you're newbie players, you might want to take references from pro players for your team. So okay, once again, we would like to congratulate you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations for the win. And now we're going back to the caster.
Thank you, Ria, and also congratulations once again to Williams Harley. That was a very, very explained and long
And
interview.
I got a shout out.
Yeah, you got
I
a
got
shout out
for the Gudra. Wow.
So you're happy.
Thank you, Williams.
But I haven't seen any Morgram today. I'm pretty sad.
That's just a kind of meme,
I mean, I was kind of expecting when you're on the pre-invitation, I'll use the Morgram. I was like,
but we have a lot of
probably-
Grimsnarl anyway today.
yeah, I mean, the Grimstyle actually plays fourth, right, in terms of statistics. So it's pretty interesting. Once again, a very great game by Williams Harley. Also, great game by Marcel
Aditya.
Marcel Aditya, yeah, definitely. Once again, before we actually sign out, we will just wanna say to you guys, please, we do have several social medias that you guys can follow. We have our YouTube, we have our Facebook, we have also our own website. So you guys can tune in down on our youtube.com/c/PKMN-id and go subscribe it. We have tons of contents for VGC event in Indonesia there. We also have facebook.com/PKMN-id, which host all our information and all our latest updates regarding the community, whether it's a video game championship, trading card game, or even our Pokemon informations. And also, not to mention, the last one was pkmn-id.com, which is all of our tournaments. And not lastly, if you guys want to mention any shoutouts to us or anything share about this event, don't forget to use the hashtag PKMN-id 2020. So I think that's it from we right now. We'll be going to the last round of Swiss, which is the 7th round. I'll be signing out for now with Piku, and we'll see you guys back in a minute.
Let's sing a song full of hope, full of pain. Why don't you sing along, my friend? For it's our last refrain. Forever young, ever strong, ever brave. Memories like this never end. No, they don't fade away. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on. And I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Close to the sun. Here's to the ones who let shine through the rain, the ones who stood for something more. We won't forget your names. The tide is high, say goodbye, we're setting sail, and all those midnight secrets told, we'll take them to the grave. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on. And I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun.
Halo, nama saya Hashigi Hanjaya. Saya adalah salah satu pendiri dari PKMN-id, Indonesian Pokemon Community, dan saya juga salah satu dari Stage 2 Pokemon Professor. Jadi dulu awalnya tahun 2013 ada salah satu turnamen terbesar di Indonesia dengan lebih dari 100 peserta. Dan saat itu belum ada komunitas Pokemon yang benar-benar fokus untuk video game championship. Jadi saya berinisiatif untuk membuat komunitas dan membuat turnamen lebih sering. Dari sanalah PKMN-id bermulai. Sekarang dari awalnya hanya video game championship, sekarang kita sudah ada event untuk trading card game, video game championship tentunya, dan juga Pokemon Tournament. Apa yang membuat kita bisa menjadi Pokemon Professor? Yang pasti tentunya kita Professor punya 4 core value. Salah satunya yang saya paling suka adalah integritas. Jadi kita harus, walaupun kita harus dekat dengan komunitas, sebagai community leader kita harus dekat dengan komunitas, tapi tentunya kita juga harus memiliki integritas dalam turnamen. Pengalaman jasa saya balik ke tahun 2014, dari dulu sudah sekitar 6 tahun yang lalu. Saya pernah judge di Indonesia, pernah juga di Jakarta dan Bandung tentunya. But mostly karena semua turnamen yang ada di Indonesia saya yang buat atau saya yang organize. Kalau di luar negeri saya pernah paling sering, biasanya tiap tahun saya ke Kuala Lumpur di Malaysia, dan juga ke Australia, pernah di Melbourne, pernah di Sydney, dan yang paling terakhir kemarin saya baru dari Washington DC untuk judge di Pokemon Championship. Saya suka banget melihat ada komunitas Pokemon. Dari dasarnya memang saya suka Pokemon. tapi dengan komunitas yang begitu berkembang, mereka butuh sebuah wadah untuk menjadi player yang kompetitif, untuk menjadi pro player di dalam Pokemon, khususnya video game championship ini. Saya ingin membantu mereka dan tentunya yang pasti tidak lupa untuk bersenang-senang. Saya merasa bangga. Saya adalah asisten head judge waktu itu untuk Pokemon World Championship 2019 di Washington DC untuk bagian junior dan senior division. Goal saya untuk komunitas ini supaya semakin berkembang dan dapat memberikan yang terbaik untuk komunitas, memberikan yang terbaik untuk bagi para player-player, tentunya khususnya untuk yang player kompetitif, agar mereka dapat bertanding dan membawa nama Indonesia harum di kancah internasional.
Gue umur 20 tahun, gue pertama main Pokemon itu dari SD, pas kelas 5, berarti sekitar 8 tahun yang lalu. Kenapa mulai main VGC itu sebenarnya karena pengen aja sih terjun ke dunia kompetitif. Sebenarnya sih dari dulu udah pernah main, cuma belum pernah ikut turni-turni kayak gini. Jadi kayaknya mulai Sword and Shield ini gue pengen coba untuk terjun ke VGC 2020. Preparasi sebenarnya gak banyak sih ya, karena gue juga masih baru terjun ke sini. Jadi paling enggak sih cuma ngeliat-ngeliat kompetisi-kompetisi, terus match-match yang udah di-upload ke YouTube segala macem, terus belajar dari komunitas juga, banyak yang ngasih saran. Terus kalau misalnya soal bikin tim sih paling nggak breeding gitu-gitu ya, mulai cari-cari combo-combo yang pas gitu buat tim yang cocok sama playstyle gue, gitu aja sih. Yang menginspirasi gue sebenarnya nggak ada guys, jadi emang bener-bener ini murni keinginan gue pengen terjun ke VGC 2020 tahun ini. Hal yang paling ini ya di-enjoy banget pas main Pokemon itu sebenarnya semuanya sih guys. Jadi mulai dari story-nya, terus dari mekanik gameplaynya, terus dari yang terutama yang paling gue suka sih musik ya. Musik dari game Pokemon tuh suka bikin nostalgia segala macem gitu. Jadi semuanya sebenarnya gue suka. Yang penonton gue suka sih sebenarnya kalau gue ngupload konten Pokemon tentang apa aja ya. Tapi seringnya tuh kalau ngupload konten tentang cerita-cerita, fakta-fakta, top 10, lore tuh mereka pada suka banget. Pokoknya konten apapun tentang Pokemon deh, kalau selain Pokemon mereka kayaknya kurang suka deh. Ya. Pokemon favorit, ini banyak banget sih sebenarnya. Tapi kalau disuruh milih satu, Buzzwole kayaknya. Buzzwole ya nggak ada preferensi khusus sih, karena emang icon gue dari awal Valkro juga emang pakai Buzzwole dan gue suka aja gitu sama bentuknya. Kayak ya gitu aja sih sebenarnya, nggak ada preferensi khusus kok. Goal di Pokemon VGC 2020 yang pastinya pengen have fun aja di sini, bisa ketemu orang-orang baru, nyari pengalaman segala macam, dan buat komunitas Pokemon di Indonesia juga semoga banyak dari kalian yang ikut terjun ke VGC 2020 ya.
Hello and welcome back to the stream of PKMN-id Open 2020. We're back live again in Wisma 46 in Jakarta. I am Darren, and with me my analyst.
Hello, I'm Piku here again.
There we go. So we're actually in our final Swiss round, actually. Yeah, I think after this we'll be going to Top Cut, right? So throughout this whole 6 rounds, what do you think is the meta call right now?
I'm not sure. The teams that were on stream was kind of varied. There were a lot of varieties, but I don't know. Maybe you want to bring some brick due to the due to the Grimmsnarls flying around.
Too many Grimmsnarls. We actually saw Whimsicott being one of the most used, right?
But Whimsicott, you cannot really counter that. I think you don't prepare specially like for Whimsicott, right?
It's something you can just do.
Yeah.
You can counter it, right?
You just play around that, play around the tailwind. Yeah.
Oh yeah. But that's the thing, like, you know, Whimsicott, even though we've seen like a huge percentage, we haven't actually seen Whimsicott in action, right?
That's interesting. We have not been having a Whimsicott in the stream.
Yeah, we have actually only seen Grimmsnarl a lot more, actually.
Yeah, that's why I call that. Gotta bring some brick, man.
Yeah, yep.
Seems that the top table is having a lot of Grimmsnarl.
Yeah.
It seems.
Yeah. Okay, well, so we're looking at the players. We are looking at Andrew Loic-Manto and Ivan Firmansyah. So from what I know, Andrew is one of the more established players that we've seen so far. He is a great player overall. But Taufik, have you ever like, you know, have you ever played against him?
Oh, Andrew, of course. We have been matched in various tournaments, and Yeah, one of it and during a semi-final or during the top 8 in a Malaysian PC, and I beat him, so he finished in a top 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andrew has been attending a lot of international tournaments. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ivan Firmansyah, if I recall correctly, I've never seen his name yet on the previous past 3 years. So this might be a new player venturing, and I'm really happy to see that the new players getting really high score on the table. It's 5-1 for both players, so a winner guaranteed for a top cut. Meanwhile, the loser have to pray for a bubble,
Yeah.
good bubble.
Yeah. But it's still a very high chance to go into top 16. You know, I think it's I think it's actually where I think this whole event has actually brought more new players in, and actually we've actually underestimated the potential that these new players have had. I at the start of this whole thing, I said that experience will take all, but at this point, we may see an equal par. You know?
Yeah, and also the interesting is it's not only in Indonesia, like all around the world, like new players are really coming in, especially some of even returning players because of the easiness to enter the competitive in the 8th generation of Pokemon.
Especially this generation, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, we're entering the game now, and as we can see on Andrew's side, we have a Dragapult, Mimikyu, Realm Wash, Duraludon, Grimmsnarl, and Corviknight, while on the right side we have Ivan having a Dusclops, Indeedee, Snorlax, Rhyperior, Torkoal, and Scrafty. Now, Piku, when you look at Ivan's team, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
Trick Room, of course. Because we know that that's pretty slow Pokemon and guarantees he really depends on the Trick Room. Meanwhile, on the Andrew side, he has Mimikyu. Mimikyu may have Trick Room, but given all the Pokemons are pretty much fast on the fast side, so he might not bring Trick Room, or maybe he bring Trick Room just to counter the Trick Room team.
It's a good utility against Trick Room, right? It may be an answer, like a late game answer for them.
And of course, Mimikyu also have the possibility of a fast Will-O-Wisp, and it's pretty good because we know that Scrafty, Snorlax, and of course Rhyperior is a physical attacker, physical attacker, so the burn might come in really handy on the time.
Yep. I understand what you mean. Will-O-Wisp has been so strong these few games. We've seen how it made an impact against Mudsdale. We've seen how the late game attackers can't take any knockouts because of the damage reduction from burn.
Yeah, because the meta is really much focused on physical. There's much more physical attackers in this meta.
Yeah, I get it. So now we're kicking off the final Swiss round of PKMN-id Open 2020 before top cut of top 16. Now we see what are they gonna lead. I think it's gonna be yep, okay. Oh. Right, so Ivan leads out with Dusclops and Scrafty. Now Dusclops with Eviolite makes it bulky as heck.
Yeah,
and with excess Trick Room, it's really amazing.
Ivan wanted to guarantee the Trick Room by fake outing, but actually Andrew leading with double ghost, which is pretty interesting. You don't see that double ghost
correct.
that much, so I think
that was a really good call actually, preventing the fake out.
Yeah, but the question is, does this combination of two Pokemon is able to knock out the Dusclops? Because Dusclops, as we know, has a really high base defense, I think 130.
Correct.
And then, of course, with the Eviolite, because it's still an unevolved Pokemon, it still can't evolve yet, so Eviolite takes effect.
Yes, correct. Well, there's the thing, like leading both Mimikyu and Dragapult also shows that he may carry Mimikyu may carry Trick Room just to counter Trick Room.
Yeah, so you want a double target or you want to reverse the Trick Room? That's the question.
Yes, but we see the switch into Corviknight from Andrew's side. Potentially, actually, we see the Unnerve come out now. That's something spicy we actually see on both. We've seen very rarely. You know, most of them run Mirror Armor, but this time around,
this is big. This is much better.
Yes,
this is much better.
This is a much better turn. Rock Slide coming out. I think that was a pretty good call. Predicting the since he can't fake out anyways, he just went for the Rock Slide. Breaking Disguise on Mimikyu. Very important because Mimikyu, that's the key thing about Mimikyu. He has an extra turn to attack.
Yeah, of course, Life Orb was revealed from the Scrafty, and I think Ivan predicted that Andrew would try to reverse the Trick Room, but actually it's Taunt. Taunt is much better because Dusclops doesn't have a protection against Taunt.
Correct.
So yeah, it's really good against super Pokemon like Dusclops. Now Snorlax cannot Belly Drum.
Yes.
But the point is the offensive side from Andrew Lugmento is also not that high because Mimikyu usually doesn't deal that much damage, and of course Corviknight is more like a bulky Pokemon that usually use Dynamax defensively to boost its partner, but I'm not really sure that Mimikyu is the partner that you want to boost.
Yes, that's right. That's correct actually, because Corviknight in the late game, it can do its job, but right now with no offensive power, on Andrew's side, he may struggle to deal damage, especially with Dust Gloves coming in from Ivan's side. This may make it harder for Andrew to do any damage, but we see it. We see a Dynamax.
Actually out.
No,
Heavy
that's
ball.
a heavy ball.
Heavy
That's
ball should
definitely a
be
Corviknight.
Corviknight.
Corviknight. That's definitely a Corviknight right there.
Yeah, it has
Yeah,
to
there
be.
we go.
Oh, that's
It's
the G-Max.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Interesting.
personally like G-Max Corviknight's design. It's really, really nice.
Much more cooler.
Yes,
Well,
much
more
cooler. Definitely much cooler. Oh, look at that. Look at that fat hand. Oh.
Oh, there's the play
Okay, we
rough.
see the play rough.
Oh,
Straight onto Scrafty, taking it out. That actually matters a lot, I believe.
It might be life orb. We usually see, yeah, it's life orb actually. It's really common to have Mimikyu life orb. Oh, the max
Correct.
knuckle.
Oh.
So actually, Andrew tried to mitigate the low damage output with the max knuckle, but
Yep.
actually that's the switch out.
That's the switch
so
out,
that's
yep.
a really good switch out. But the problem is now it's a Rhyperior and Dust Glove. Dust Glove doesn't have any protection against the taunt, so it can just taunt on that slot.
Yep.
And if we withdraw to the Snorlax, then Snorlax gonna be taunted as well.
Yeah, with Ivan being on the safe side, playing on the safe side, it's not gonna bear any fruit, I believe. Andrew already taking one Pokemon out. He's still having 2 Pokemon at the back, being healthy. It's gonna be hard for Ivan to actually see an opportunity to actually pull off a Trick Room.
Yeah,
While Mimikyu
yeah.
is still in play, Trick Room might not even be viable anymore.
Yeah, that's totally correct. So maybe Andrew even, yeah, Andrew of course want to taunt the Dust Globes, right?
Yep.
And it might follow up with a Will-O-Wisp next turn to the physical attacker because we have seen that Ivan really relies on his physical attackers.
Correct. We've seen already 3 Pokemon with, we've actually seen all of them. They're actually all physical attackers, except Dusclops being a utility Pokemon. But regardless, you know, we see an ally switch.
This is it.
That's it.
The move
That's
that we
the
all
ally
love.
switch. Oh no. Oh, we get the taunt on the
of
Rhyperior.
course.
Okay, that was a good turn, but now he has no option to.
But it's also
does it predict?
activates the
Okay,
that's really big
that's
ally
a really
switch.
big ally switch. That was actually really big.
Wow.
Now with the defense boost, I would say he would take less damage, but now weakness policy is activated on Ivan's Rhyperior. This makes him quite a big threat right now. Now all he has to do is to not allow. Now all he has to do is.
He follows up with the max steel spike, right? So knocks out the Mimikyu and got a defense boost.
Yeah, exactly. So now he gets the defense boost, and what's gonna touch him now? What's gonna touch him? I don't think anything is gonna touch him. Aside from Dragapult with special attacks.
But it still have Rotom.
And potentially Rotom, yes, correct. That's actually an answer to Rhyperior in this team. Yeah, well, you're right.
That's
You're right.
Rotom. But now it's really coming to mind games due to the allies with the reveal of allies was big.
Yep.
Do you want to let the Trick Room or do you want to burn the Rhyperior?
That's correct.
If you target the Rhyperior, then the allies with my game.
Yep. That's right. That's exactly right. Because right now with Rhyperior being Dynamax, he cannot afford to switch out, losing all that buff. Dusclops, like he needs to make the correct play here. Rotom really threatening the board.
Andrew has to like gamble with the Will-O-Wisp to the Rhyperior slot because at least the Trick Room is not up with that. Dragapult was in his back, so you don't want the Trick Room to be up at all. So just targeting the Rhyperior is
right now we see the protect.
Yeah,
we see the protect coming from the Rotom, not risking it. Trying to scout what he uses, but he uses
there's
ally
a move
switch.
again.
That's actually really, really good for Andrew because now he burns a Dynamax turn for Ivan, right? This is last turn of Dynamax or Gigantamax in this case.
Oh no, the Gigantamax for Ivan, I think it still have one turn.
Yeah, so Andrew's turn is the last. Yes,
it's
it's the last turn. Yes, Ivan's turn still has one more turn. When defense boost, I think it's not gonna make much of a difference, but Max Rockfall coming in with +2 attack, going onto Rotom, but negating the damage from Protect. That's actually very big. That was a crit. Yes, that was a crit. That would make a lot more
Rotom
sense.
has a +1 boost on the speed from the Max Steel Spike. For the defense.
From the
refills
defense
the berry,
boost, correct.
Citrus Berry.
That's actually a good thing. The Protect was definitely a good call. Because right now they need to burn as many turns of Dynamax that Rhyperior has. And Corviknight goes back to his miniature size. I think he's done almost all of his job right now as of this case.
Yeah, I think Andrew has to burn, assuming that the Rotom has a Will-O-Wisp, I think he has to burn the Rhyperior because if at least the Trick Room is up, the physical attacker is pretty much not dealing any, much of damage, and at least kind of neutralizing the weakness policy effect, and you can just try to target the Dusclops, because if the Dusclops switch out, you're gonna target the Snorlax, and that could be pretty good to negate the possibility of Belly Drum.
That's true, that's true. The thing is, right now, Rhyperior, at that time, he couldn't use any ground type moves because, surprise, surprise, Rotom has Levitate and Cover Knight as a flying type, so
What
he
a
can't
surprise.
raise the
That's a big
special defense. Yeah, very big surprise. Okay, now we see Ally Switch 3 times in a row. Is this really Ivan's play right here?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's a good play. Hydro Pump connecting.
Oh,
See,
the
predicting the
call.
call. Predicting the call, that's the thing. He played too safe, and now it's biting him back.
Yeah, we can see that Ivan's expression is a bit, oh no.
Yeah.
Called an Iron Head.
Yeah, well, Iron Head doing no damage, but eventually it will wear him down.
So basically now it's much safer for Andrews, because it's down to the last two of Ivan. You can just will always either slot, because if it hits Snorlax, then it's okay.
Yes.
The Trick Room is up, but Snorlax is burned. But if it's Alive Switch, then there's no Trick Room.
That's the most important thing, especially with the +1 defense on both sides. Except
Even Covenant has
has +2. It's not going to do as much damage anymore, but Rotom with +1 defense is going to really negate a lot of damage after Will-O-Wisp, potentially, because this is the safest play he can go for.
Yeah.
Unless Dusclops, for some reason, goes for Ally Switch again. Well, he doesn't. But he goes for the Will-O-Wisp. It connects, and this may be the game, guys. This may be the
But
game
of
we're
course,
seeing.
we still have the kind of critical hits, you know what I'm saying? But there's the body press also.
Yep, that's going to do a lot of damage,
Oh,
actually.
especially with the +2
with
defense.
+2 defense, that's going to do a lot of. But he actually
Oh.
goes for the belly drum.
Wait.
That was
I need to
horrible.
mention something.
Mm.
Unnerve.
Oh
Unnerve,
no, that's
Unnerve,
horrible. Yep,
Unnerve,
yep,
Unnerve.
yep.
This is
Unnerve, that Unnerve really cripples the
This
team.
throwback to the
Oh no.
yeah, throwback to what JJ said during the finals in the Philippines. The Corviknight Unnerve make the Gridden is unusable with the Bell Drum. So this is the
that's
same
a good
case with
call. That
Snorlax.
was a good call. That's what Snorlax gonna do right now with Burn. I think Ivan also missed out on the Unnerve, but at this point, what could he do?
Yeah. He must have forgotten about the Unnerve. Now the Snorlax is gonna be down just by the burn and of course the sandstorm.
Yep, it's gonna really will his HP down. But
that's
Giga Impact. Let's see how much damage it does. Does it knock out? It does. Oh, yep. Nope. That's definitely not enough to knock anything out.
Who even Brave Bird?
Brave Bird gonna slap that. Oh, that's Dusclops is gonna take half health.
Oh, but you know, Dusclops still may be able to prolong this game with if he has like the things of what is it, Pain Split.
Maybe, correct. Yes, he may be. But at this point, really, I don't think it's gonna because Dragapult is still behind, right? It can still deal a lot of damage to Dusclops.
Yeah.
And with the sandstorm really whittling everyone down. Oh well, we see the forfeit.
Wow.
Yeah, Ivan really overusing that ally switch. I believe it was just too safe on his side.
Yeah. I think the moment was the key moment was the Andrew predicting the third ally switch. That was really big.
That was very big.
Because if Andrew took that the wrong direction.
Yep.
The Raptor can still deal a lot of damage because Andrew kind of hesitated with the burn about the ally switch, because of the ally switch. But yeah, ally switch is like a double-edged sword.
Yeah, it was. In this case, yeah, we've seen how useful ally switch can be, but in this case, it may not be as useful if you're using it 3 times in a row.
Yeah, because we have seen that actually it really works on the first 2 ally switches, right? But on the third time,
Andrew just, you know what, just take my ward gun. That's it.
That's more like you have to be able to read the mind games of the opponent, because when you see that the opponent use it 2 times in a row, because some people, usually people don't use it 2 times in a row. Right?
Yeah.
Maybe Andrew thinking that, oh, he used it 2 times in a row, so maybe he will use it again.
Yeah.
And then we can see that the ally switch is much more less inconsistent after Andrew predicted the ally switch correctly. So we can see the hesitation to ally switch also from the opposing side after Andrew take that correctly.
Yeah, that was actually a very good play on Andrew's side. I'm actually, I think that was no surprise because Andrew has performed really well consistently, and we've seen with a score of 5-1 going to 6-1 now, confirming his top cut. I actually say he's actually doing really well this time.
Yeah, usually when it comes to mind games, usually the more experienced player will take the advantage
Yes.
because it has been through a lot of much more battles.
Yeah.
So he knows what usually the opponent is thinking.
Yeah, it's like at this point it's more of instinct rather
Yep.
than
Instinct.
the game state.
Instinct is really something that you cannot really explain, but
Yeah.
you can train it by participating in a lot of tournaments, playing a lot of battles.
Like you need to have that. You need to have that gut, right? That feeling
that
in you. Yeah, that that kind of thing. If you have that, it can win you games. Just don't ally switch 3 times in a row. Okay, well, right now we can pass over to Cherry to interview the winner.
Okay, so thank you. Now we are with Andrew, the winner of our latest round.
Hi.
First of all, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so can you tell us about your match earlier?
So yeah, my match is it's kind of pretty bad matchup because it's a trick room team, and then yeah, have to manage how to deal with that Dustclops. Yeah, Dustclops because it's so defensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so hard to knock out it.
Oh, so
Yeah.
it was pretty hard for you to knock out the dust globes.
Yeah, especially the ally switch.
Oh yeah, it
Yeah.
happened 4 times.
4 times. 4 times ally switch is like hell, man, for me.
But you still managed to, like, you did damage to the other Pokemon, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's Rhyperior. I know that that Rhyperior is using weakness policy. Yeah. So I mean like if my Corviknight is get hit by the Rhyperior, then it's okay. My Brave is still can active, and with the high defense from Corviknight, yeah, I think it will be tanky enough for taking damage from Rhyperior. And yeah, the Ally Switch itself, yeah, I have to guess which is when he will use Ally Switch or not.
Oh,
Yeah.
aside from that, did you guess out that your Corviknight's nerf would make the Snorlax
Yeah.
belly drum ineffective?
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's why I using Corviknight Unnerf, not the Mirror Armor 1.
So because like even the caster mentioned how your opponent might have forgotten that your Corviknights had a nerf. So were you paying attention to that? And when during your turn, were you not were you confident?
Yeah,
enough?
I'm confident enough that he will bring Snorlax out. Yeah, and it happened. It happened. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
Okay, so because it was such a great match earlier, like, do you have any sort of messages for like the players out there?
Yeah, for the players out there, you can what is it? You can treat your own team without yeah, copy team from the other players. Yeah, like, and you can discuss it with your all of your friends. Like, yeah, why Anurf lah? Anurf is good.
Okay, so that's a little message from Andrew as
Yeah.
our winner today. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Now we are going back to the caster.
Yeah, well, congratulations to Andrew making it to top 16. Right after this, we will be going into top 16 matches, but after a 30-minute stream break. And please stick around. My name is Darren, and this is Taufik, my analyst, and we will see you in a bit.
Nama saya Guntur, saya pemain Pokemon VGC, saya udah main Pokemon gamenya sendiri, udah dari generasi 1, dan belakangan ini mulai masuk ke VGC. Dibilang main VGC sih saya udah mulai battle-battle dari generasi 5, tapi saya untuk serius masuk ke VGC as a competitor itu di tahun 2018. Turnamen pertama saya itu di Perth Regional 2018, waktu itu nggak gitu bagus hasilnya. Best experience buat saya jelas itu ketemu orang-orang dari berbagai macam negara ya. Kita ketemu orang baru, kita udah bisa langsung akrab karena kita punya kesukaan yang sama, kita punya persamaan, knowledge juga kita sama, sharing knowledge. Kalau misalnya orang itu bilang tukar budaya, ini kita tukar apa ya istilahnya playstyle dari tiap-tiap masing-masing negara. Kuat di Pokemon VGC itu menurut saya adalah knowledge tentang Pokemon itu sendiri, tentang tim saya sendiri. Saya bukan tipikal orang yang bisa ngambil tim mana aja terus langsung dipakai, langsung perform, tapi saya lebih ke arah tipikal yang saya bikin tim itu sendiri dari nol, saya kembangin dari awal, ada kekurangan apa saya benerin, adjust with the current condition, dan menurut saya itu salah satu kekuatan utama dari setiap main VGC ya. Biggest rival menurut saya juga teman baik saya sendiri, di Indonesia ya ada Hafiz, dia selalu pakai Pokemon unorthodox, Pokemonnya sih sebenarnya biasa aja, cuman setnya unorthodox bikin saya agak kaget. Kalau untuk internasional, I have to say Chris Khan. He's a very good player. Dia udah selalu day to Worlds, dia juga pernah juara Internats. Dia juga sering banyak sharing sama saya dan menurut saya sangat menyenangkan buat saya kalau saya tanding sama dia. Awalnya saya mulai itu saya goalnya cuma ingin tampil di Worlds. Tapi sekarang udah 2 kali dan masih penasaran, jadi goalnya adalah World Championship.
Halo, nama saya Hashigi Hanjaya. Saya adalah salah satu pendiri dari PKMN-id, Indonesian Pokemon Community, dan saya juga salah satu dari Stage 2 Pokemon Professor. Jadi dulu awalnya tahun 2013 ada salah satu turnamen terbesar di Indonesia dengan lebih dari 100 peserta. Dan saat itu belum ada komunitas Pokemon yang benar-benar fokus untuk video game championship. Jadi saya berinisiatif untuk membuat komunitas dan membuat turnamen lebih sering. Dari sanalah Pokemon-id bermulai. Sekarang dari awalnya hanya video game championship, sekarang kita sudah ada event untuk trading card game, video game championship tentunya, dan juga Pokemon Tournament. Apa yang membuat kita bisa menjadi Pokemon Professor? Yang pasti tentunya kita Professor punya 4 core value. Salah satunya yang saya paling suka adalah integritas. Jadi kita harus, walaupun kita harus dekat dengan komunitas, sebagai community leader kita harus dekat dengan komunitas, tapi tentunya kita juga harus memiliki integritas dalam turnamen. Pengalaman jasa saya balik ke tahun 2014, dari dulu sudah sekitar 6 tahun yang lalu. Saya pernah judge di Indonesia, pernah juga di Jakarta dan Bandung tentunya, but mostly karena semua turnamen yang ada di Indonesia saya yang buat atau saya yang organize. Kalau di luar negeri saya pernah paling sering, biasanya tiap tahun saya ke Kuala Lumpur di Malaysia, dan juga ke Australia, pernah di Melbourne, pernah di Sydney, dan yang paling terakhir kemarin saya baru dari Washington DC untuk judge di Pokemon World Championship. Saya suka banget melihat ada komunitas Pokemon, dari dasarnya memang saya suka Pokemon, tapi dengan komunitas yang begitu berkembang, mereka butuh sebuah wadah untuk menjadi player yang kompetitif, untuk menjadi pro player di dalam Pokemon, khususnya video game championship ini. Saya ingin membantu mereka, dan tentunya yang pasti tidak lupa untuk bersenang-senang. Saya merasa bangga. Saya adalah asisten head judge waktu itu untuk Pokemon World Championship 2019 di Washington DC untuk bagian junior dan senior division. Goal saya untuk komunitas ini supaya semakin berkembang dan dapat memberikan yang terbaik untuk komunitas, memberikan yang terbaik untuk bagi para player-player, tentunya khususnya untuk yang player kompetitif, agar mereka dapat bertanding dan membawa nama Indonesia harum di kancah internasional.
Halo, perkenalkan nama aku Joshua. Aku trainer yang berasal dari Medan. Aku mulai bermain kompetitif Pokemon sejak tahun 2014. Jadi kompetisi itu tahun 2015 ya di FX. Kompetitornya ada sekitar 117. Pada saat itu aku tidak berharap untuk bisa menjadi juara gitu ya. Nasib berkata lain, aku bisa menangkan pertandingan. Karena aku nggak berharap sampai bisa menangkan ya. Dan itu merupakan suatu gift banget bagi aku. Karena itu seperti pemberian ulang tahun lah gitu. Kamu dapat jadi juara, kita kasih hadiahnya itu 2DS waktu itu. Kita kasih 2DS. Dan memang ada juga momen yang sangat menentukan gitu ya. Ketika Swiss lawan itu untuk menentukan siapa pemenangnya masuk top cut, salah satu lawan saya itu misklik. Dia seharusnya bisa menyelang dengan satu serangan yang bisa membuat saya kalah, tapi dia misklik dan akhirnya saya yang menangkan pertandingan. Best time-nya itu ketika aku mulai menangkan pertandingan dan akhirnya mulai kenal banyak trainer, banyak pemain-pemain Pokemon VGC juga. Di situ aku mendapatkan banyak teman ya. Kalau momen pertama kali menang itu yang paling aku rasakan itu ketika di Bandung di TGL Gameplay. Nah di situ itu adalah kemenangan kompetisi pertamaku ya gitu. Yang kurasakan tuh dapat banyak teman dan momen-momen itu yang aku rasa itu yang nggak bisa tergantikan di VGC competition ini semuanya. Playstyleku itu aku lebih suka ofensif dengan menyerang langsung gitu. Jadi aku lebih suka melihat lawan kelemahannya di mana, lalu aku serang dengan serangan super efektif. How I build teams, oke? Pertama, aku melihat Pokemon tentu yang aku suka Pokemon mana sih gitu ya. Seperti dinosaurus, lalu sepertinya ini ada landak gitu ya aku pakai misalnya. Aku tes tuh timnya di rating battle. Aku coba timnya, aku lihat kesalahannya. Pada saat mencoba ini, aku lebih senang ketika aku menemui kekalahan gitu ya. Karena aku jadi langsung tahu, oh Pokemonku lemahnya di sini gitu. Kangaskhan tuh it's my favorite Pokemon. Sebelum itu sih Pokemon favoritku sih Charizard ya, tapi telah digantikan nama Kangaskhan pada saat 2014-2015. Rival paling kuat ya, Octavian Jason ya. Octavian Jason nih ketika bertanding lawan aku di final, kita dulu pernah di final di 2015 itu namanya Super Trainer Arena. Kita bertanding sampai final dan di final Jason ini berhasil mengalahkanku 2-1 gitu ya. Ini rivalku yang terberat gitu ya. Kalau goal sendiri aku sebetulnya lebih kepada menghabiskan waktu luang, enjoy myself ya. Kayak my goal it's to enjoy myself as much as I can. Terlepas hasil kompetisinya apa ya, itu bonus lah gitu.
Close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on. And I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. So when I'm gone, oh when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on. And I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. you gonna tell me where you went? All the messages I sent with no reply. It's like that. You're just gonna walk into my room. I hate how you assume I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain. 'Cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave. 'Cause you are the only one. 'Cause you are the only one. The only one. 'Cause you are the only one. The only There will always be a place for you by my side, day or night. You know that it's killing me. Why do you always leave? It's not right. We don't fight, but I know what you've been through. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain. 'Cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave. 'Cause you are the only one.
Guntur, saya pemain Pokemon VGC, saya udah main Pokemon gamenya sendiri, udah dari generasi 1, dan belakangan ini mulai masuk ke VGC. Dibilang main VGC sih saya udah mulai battle-battle dari generasi 5, tapi saya untuk serius masuk ke VGC as a competitor itu di tahun 2018. Turnamen pertama saya itu di Perth Regional 2018, waktu itu nggak gitu bagus hasilnya. Best experience buat saya jelas itu ketemu orang-orang dari berbagai macam negara ya. Kita ketemu orang baru, kita udah bisa langsung akrab karena kita punya kesukaan yang sama, kita punya persamaan, knowledge juga kita sama, sharing knowledge. Kalau misalnya orang itu bilang tukar budaya, ini kita tukar apa ya istilahnya playstyle dari tiap-tiap masing-masing negara. Kuat di Pokemon VGC itu menurut saya adalah knowledge tentang Pokemon itu sendiri, tentang tim saya sendiri. Saya bukan tipikal orang yang bisa ngambil tim mana aja terus langsung dipakai, langsung perform, tapi saya lebih ke arah tipikal yang saya bikin tim itu sendiri dari nol, saya kembangin dari awal, ada kekurangan apa saya benerin, adjust with the current condition. Dan menurut saya itu salah satu kekuatan utama dari setiap main VGC ya. Biggest rival menurut saya juga teman baik saya sendiri. Di Indonesia ya ada Hafiz. Dia selalu pakai Pokemon unorthodox. Pokemonnya sih sebenarnya biasa aja, cuman setnya unorthodox bikin saya agak kaget. Kalau untuk internasional, I have to say Chris Khan. He's a very good player. Dia udah selalu day to Worlds. Dia juga pernah juara Internats. Dia juga sering banyak sharing sama saya dan menurut saya sangat menyenangkan buat saya kalau saya tanding sama dia. Awalnya saya mulai itu saya goalnya cuma ingin tampil di Worlds, tapi sekarang udah 2 kali dan masih penasaran, jadi goalnya adalah World Championship.
Halo, nama saya Hashigi Hanjaya. Saya adalah salah satu pendiri dari PKMN-id, Indonesian Pokemon Community, dan saya juga salah satu dari Stage 2 Pokemon Professor. Jadi dulu awalnya tahun 2013 ada salah satu turnamen terbesar di Indonesia dengan lebih dari 100 peserta, dan saat itu belum ada komunitas Pokemon yang benar-benar fokus untuk video game championship. Jadi saya berinisiatif untuk membuat komunitas dan membuat turnamen lebih sering. Dari sanalah PKMN-id bermulai. Sekarang dari awalnya hanya video game championship, sekarang kita sudah ada event untuk trading card game, video game championship tentunya, dan juga Pokemon Tournament. Apa yang membuat kita bisa menjadi Pokemon Professor? Yang pasti tentunya kita Professor punya 4 core value. Salah satunya yang saya paling suka adalah integritas. Jadi kita harus, walaupun kita harus dekat dengan komunitas, sebagai community leader kita harus dekat dengan komunitas, tapi tentunya kita juga harus memiliki integritas dalam turnamen. Pengalaman jasa saya balik ke tahun 2014, dari dulu sudah sekitar 6 tahun yang lalu. Saya pernah judge di Indonesia, pernah juga di Jakarta dan Bandung tentunya. But mostly karena semua turnamen yang ada di Indonesia saya yang buat atau saya yang organize. Kalau di luar negeri saya pernah paling sering, biasanya tiap tahun saya ke Kuala Lumpur di Malaysia, dan juga ke Australia, pernah di Melbourne, pernah di Sydney, dan yang paling terakhir kemarin saya baru dari Washington DC untuk judge di Pokemon World Championship. Saya suka banget melihat ada komunitas Pokemon. Dari dasarnya memang saya suka Pokemon, tapi dengan komunitas yang begitu berkembang, mereka butuh sebuah wadah untuk menjadi player yang kompetitif, untuk menjadi pro player di dalam Pokemon, khususnya video game championship ini. Saya ingin membantu mereka, dan tentunya yang pasti tidak lupa untuk bersenang-senang. Saya merasa bangga. Saya adalah asisten head judge waktu itu untuk Pokemon World Championship 2019 di Washington DC untuk bagian junior dan senior division. Goal saya untuk komunitas ini supaya semakin berkembang dan dapat memberikan yang terbaik untuk komunitas, memberikan yang terbaik untuk bagi para player-player, tentunya khususnya untuk yang player kompetitif, agar mereka dapat bertanding dan membawa nama Indonesia harum di kancah internasional.
Halo, perkenalkan nama aku Joshua. Aku trainer yang berasal dari Medan. Aku mulai bermain kompetitif Pokemon sejak tahun 2014. Jadi kompetisi itu tahun 2015 ya di FX. Kompetitornya ada sekitar 117. Pada saat itu aku tidak berharap untuk bisa menjadi juara gitu ya. Nanti berkata lain aku bisa menangkan pertandingan. Karena aku nggak berharap sampai bisa menangkan ya. Dan itu merupakan suatu gift banget bagi aku karena itu seperti pemberian ulang tahun lah gitu. Kamu dapat jadi juara, kita kasih hadiahnya itu 2DS waktu itu. Kita kasih 2DS. Dan memang ada juga momen yang sangat menentukan gitu ya. Ketika Swiss round itu untuk menentukan siapa pemenangnya masuk top cut, salah satu lawan saya itu misklik. Dia seharusnya bisa menyerang dengan satu serangan yang bisa membuat saya kalah, tapi dia misklik dan akhirnya saya yang menangkan pertandingan. Best time-nya itu ketika aku mulai menangkan pertandingan dan akhirnya mulai kenal banyak trainer, banyak pemain-pemain Pokemon VGC juga. Di situ aku mendapatkan banyak teman ya. Kalau momen pertama kali menang itu yang paling aku rasakan itu ketika di Bandung di TGL Gameplay. Nah, di situ itu adalah kemenangan kompetisi pertamaku ya gitu. Yang kuasakan tuh dapat banyak teman dan momen-momen itu yang aku rasa itu yang nggak bisa tergantikan di VGC competition ini semuanya. Playstyleku itu aku lebih suka ofensif dengan menyerang langsung gitu. Jadi aku lebih suka melihat lawan kelemahannya di mana, lalu aku serang dengan serangan super efektif. How I build teams, oke. Pertama, aku melihat Pokemon tentu yang aku suka Pokemon mana sih gitu ya. Seperti dinosaurus, lalu sepertinya ini ada landak gitu ya aku pakai misalnya. Aku tes tuh timnya di rating battle. Aku coba timnya, aku lihat kesalahannya. Pada saat mencoba ini, aku lebih senang ketika aku menemui kekalahan gitu ya. Karena aku jadi langsung tahu, oh Pokemonku lemahnya di sini gitu. Kangaskhan tuh it's my favorite Pokemon. Sebelum itu sih Pokemon favoritku sih Charizard ya, tapi telah digantikan nama Kangaskhan pada saat 2014-2015. Rival paling kuat ya, Octavian Jason ya. Octavian Jason nih ketika bertanding lawan aku di final, kita dulu pernah di final di 2015 itu namanya Super Trainer Arena. Kita bertanding sampai final dan di final Jason ini berhasil mengalahkanku 2-1 gitu ya. Ini rivalku yang terberat gitu ya. Kalau goal sendiri aku sebetulnya lebih kepada menghabiskan waktu luang, enjoy myself ya. Kayak my goal it's to enjoy myself as much as I can. Terlepas hasil kompetisinya apa ya, itu bonus lah gitu.
I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain, 'cause I know you're on the mend. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave, 'cause you are the only one. let's sing a song full of hope, full of pain. Why don't you sing along, my friend? For it's our last refrain. Forever young, ever strong, ever brave. Memories like this never end. No, they don't fade away. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on. And I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. Close to the sun. Here's to the ones who let shine through the rain, the ones who stood for something more. We won't forget your names. The tide is high, say goodbye, we're setting sail, and all those midnight secrets told, we'll take them to the grave. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun. So when I'm gone, oh, when I'm gone, I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on, and I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun.
Welcome back, guys, again in Pokemon Indonesia Open 2020. And again, I'm your commentator. I'm your big daddy JJ, and this with me.
I am Darren. Sorry, there was technical difficulty there, but yeah.
So earlier today, we were actually playing. We were playing under Swiss round, right? We were playing under Swiss round, and that is only best of one. But now we are on the top 16. We're the best. Well, not the best, I would say, but like, how do I say this? The people who got in the top 16 list of the cut.
Yeah.
Or the top
Basically.
16, right?
Basically, top cut for top 16. Yeah, this is a really big jump. I mean, like, we've seen a lot of accomplishments. We've seen top cut. But top 16 is among 110 players.
Right.
It's not something to scoff at. It's not
It's
easy
not,
to reach.
yeah.
It's not easy.
I mean, it is a quite a build, you know?
Yeah, it is quite a
Quite a
build,
mountain
yes.
to climb.
Yeah, especially with the amount of time that we spent in a BO1. Most players who have climbed this mountain, they still don't have enough information on each other's teams.
Right.
That's the most important thing to know. They don't have enough information. They don't know what they're gonna use to counter what. You know, so that's the scary part. You know.
But you have to remember, in top 16, though earlier we were playing in best of one, in top 16 we're playing in best of three.
Yes,
so
correct.
definitely they would have a lot of time to know about their opponent's team, you know?
Yep. Now they have, like, I think they would they have enough time. They have enough turns. They have enough potential for them to know what they're
Right.
facing up against. You know. Yeah.
And there we go. We have Stefan and Indra into our matches right now.
Yeah, from what we know, Stefan Gerardo and Indra Pratama, they're both new players in the scene.
That's what I heard
This
as
is-
well.
Yeah, this is a good thing, right? This is first seed, right? And we're looking at both of them, new players. You know, they're coming into the scene without any achievements, and that's a good thing. You know, we're looking at a potentially good players rising up from nowhere into
true.
something. You're giving them credit. Like, you have to give them credit. You know, you have to give them credit, and you know, it's a good thing for Indonesians to actually get this exposure now.
Right.
You know.
I mean, like, especially that Stefan right here doesn't have any lose. It doesn't have any lose.
Yeah.
He's 7-0. He's 7-0. And like Indra, however, has 2 losses, but still it's quite an achievement, you know?
Yeah, it is. It is. Especially when, like I said in the beginning of the whole stream,
Right.
With Piku, there's a difference between new players and there's a difference between experienced players. And
Right.
I've mentioned that experienced players will take most of the games because of the amount of games that they've played over the
Experience.
years. Yeah. But this really surprises me. You know, out of the 110 players, we have multiple
New faces.
players, new faces. You know? Right? So I think it's safe to say that, you know, we can expect a lot from this whole event, yeah.
And now looking out into their teams, we have Stefan with Gastrodon. And really interesting stuff. This is the first time we're actually looking at Gudra, Mimikyu, Gigalith, Corviknight, and of course the last one being
Scrafty.
Scrafty. Yeah, yeah, I forgot the name. So like for Indra, we have Mimikyu, Grimmsnarl, Melodic, Corviknight, Dragapult, and Charizard.
Yes, correct. Like my friend JJ has already mentioned, Gudra being an addition to the top cut teams. We haven't actually seen a lot of play from Gudra. Surprisingly enough, on the other team of Indra's, Milotic has come into play.
Right.
And yeah, I can foresee all kinds of plays this time around, you know.
I mean, looking at Stefan's team, it could be the Mimikyu Trick Room. Do you think so?
Potentially, it has the potential. It has the potential to set up Trick Room. It's one of the few Trick Room setups that this team has going for
Could
it.
be.
Right?
Could have.
You know, and a lot of the Pokemon in his team are relatively slow.
Right, Gudra, Gigalith,
Yeah.
Gastrodon. But looking at Indra's team, it has this is the first time that we're seeing
Melodic.
Melodic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So really interesting stuff from both of these players. As they have Pokemon that our first time seeing in the entire day.
Yep. Now we're going into the game, and let's see what they're gonna lead off with. Grimmsnarl and Mimikyu coming out from Indra. and Stevan Gerardo leading with Mimikyu and Gigalith.
There we go. Let's see what's gonna happen right now. Gigalith, of course, with the Sandstream, really interesting stuff, as it has the Sandstream instead of its other, instead of Sturdy.
Yeah. So here's the thing, because most of the time Gigalith's ability is obviously going to be Sandstream, but Grimmsnarl and Mimikyu is leading off. Grimmsnarl has the potential to actually set up screens or potentially fake out on Gigalith, because fake out doesn't go through ghost types, right? Well, on Steven's side, we can potentially see a Trick Room set up by Mimikyu, because nothing can touch it at the moment, except potentially an outspeed and a taunt, right? And a taunt, and that's the scary thing, right? This may be disastrous if he doesn't predict this turn.
And there we go. Just like you said, we are now getting into the action. Gigalith starting off with a Protect, and let's see what's gonna happen with the next Thunder Wave into that of the Mimikyu, making sure it's paralyzed 50. A bit of chance that it won't be able to move. Sword Stance as well, making sure that the Mimikyu would attack slow.
Yep. And now we see, that is the paralysis. That's the thing. The Protect was there for the Trick Room to be pulled off, but paralysis kicking in, definitely slowing them down a whole ton, while the opponents, which is Indra's Mimikyu, setting up a Sword Stance. Now that's a threat right now.
I mean, like, it's, setting up a Trick Room is already -7.
Yeah,
and then you still have the paralysis.
Yes.
So there is a chance you are already slow, and there's even a chance for you not to actually move.
Yeah. There is a chance. There is a chance where Mimikyu is unable to move, and that's what deters. That's what deters the whole game. And now we see Indra using Phantom Force. Oh no, this is gonna be bad. Now Play Rough coming out into Mimikyu, breaking disguise.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing to note here. Now he has one less free turn of damage taken. And we can see Gigalith going for a straight up Rock Slide, but Mimikyu avoiding an attack because of Phantom Force, but connecting into Grimmsnarl.
But not gonna be enough.
Doing actually pretty good amount of damage, but Trick Room actually pulling off. Now all slower Pokemon will go faster. And with Mimikyu paralyzed and slower speed, it will be able to go faster than the other team. Unless Indra's Grimmsnarl with Prankster uses a status move, we might not see an attacking move from Indra's side. Otherwise, apart from Phantom Force,
Right. And now we're seeing some really good stuff coming in from the Gigalith. I think we would potentially see the Gigalith move right now in this turn.
Yep.
Grimmsnarl, however, I think is still going to set up. Mimikyu definitely, I think, is going to use the Phantom Force into the other Mimikyu. What do you think?
That would be the more logical choice, because Phantom Force won't do as much damage as you think onto Gigalith. Gigalith has huge defense stats,
Right.
And we may see Grimmsnarl using the screens, but we see a switch out. We may see coming in. What's coming? Oh, we see a Gastrodon. Okay, you might want to soak up as much damage as you can, but he's going for. Stevan is going for a Dynamax on Gigalith. Yeah, it's not, we can see the great ball, the heavy ball. But yeah, wondering what he's planning to do from here on.
This is really interesting because he doesn't like play by the, I guess you could say by the meta.
Yeah.
Right?
We've seen a lot of sand setters, but this is the first time I'm seeing Gigalith as a sand setter. We finally see a light screen, as we've called it. It's either going to be Reflect or light screen, but Max Knuckle connecting into the Grimmsnarl, raising his attack.
Ooh, there we go.
If Grimmsnarl actually used Reflect there, which I was quite surprised that it didn't. If he used Reflect there,
first,
yeah, he would actually be able to tank that damage.
Right, but
now he has an attack boost, correct? Phantom Force, that's a lot of damage, but because it's a ground type, won't be able to take any damage from the sand.
Right.
Well, we're looking at a +1 Gigalith.
+1 Gigalith.
Yeah, Gigalith in attack, and Trick Room is going up. It's gonna outspeed the Mimikyu for sure.
Right.
Milotic coming in. Now here's the scary part. If Gigalith uses anything that could lower their attack stat, Milotic may actually have competitive. Now what you don't know about competitive is if a stat drop occurs onto Milotic, its special attack will raise by 2 stages, and that's not a threat you want to face in this scenario.
And right now, I think Milotic here is going to be the Dynamax of Indra. Oh, okay, it's not going to be the case. He's going to protect.
Surprisingly enough, he's going for the protect this time around. But yeah, Mimikyu
double protect.
going for double protect. If Gigalith goes for the max knuckle here, well, we can see the max quick. It's actually the correct call because they need to raise as much special defense as they can while they're under Sandstorm, right? With Sandstorm up, special defense of rock type Pokemon actually increase, right? And that's what they want. But yeah, breaking Mimikyu's disguise under Trick Room was also important in this case, and they want to try to capitalize on Sand and Trick Room, right? But Indra's point of view is probably trying to stall out the Trick Room and the Dynamax because that is the main issue right now. So right now, unless Milotic pulls off a double protect, I can see it going down soon.
I mean, it was a great prediction coming in from Stefan on the last turn, going in for that recover into Gastrodon, making sure it's going to live. And of course, Gigalith as well could just spam and get the plus on stats, the buffs stats.
Correct. It can even go for max knuckle this time around because it has leeway. Because right now Milotic can't touch Gigalith at all due to Gastrodon being on the field. Very smart play coming from Stefan. We'll see. Probably Mimikyu will actually go for the Phantom Force, trying to stall out that one more turn. But he won't be able to outspeed anything.
And there we go, going in now for the Dynamax. Definitely going to be the Dynamax Milotic. Or no, I think
it would make sense if it was the Milotic. Because they can't afford to Dynamax a Mimikyu with half HP left. It's just a liability at this point. They're trying to tank up, they're trying to soak up as much damage as they can to stall out the turns. We see Gigalith actually going for the max Rockfall as predicted because he under Trick Room is just definitely going to outspeed everything.
That is true.
Max Rockfall, not giving any buff, just only bringing out Sand, but with Sand already in play. Oh no. Oh, okay.
Max Geyser.
Max Geyser.
Storm Drain.
There we go.
That's the reason why
Max Geyser definitely can't go through because of Storm Drain. A bit too late for that now. Just a bit too late.
That's the reason why Milotic couldn't actually touch Gigalith.
Correct.
Because of this Gastrodon Storm Drain. And it's really good that he actually went for the recover on that, making sure that Milotic wouldn't be able to do anything against a Gigalith.
That's true. Now, here's the funny thing. He actually sends out Charizard, being his late game sweeper at this point, but I'm not sure if they have any answer to Gigalith. With +1 special defense and +1 attack, that thing is gonna hit relatively hard. Especially with Charizard being weak to rock types, it may not survive the hit.
I mean, of course, we're still in Trick Room as well, so definitely Gigalith and Gastrodon would actually attack first. So I wonder what Indra is planning to do.
He may try to protect on the Charizard, but yeah, we don't see a protect. And Charizard, we're hanging on to the Focus Sash. This may be a counter. Oh, no, he's actually going for the Scald. Straight up onto the Charizard, knocking it out under Trick Room. And now Milotic is the only standing Pokemon on Indra's side. Max Hailstorm. That's a very interesting move to hit.
Going into that Gigalith as well, and not going to do enough damage
we can see how the special defense is actually kicking in. The special defense raise is something that Gigalith has going for it. And now Stefan is in such a great position with 2 more Pokemon at the back.
Exactly, and like, it doesn't really... He has 1 more Pokemon, right? So, even if Gigalith or Gastrodon gets knocked out, he still has 2 more Pokemon.
He still has 2 more Pokemon.
Doesn't matter.
Those actually can hit relatively hard as well. I think this is pretty much game. Like, I think this is game 1.
I mean, Gigalith already has like +2 attack, right? Double
plus
max knuckle.
+1.
+1.
Plus
the
1
max
attack,
knuckle. Gigalith going over the protect.
Yeah.
Trying to stall, I guess. And there go Max Hailstorm into that Gigalith.
Yeah, most likely a Gigalith.
Oh no,
it's actually good for the Gastrodon. That could,
Interesting.
okay, but that's enough. That's just too much special defense on his side.
Right.
And he's gone for the recover. At this point, I don't think there's anything that Indra can do to actually come back into the game. It's just too much bulk on Stefan's side, and you just can't touch either of them. You can't hit Gigalith with a Water type. Expecting knockout because of Storm Drain.
Right.
Oh dear. Oh dear me.
I mean, even if there's Hail, yeah, sure, you could chip Gigalith and Gastrodon, but like, there's still a Storm Drain.
Exactly, and you're chipping yourself, but He's actually trying to go for it. I see Win not doing enough damage, I believe. Yeah, with the spread damage, it's... Oh, wow, that was
Still
a crit.
critical hit. But still, you know, even on the critical hit, it doesn't really do as much because of the buffs that it got.
Yep.
And now with the Earth Power, I think it's gonna be, it's not...
It's
okay.
not relative enough, but if he doesn't miss the rock slide, which he does connect, it will take a knockout.
And there we go.
That's game 1, you know? This is game 1 of best of 3 between Stefan versus Indra.
And there we go. That's the first game. It's really, you can see how Stefan is really controlling the game. He actually has everything, especially the trick room setup. Even though he actually got paralyzed at the first, at the very beginning, at the first turn of the game, it doesn't really matter. It didn't matter because like trick room is -7 anyway.
Yeah, and even though he was held back by the paralysis, that was actually, you know, I believe Indra could have done a bit better instead of using Phantom Force. He should have been on the aggressive side.
Right.
But he went from the Phantom Force, and that was what just set him back. I believe not being able to attack on that turn was the scary part. You know, with Swords done, sure, but he just Phantom Force just takes too long.
Right.
You know, and
Takes 2 turns.
Yeah, it takes 2 turns. Sure, it's a great ghost type move, stab. Yeah, but we have Shadow Claw. We have crit potential on Shadow Claw, which actually I think does the job much better. I can't say that the move Phantom Force is bad, but in that case, I think he should have gone full aggro. You know, in that situation.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but like, Shadow Claw is a stab move from Mimikyu, right?
Correct. It's a ghost type move as well, and it stabs. And with the chance of crit, right? With the chance of crit it offers, it's actually a much better attack option. Yes, correct.
And
But it's okay. But it's okay.
Yeah,
They did their best.
Indra still has potentially 2 more sets, 2 more rounds.
2 more rounds, yes.
2 more games. 2 more games. Not rounds, but 2 more games. There's 2 more games. He could potentially take this back and like learn from the first game, and could adjust to what Stefan has.
Yes, that's correct. Especially on the BO3, information on teams, what's important, and if you lose the first round, it doesn't mean you lose the second round.
Right.
That's how you come back. Yeah. Okay.
And there we go. We are now going into our team preview again. Of course, still the same Pokemon. They can't change Pokemon from the very start of the day up until the end.
Yeah, we're looking at game 2 now. This is where it stands. If Stefan takes this win, he goes into top 8.
Right.
Yeah, he goes in top 8. And Indra, I would say as a new player in top 16, that's something to actually be proud of. That's something to be proud of, you know.
I mean, especially like you said, they don't have the achievements yet.
Yep.
But just being in the top 16 is an achievement.
Yeah, that's
you know
right.
what I'm saying?
That is right. That's not something to scoff at. I'm just saying. Well, I mean, in this case, maybe we can see a more defensive build on Indra's side. He might go for a more balanced build. He might go for a early game setup, late game sweeper. Right. And the focus sash on the Charizard was what really got me. I don't usually see focus sash on Charizard unless they aren't solar power, because it doesn't make sense to have focus sash and solar power at the same time.
Right.
You know, I think what he was trying to achieve there was if he got it to blaze, which is, you know, after focus sash, if he got it to blaze level where his fire type moves would increase, that would change the type of the game.
Oh, but now, speaking of that, let's now move on to our second round of this first match of the top 16. Stefan still against Indra, and see what's going to happen. Who's going to be the lead of Indra? It's going to be Grimmsnarl on Mimikyu again. Same leads as earlier. And right now, same lead as well for Stefan.
Interesting. It's like they were trying to predict each other of not going with the same lead, and yet again.
They did.
They did.
Exactly.
Now, if in this case, Indra should have realized that, yeah, okay, this is the Trick Room setter, but can I counter it with something else instead of Thunder Wave, right? Now we see the Thunder Wave going again.
Again, coming in. I mean,
to the Mimikyu.
If like, you know, actually, if he can like set up the Trick Room again, the paralysis is actually doing him a favor.
Yeah, but in this case, Stefan actually learned from the mistake, and he actually goes for the full-on attack instead of protect. and actually does a relatively good amount of damage on Grimmsnarl while Trick Room is being pulled off. Although it misses the Mimikyu on Indra's side, both of these Pokemon on Stefan's side are now going first.
Right.
And
Because of
that's
the-
dangerous.
because of the speed swap.
Yeah. Well, of course, Grimmsnarl is definitely not. It's going to go first if he uses status.
Yeah,
moves,
yeah, yeah.
But if this time around, if Indra actually goes for the reflect, knowing that knowing that Stefan has more physical attackers in the early game, he may be able to capitalize this turn and survive an extra
Right.
turn. We might see the reflect this time around. But Mimikyu actually gonna dish out a lot more damage, and we actually see the same thing happening
From earlier.
with Dynamax Gigalith,
Gigalith.
you know, coming into play, and that's gonna be a bit scary. Now it's gonna be able to use Max Knuckle, and as we know, Ally Switch doesn't exist for both of these yet, for both Grimmsnarl and Mimikyu yet. So this may be. Yeah, we see reflect. Yes,
Okay,
correct.
there we
go.
go. He actually
he
learned
this time
adjusted
around.
from his
Yep.
mistake from earlier.
Adaptation.
Exactly, it's in play right now.
Yep.
And the Max Rockfall now coming from the Gigalith into that of the Mimikyu, but not gonna do enough damage. Oh, well, not gonna do any damage because of Disguise.
That's actually a very interesting play, because why there is no reason for him to use a Max Rockfall on Mimikyu in the first place. He could have just gone full attack on the Grimmsnarl, but yeah, we see a Phantom Force coming in with +2 attack. We may see Stefan switch out a Pokemon, but it's definitely not going to be the Gigalith, because he's gonna do. He's gonna be able to take hits. He's gonna
Right.
be able to take hits,
Right,
a
right,
lot
right.
of hits. While Mimikyu is weak to Ghost type, right? And even with Mimikyu's disguise still intact, I believe that if Grimmsnarl goes first, and yeah, okay, there we go. See, that's the thing. If Grimmsnarl attacks, this is gonna be a big issue, but he's gonna survive this hit. There's gonna be a +1 attack, and he may actually go for the foul play if he has it.
Right.
But if he doesn't, then he may go for a different attack.
Play rough
Okay,
into
Mimikyu
that.
but that's definitely a knockout. That's definitely a knockout. He may have predicted this. He may have predicted the Phantom Force on the Mimikyu. He may not have switched it, but he didn't switch it. And as I said, this guy is still intact. So that's what the 2-turn attack is. Is for, you know. You don't put the full aggro. You give them time to actually adapt to the situation. Right? And now both disguises broken and Trick Room still in play.
So that gives Stefan the advantage.
Yeah,
you
a
know?
huge advantage. Yeah, Sandstorm and Trick Room still up for 2 more turns, but that may just be enough. And we are seeing the same lineup being sent in by
From Indra.
Indra.
Right.
Will the last Pokemon be still Charizard? We'll have to wait and see.
And let us see what's going to happen right now. Of course, Mimikyu and Gigalith still for Stefan, and Melodic and Mimikyu for Indra as well. Trick Room for 2 more turns, and Sandstorm as well for 2 more turns as well. What do you think is going to happen next?
I believe that Gigalith is going for the Max Knuckle onto Mimikyu to take the knockout, because regardless of the Protect on Mimikyu, with the +1 attack, it may be, with the stab move, it may be able to take knockout. But
wait,
we
would
see
it hit?
Stefan's. Sorry?
Would Max Knuckle hit Mimikyu?
Sorry, not Max Knuckle. Max Rockfall.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so now they're trying to stall out again. It's gonna be the same thing that they're trying to do. He's gonna see double protect, correct? Yep, there we go.
It's the same move as earlier.
And now he might go for Max Quick. Yes, correct. Max Rockfall or Max Quick is enough to actually take out the Mimikyu after +1. Oh, no. It's not enough. Just barely missing. Because if it was Max Rockfall with Stab, it may be able to take the knockout. But Sandstorm will be able to take the knockout instead, making the Protect a little bit redundant.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it doesn't
now
really
2
matter.
Pokemon are down, but we see the Charizard.
If it is, then it'll be just the same as earlier.
Yeah.
You know?
Now Stefan has put him in a perfect control, and we see the Charizard.
We see the Charizard. I mean, we may have started a little bit different, but the end result is still the same.
Yep. Sandstorm is still up, and yeah, I don't know how this is gonna, because now Milotic can't touch Gastrodon can't touch Gigalith at all because of Storm Drain, and Charizard under Trick Room. I don't think that's gonna help him.
Yeah, definitely Gastrodon and Gigalith is going to attack first, but thanks for the Trick Room, even though it's just one more turn.
Yep.
it's actually enough to take down Melodic and then Charizard.
Yep. He may actually Dynamax the Milotic this time around again just to stall out the damage, but we've seen how that works out. It usually results in, you know, do we see it? Yep, we see it. But is it the same one? No, wait, no, that's a
That's a
that's a
different
Muscle.
ball.
I think that's gonna be the Charizard. Not sure if that's
Interesting.
gonna help him because G-Max Charizard. Okay, G-Max Charizard. This just proves it. This must be the Focus Sash Blaze. Here's the thing. If he goes for double protect, yes, that's the correct move, but he goes for Rock Slide. That should take out the Charizard to 1 HP, but because of the Sandstorm, that's
gonna be
definitely
knocked
gonna
out.
take it out. That's definitely gonna take it out, for sure. Yep, Skull, bop. It's a bop to the head. And the double protect attempt from Milotic just remained futile, and I think Stefan has taken
the game.
You know, that's actually... Yeah, I'm not sure how Indra is actually going to come back. He may try to outplay him in a way, but we have 4 of this, potentially the same Pokemon at the back. You know, on Stefan's side, oh man, Milotic.
There's still 4 Pokemon. We still haven't seen him bring out the 4th one in any... Okay, of course, the same move as
same
earlier.
move.
Ice
Icy
Wind.
Wind.
Isn't really gonna do anything at all. Look at the damage. Just like
Nothing. There's nothing. He might just go straight for the Earth Power, yeah. If he gets a special defense rate, yeah, no, that's enough damage to get a knockout. Oh, yeah,
critical
the crit.
hit. Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
that would have mattered a bit, but Super Power is definitely gonna
it's a
gonna
neutral
wreck him.
attack
Yep.
against a Melodic, so it's definitely gonna be
120
enough.
base power, that's a lot of damage. With the attack stat drop and the defense stat drop, sure, but that's just enough, you know.
And there we go. Really interesting stuff with these 2 players. I mean, Stefan, like you said earlier, these 2 players are really, you know, new faces in the community. And with Stefan winning this game, that makes him 8 wins in a row
8-0.
without losing.
Yeah, that's actually pretty impressive if you ask me for a new player. I think he's actually been playing, but he's been practicing a lot, and I think that's what pays it off, right? That's
Just
what
not
makes it pay
in
off.
tournaments.
Yeah, just not in tournaments. Maybe he's just taking his time, maybe he's just making sure that he's okay until he's ready. And I think, you know, I'm actually quite impressed. You know, I'm quite impressed.
Yeah.
Well played on Indra's side as well. I believe he tried his best. Probably just a bit of a move change set in the future, but regardless, that was amazing play. Being able to come this far is something. You know, it's something. Definitely, you know,
Top 16. Top 16,
Top
right?
16, yeah. That's actually pretty impressive. What am I even doing in my life now?
Well, right now, let us know. Let us know what actually what Stefan is thinking about the game. How Stefan is like thinking throughout the game. What he thinks about the team of Indra and then
yeah,
the
that's
entire team. You know.
Yeah, I think it was a good play bringing Gudra for the counter for the storm drain, because the only thing that could have touched Gigalith in that case was definitely only Milotic.
Right.
And sure, Corviknight to an extent, but he doesn't have answers to everything else in the late game. You know.
Yeah.
And I think Gigalith I'm actually quite surprised that Gigalith actually made a comeback from a long time. You know, it was previously something that you would see, but now, Gigalith Dynamax.
This is the first, and I think the only Gigalith in
Yeah,
the entire tournament.
yeah. So far I've only seen that. So far I've only seen Gigalith once, and this was their one time. You know, in top 8. You know, so that's why don't underestimate this kind of Pokemon. You know, don't underestimate this kind of Pokemon. So yeah,
let's learn more about Stefan in the upcoming interview. Yeah, come on, Cherry, give us the good stuff.
All right, thank you, casters. Now we are with our winner from the latest round, which is Steven. Well, first, congratulations for your win.
Thank you.
Since everyone here is like, even the casters, they are actually curious about how you did on the battle before. Please tell us more.
Actually, regarding the battle, my opponent didn't bring any counter for the Gastrodon that I brought, so it's quite hard for him to counter it. So it's a good play, though, because Pokemon is like if you didn't bring the counter for this particular Pokemon, then it's pretty much that's
Hard.
it. Yeah, it's pretty much hard.
So, when the battle first started, were you like confident about your team against the opponent's team?
Regarding the top 16s or since
No,
the
the
beginning?
battle earlier.
Oh, the battle earlier. Actually, I thought that he gonna brought different Pokemon for the round two. Though he brought the same Pokemon,
Oh
only
yeah.
he changed the Dynamax into the his Charizard.
Yeah.
So I think yeah, pretty much it's already like okay, I'm quite confident because the team is
You're
the same.
confident, yeah,
Yeah.
because you both actually sent out the
The same
lead
Pokemon.
Pokemon
Correct,
and
correct.
also the same, like flow. In the end, yeah,
Yeah,
it
without
happened.
the hacks like paralyzed.
Oh,
Previously it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
paralyzed, right?
Paralyzed on Mimikyu.
Yeah, correct.
Also, since like the caster has also mentioned before about how long have you been playing Pokemon?
So actually, I've played Pokemon since the first time, Pokemon Red and Blue. And for the VGC itself, last time I joined the VGC tournament is actually on like 2015, 5 years ago.
Oh.
And then I stopped. I focused on my career. And then I was thinking like, okay, then why don't I try? Why not I try? And then I went here. Actually, I didn't have any expectation at all because I thought
Okay.
like, okay, maybe like around 1 p.m. I'll already like get out of here because I will not make it. That's
Oh,
my
but you actually made it right here. Well, okay, now you heard him. He's actually a veteran player. He's not a newbie. Okay, so thank you for telling your story with us.
My pleasure. My
Congratulations.
pleasure. Thank you.
Now we are going back to the caster.
All right, so apparently we are. Thank you for correcting us,
Yeah,
Cherry.
we were horribly wrong.
Apparently he's a veteran player. We are really sorry if we like
Yeah,
made a statement.
This is all bad. This is all bad. That's my bad. Because yeah, I mean, like I said, like he could have built up the experience.
Mhm,
Like
mhm.
sure, he joined one, but that doesn't mean that he's a bad player. Like he
Right.
can be a new player, but he can be a great player.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
you know.
And really, I mean, you have been here for the longest time.
Oh, yeah.
This is my
Oh, yeah.
first time here, and I'm pretty sure you know the faces of the regular ones here.
Yeah, if no, I know some of the regular ones, right? Like the ones that actually play in those, in those league tourneys. I've actually
Yeah.
seen them in Malaysia. You know, shout out to Andrew for being in Malaysia regionals. You know, and Taufik for being a great player and great everything. You know?
Well, anyway, we're gonna see more of the action only here in Pokemon Indonesia Open 2020 when we come back after a short break. So make sure you don't go away.
Don't go away, please.
Nama saya Guntur, saya pemain Pokemon VGC, saya udah main Pokemon gamenya sendiri, udah dari generasi 1, dan belakangan ini mulai masuk ke VGC. Dibilang main VGC sih saya udah mulai battle-battle dari generasi 5, tapi saya untuk serius masuk ke VGC as a competitor itu di tahun 2018. Turnamen pertama saya itu di Perth Regional 2018, waktu itu nggak gitu bagus hasilnya. Best experience buat saya jelas itu ketemu orang-orang dari berbagai macam negara ya. Kita ketemu orang baru, kita udah bisa langsung akrab karena kita punya kesukaan yang sama, kita punya persamaan, knowledge juga kita sama, sharing knowledge. Kalau misalnya orang itu bilang tukar budaya, ini kita tukar apa ya istilahnya playstyle dari tiap-tiap masing-masing negara. Kuat di Pokemon VGC itu menurut saya adalah knowledge tentang Pokemon itu sendiri, tentang tim saya sendiri. Saya bukan tipikal orang yang bisa ngambil tim mana aja terus langsung dipakai, langsung perform, tapi saya lebih ke arah tipikal yang saya bikin tim itu sendiri dari nol, saya kembangin dari awal, ada kekurangan apa saya benerin, adjust with the current condition. Dan menurut saya itu salah satu kekuatan utama dari setiap main VGC ya. Biggest rival menurut saya juga teman baik saya sendiri. Di Indonesia ya ada Hafiz. Dia selalu pakai Pokemon unorthodox. Pokemonnya sih sebenarnya biasa aja, cuman setnya unorthodox bikin saya agak kaget. Kalau untuk internasional, I have to say Chris Khan. He's a very good player. Dia udah selalu day to Worlds. Dia juga pernah juara Internats. Dia juga sering banyak sharing sama saya dan menurut saya sangat menyenangkan buat saya kalau saya tanding sama dia. Awalnya saya mulai itu saya goalnya cuma ingin tampil di Worlds, tapi sekarang udah 2 kali dan masih penasaran, jadi goalnya adalah World Championship.
Halo, nama saya Hashigi Hanjaya. Saya adalah salah satu pendiri dari PKMN-id, Indonesian Pokemon Community, dan saya juga salah satu dari Stage 2 Pokemon Professor. Jadi dulu awalnya tahun 2013 ada salah satu turnamen terbesar di Indonesia dengan lebih dari 100 peserta, dan saat itu belum ada komunitas Pokemon yang benar-benar fokus untuk video game championship. Jadi saya berinisiatif untuk membuat komunitas dan membuat turnamen lebih sering. Dari sanalah PKMN-id bermulai. Sekarang dari awalnya hanya video game championship, sekarang kita sudah ada event untuk trading card game, video game championship tentunya, dan juga Pokemon Tournament. Apa yang membuat kita bisa menjadi Pokemon Professor? Yang pasti tentunya kita Professor punya 4 core value. Salah satunya yang saya paling suka adalah integritas. Jadi kita harus, walaupun kita harus dekat dengan komunitas, sebagai community leader kita harus dekat dengan komunitas, tapi tentunya kita juga harus memiliki integritas dalam turnamen. Pengalaman jasa saya balik ke tahun 2014, dari dulu sudah sekitar 6 tahun yang lalu. Saya pernah judge di Indonesia, pernah juga di Jakarta dan Bandung tentunya. But mostly karena semua turnamen yang ada di Indonesia saya yang buat atau saya yang organize. Kalau di luar negeri saya pernah paling sering, biasanya tiap tahun saya ke Kuala Lumpur di Malaysia, dan juga ke Australia, pernah di Melbourne, pernah di Sydney, dan yang paling terakhir kemarin saya baru dari Washington DC untuk judge di Pokemon World Championship. Saya suka banget melihat ada komunitas Pokemon. Dari dasarnya memang saya suka Pokemon, tapi dengan komunitas yang begitu berkembang, mereka butuh sebuah wadah untuk menjadi player yang kompetitif, untuk menjadi pro player di dalam Pokemon, khususnya video game championship ini. Saya ingin membantu mereka, dan tentunya yang pasti tidak lupa untuk bersenang-senang. Saya merasa bangga. Saya adalah asisten head judge waktu itu untuk Pokemon World Championship 2019 di Washington DC untuk bagian junior dan senior division. Goal saya untuk komunitas ini supaya semakin berkembang dan dapat memberikan yang terbaik untuk komunitas, memberikan yang terbaik untuk bagi para player-player, tentunya khususnya untuk yang player kompetitif, agar mereka dapat bertanding dan membawa nama Indonesia harum di kancah internasional.
Halo, perkenalkan nama aku Joshua. Aku trainer yang berasal dari Medan. Aku mulai bermain kompetitif Pokemon sejak tahun 2014. Jadi kompetisi itu tahun 2015 ya di FX. Kompetitornya ada sekitar 117. Pada saat itu aku tidak berharap untuk bisa menjadi juara gitu ya. Nasib berkata lain, aku bisa menangkan pertandingan. Karena aku nggak berharap sampai bisa menangkan ya. Dan itu merupakan suatu gift banget bagi aku. Karena itu seperti pemberian ulang tahun lah gitu. Kamu dapat jadi juara, kita kasih hadiahnya itu 2DS waktu itu. Kita kasih 2DS. Dan memang ada juga momen yang sangat menentukan gitu ya. Ketika Swiss round itu untuk menentukan siapa pemenangnya masuk top cut, salah satu lawan saya itu misklik. Dia seharusnya bisa menyerang dengan satu serangan yang bisa membuat saya kalah, tapi dia misklik dan akhirnya saya yang menangkan pertandingan. Best time-nya itu ketika aku mulai menangkan pertandingan dan akhirnya mulai kenal banyak trainer, banyak pemain-pemain Pokemon VGC juga. Di situ aku mendapatkan banyak teman ya. Kalau momen pertama kali menang itu yang paling aku rasakan itu ketika di Bandung di TGL Gameplay. Nah di situ itu adalah kemenangan kompetisi pertamaku ya gitu. Yang kurasakan tuh dapat banyak teman dan momen-momen itu yang aku rasa itu yang nggak bisa tergantikan di VGC competition ini semuanya. Playstyleku itu aku lebih suka ofensif dengan menyerang langsung gitu. Jadi aku lebih suka melihat lawan kelemahannya di mana, lalu aku serang dengan serangan super efektif. How I build teams, oke. Pertama, aku melihat Pokemon tentu yang aku suka Pokemon mana sih gitu ya. Seperti dinosaurus, lalu sepertinya ini ada landak gitu ya aku pakai misalnya. Aku tes tuh timnya di rating battle. Aku coba timnya, aku lihat kesalahannya. Pada saat mencoba ini, aku lebih senang ketika aku menemui kekalahan gitu ya. Karena aku jadi langsung tahu, oh Pokemonku lemahnya di sini gitu. Kangaskhan tuh it's my favorite Pokemon. Sebelum itu sih Pokemon favoritku sih Charizard ya, tapi telah digantikan nama Kangaskhan pada saat 2014-2015. Rival paling kuat ya, Octavian Jason ya. Octavian Jason ini ketika bertanding lawan aku di final, kita dulu pernah di final di 2015 itu namanya Super Trainer Arena. Kita bertanding sampai final dan di final Jason ini berhasil mengalahkanku 2-1 gitu ya. Ini rivalku yang terberat gitu ya. Kalau goal sendiri aku sebetulnya lebih kepada menghabiskan waktu luang, enjoy myself ya. Kayak my goal it's to enjoy myself as much as I can. Terlepas hasil kompetisinya apa ya, itu bonus lah gitu.
Gue umur 20 tahun, gue pertama main Pokemon itu dari SD, pas kelas 5, berarti sekitar 8 tahun yang lalu. Kenapa mulai main VGC itu sebenarnya karena pengen aja sih terjun ke dunia kompetitif. Sebenarnya sih dari dulu udah pernah main, cuma belum pernah ikut turni-turni kayak gini. Jadi kayaknya mulai Sword and Shield ini gue pengen coba untuk terjun ke VGC 2020. Preparasi sebenarnya gak banyak sih ya, karena gue juga masih baru terjun ke sini. Jadi paling enggak sih cuma ngeliat-ngeliat apa ya, kompetisi-kompetisi, terus match-match yang udah di-upload ke YouTube segala macem, terus belajar dari komunitas juga, banyak yang ngasih saran. Terus kalau misalnya soal bikin tim sih paling enggak breeding gitu-gitu ya. Mulai cari-cari combo-combo yang pas gitu buat tim yang cocok sama playstyle gue, gitu aja sih. Yang menginspirasi gue sebenarnya nggak ada, guys. Jadi emang bener-bener ini murni keinginan gue pengen terjun ke VGC 2020 tahun ini. Hal yang paling ini ya, di-enjoy banget pas main Pokemon itu sebenarnya semuanya sih, guys. Jadi mulai dari story-nya, terus dari mekanik gameplaynya, terus dari yang terutama yang paling gue suka sih musik ya. Musik dari game Pokemon tuh suka bikin nostalgia segala macem gitu. Jadi semuanya sebenarnya gue suka. Yang penonton gue suka sih sebenarnya kalau gue ngupload konten Pokemon tentang apa aja ya. Tapi seringnya tuh kalau ngupload konten tentang cerita-cerita, fakta-fakta, top 10, lore tuh mereka pada suka banget. Pokoknya konten apapun tentang Pokemon deh, kalau selain Pokemon mereka kayaknya kurang suka deh. Ya. Pokemon favorit, ini banyak banget sih sebenarnya. Tapi kalau disuruh milih satu, Buzzwole kayaknya. Buzzwole ya nggak ada preferensi khusus sih, karena emang icon gue dari awal Valkro juga emang pakai Buzzwole dan gue suka aja gitu sama bentuknya. Kayak ya gitu aja sih sebenarnya, nggak ada preferensi khusus kok. Goal di Pokemon VGC 2020 yang pastinya pengen have fun aja di sini, bisa ketemu orang-orang baru, nyari pengalaman segala macam, dan buat komunitas Pokemon di Indonesia juga semoga banyak dari kalian yang ikut terjun ke VGC 2020 ya.
Gue Taufik, gue salah satu VGC player di Indo dan gue juga kadang-kadang merangkap sebagai staff PKMN-id dan gue juga punya YouTube channel namanya Tiku Chaneru dan itu kadang gue upload beberapa ranked match dan juga konten-konten VGC lainnya. Pertama kali saya play VGC itu tahun 2016 ya. Waktu itu saya baru dapat pertama kali konsol pertama saya seumur hidup yaitu Nintendo 3DS XL dan ternyata dilihat-lihat seru juga nih Pokemon ada kompetitifnya karena dari dulu saya memang pengen mencari suatu game kompetitif tapi yang mainnya sendiri gitu nggak tim-timan dan saya lihat Pokemon ini menarik karena memang dari dulu juga saya sudah sangat suka Pokemon. Iya, jadi pertamanya saya memang suka ikut komunitas-komunitas gitu dan pada akhirnya saya ikut bantu di PKMN-id untuk ngisi untuk bantu-bantu ya ngadain turnamen dan sebagainya dan dulu saya juga sempat main Dota 2 gitu ya dan saya benar-benar suka waktu itu ada caster namanya Justin Case ya itu benar-benar jadi idola saya dan saya pengen banget jadi caster cuma kayaknya kalau Dota saya nggak sanggup dan ternyata di sini ada VGC dan saya bisa mencoba untuk melatih keinginan saya untuk melakukan shotcasting di VGC ini gitu. Kalau playstyle saya sih bisa dibilang orang-orang defensif ya kalau kata orang-orang karena saya biasanya berlindung di balik cermin-cermin dan ya jalan belakangan tapi outlive lawannya dan kadang-kadang suka dibilang nyebelin sampai ada yang rela buat bikin tim untuk counter saya sendiri. Kalau ditanya antara komentator sama main sih susah ya karena dua-duanya buat saya enjoyable dan ada trade off-nya sendiri. Kalau main biasanya rada-rada stres gitu pas nyiapin timnya dan juga kalau kalah rada stres cuma pas menang tuh kayak lebih payoff-nya lebih gede. Kalau casting mungkin lebih santai gitu dan menurut saya selama saya enjoy dua-duanya ngapain harus dibandingin. Kalau bermain sih lebih banyak persiapannya ya dan ya belum persiapan kayak harus latihan berhari-hari biasanya saya gitu sih dan sementara kalau casting mungkin lebih banyak nonton dan belajar teori. Jadi untuk casting persiapannya sih menurut saya lebih agak nyantai ya walaupun nggak bisa nyantai juga sih. Tapi kalau main tuh memang ada perasaan yang lebih menantang yang lebih adrenalin begitu. Kalau rival sendiri sih nggak bisa dibilang ada ya karena ya saya siapapun yang datang ngelawan aja cuma kalau untuk kayak suka bandingin achievement saya biasanya sama yang namanya M. Hafiz Syahril dan juga Enro Lukmanto karena kami sering main bareng dan sering berangkat ke luar negeri juga bareng mulai aktif di komunitas juga startnya bareng jadi kayaknya cukup adil untuk nge-compare kami bertiga. Cuma satu, have fun.
Welcome back guys to PKMN-id Open. Right now we are on top 8 with me Hashiki Hanjaya and my other friend Piku Chaneru, or we call him as Taufik Wiradarmo.
Yeah,
so,
hello.
Right guys, we will be having a very interesting match upcoming after this, which will be Octavian Jason, which we have actually seen him before on the stream, right?
Yep.
Where he won the game against Aldrich Jan Sutandra, against our famous content creator YouTube from Indonesia, which is Lutfi Halimawan.
Yeah, this is really hype. I guess all the viewers on the YouTube has been calling his name. Upi
Yeah.
mana bang? Upi mana bang? Yeah.
Upi mana
Yeah,
bang?
right now we have Lutfi Halimawan on the stream.
Sekarang ya.
Yep.
Right now.
Right now.
Okay, we'll just speak a bit Indonesian. So for
Yeah.
you guys to know, Lutfi Halimawan will be here up on the stream. So yeah, I mean we'll be seeing the head-to-head between these two competitors. Lutfi Halimawan, basically is a very new player.
Yeah.
A very unique
Unique achievement to have in a VGC,
Yeah.
VGC competition, but yeah, that shows that he's actually a prominent YouTube content creator, especially in the Indonesian community.
Yep.
So it's pretty interesting to have that someone that has the basics from YouTube, from content creating to the VGC and actually performs well.
Yes. He was the YouTube Silver Button content creator in 2018 and 2019. He was on the Facebook Indonesia top streamer. On the other side, Jason is filled with tons of achievement in the VGC scene. We have Tosca Alcafest Aura Tournament champion, 74 trainers if I'm not mistaken. Indonesia Super Trainer Arena champion, which is we have like around 70 trainers as well. Pokemon ID Trainer Circuit Bandung #1 champion, and also not to mention, in 2018 he was the grand finalist, grand final champion on Pokemon ID Trainer Circuit 2018.
Yeah, Jason is, I would like to say that he's kind of an enigma because he didn't show that much up to the tournament, but when he goes to the tournament, he really performs really well, especially during the 2018, during our local circuit. Jason never show up in the tournament at all, then just sweep the last chance qualifier and actually turn out to be the champion.
Yeah, he just went through the last chance qualifier, turned out to be champion. Definitely a player that you will need to be aware of and wary of, especially against Luffy Halimawan. I'll probably see very interesting teams here. We see that Luffy Halimawan was actually using the Sun team, right?
Yep, it's
with the Charizard, as we see before on the round 2. And Octavian Jason on round 4, I believe, we see the Rotom Wash, Conkel. Oh, okay, right. I think we'll be going onto the game right now between Lutfi Halimawan and also Octavian Jason. So I hope you guys from Indonesia, Lutfi Halimawan followers, spam the YouTube comments.
Ya, yang udah nyariin Bang Lutung nih,
Yeah,
mantap.
Bang Lutung, mantap. Also the match will be best of 3.
Yeah, best of 3 of course.
Gamenya nanti akan ada best of 3 ya.
You know, that makes it interesting because usually the more experienced players have the advantage on a best of 3. Usually because best of 1, there may be tricks and such that players didn't prepare for, but in this best of 3, you cannot really rely on that trick only.
Oh yeah, yep, definitely. And also Lutfi Halimawan just beat Jonathan Chandranagara on the previous round on the top 16. So without further ado, let's get on to the teams. We have Charizard, Ninetales, Duraludon, Gyarados, Raichu, and Leafeon from Lutung side, and also Jason has Arcanine, Conkeldurr, Rotom Wash, Duraludon, Grimmsnarl, and also Mamoswine.
So this is pretty interesting because the speed from Jason is pretty slow or moderate to slow, like Duraludon, Arcanine, Conkeldurr, Rotom,
Flame Orb Conkeldurr, yeah.
But the point is, it doesn't have like explicit speed control like Tailwind or Trick Room, but it may be the Grimmsnarl playing with Scary Face or Thunder Wave.
Yep, Thunder Wave has been a very interesting Pokemon to be, Thunder Wave is a very interesting move to be set because of this mechanic speed change in this meta, and can prove to be like one of the better, how do you say it, speed control in the match. And we see Duraludon and also Arcanine lead from Octavian Jason, and double shiny Lutfi Halimawan's Gyarados and also Raichu for his lead.
Yeah, so we can see the Intimidate coming in first. So Gyarados proved to be slower than the Arcanine. And I think it has been revealed from Guntur's side that Gyarados actually holding the Assault Vest because of the how little the damage from the Dragapult. So it's pretty interesting. Usual lead from Lutfi Halimawan, with Raichu having the Lightning Rod ability. So Duraludon and Arcanine cannot target Gyarados with either Wild Charge or Thunderbolt or Thunder and such.
Yes, and especially with the Gyarados, as actually also threatening the Arcanine.
But the point is, it's still -1, but it might be still able to knock it out the Arcanine with a max Geyser, but I'm not sure. That's totally depend on how the Pokemon are trained.
And also how Lutfi want to play this game, because it's very interesting leads. And we, there's a Dynamax from Jason right off the bat. We see it from the heavy wall, which will be the Duraludon going for a Dynamax, which looks like a building that we are in right now for the event.
Yeah, we are on Wisma 46, BNI.
Duraludon is in the house. Changing. Not really changing. Oh, also a Dynamax from Lutfi's side.
I think it has to be the Gyarados because Raichu, usually you want to fake out any supportive moves. So
yes, definitely. So Gyarados decides to go for the Dynamax as well.
It's pretty safe because it has still have the Lightning Rod.
Yeah, and the red lobster.
It ain't lobster, it's the dragon.
All right, the Arcanine uses Protect. Doesn't want to get any damage probably from either of the Fake Out or the Max Geyser from the Gyarados. Max Steel Spike is the choice, not being able to do any Max Lightning attack. Going to raise the defense of Duraludon and also Arcanine.
Yeah, this is pretty good because, you know, Gyarados is intimidated and you got, but there's the Max Airstream. We're going to the Arcanine slow event.
I'll First of all, it's actually raising the speed,
Yeah.
which might be important in the later turns. But it's a very interesting choice to go for the
Yeah, because Arcanine
Arcanine.
chose to protect, right? Jason had to protect because he had to choose one to Dynamax and the other one had to fake out. And actually, Lutfi called it right to the Arcanine slot. Now, the max LCM is big because on the previous turn, Arcanine can will-always the Gyarados. But now, the Gyarados should outspeed the Arcanine and it will be safe from will-always. A double target to the Arcanine slot might be able to knock it out.
Oh, and a nuzzle as well. It's a very great play by Lutfi with paralyzing the Duraludon and Max Quake from the Gyarados.
But I doubt that it will deal much damage because of the +1
Yeah,
and the
yeah,
Intimidate as well.
yeah.
If it's
But-
a weakness policy, it's gonna be really bad.
But I don't think that is a weakness policy, but the special defense rose was going to help. Whoa, is
Yeah.
going to connect onto the Red Lobster Gyarados, going to burn it and half the attack. Max Vermin is a choice from the Duraludon, going for the Raichu and able to knock it out and also decrease one stage of Gyarados attack.
So Gyarados is really done, I think, because it's -2 attack, it's burn, so the Dynamax is totally, I mean, Octavian Jason really make the Dynamax turn useless from Lutfi Halimawan. I think Lutfi could be better playing on the previous turn by double targeting the Arcanine, possibly knocking out. Yeah, so there will be no will-always. At least the Gyarados can still switch out. Because after this, if the Gyarados switch out, the burn will still intact, and that hurts Lutfi a lot.
But I mean, I think in this case that the Gyarados will not be switched out. He has the option to go for the max airstream as well as raising the speed of the Ninetales or even Max Quake and buff the Ninetales by the special defense to be able to survive more attacks.
Yeah, I think if you
from
want to
these,
attack, it has
Duraludon.
yeah, it has to be max airstream. So the but actually Ninetales
It's actually
outspeed the
faster.
Arcanine.
Yep. Not much damage onto both of these two Pokemon, but Max Quake is going to connect once more onto the Arcanine. A very minimum damage.
That's a -2 and a burn. That's
Yes.
really hard. And non-stab as well.
Yeah, non-stab as well. But I mean, with this special defense rose, probably is going to survive a bit lot. And the Snarl's going to connect, and the critical hit on the Gyarados not going to matter that much. But right now, Lutfi Halimawan's Pokemon is being really crippled one by one.
Oh, the paralyze. That could be big because at least both of these Pokemon are still undamaged that much. So I think Lutfi has to deal with the Arcanine first from the beginning because as we can see, if it's physical, you can just fill with. If it's special, you can just snarl. And it's pretty speedy as well.
I believe that Lutfi has the option to switch in right now for the Gyarados, especially after the -2 special, -2 attack, right?
Yeah.
As we called before, he has the option to send the Leafeon.
But this is a really big play. I mean, he really has to have the courage to switch in because it's weak to Arcanine and it's in the sun.
Yep, but Snarl is going to go out once again onto both of these two Pokemon, reducing the special attack of Leafeon and also Ninetales. But I believe Leafeon should be a physical attacker, right?
Yeah, Leafeon is physical attacker and there's the Thunderbolt to the Leafeon is actually a good switch in. But the problem is, can Lutfi knock out the Arcanine or the Arcanine can touch the Leafeon? But it seems that a double target might be able to knock out. But then the Arcanine item has not been refilled yet. So if it's a berry, it's gonna be really hard because Leafeon probably will not knock out the Arcanine and the Heat Wave after the -2 is questionable.
I think it's the first time that I saw a Leafeon as well in the competitive scene. I've
Leafeon
minimum knowledge about Leafeon actually.
Yeah, Leafeon is actually the speed, you know, the speed advantage because of the chlorophyll, I believe. So it's double the speed, gonna be the fastest Pokemon in the field, and it's pretty
also
good special attack. Physical attacker, sorry.
Physical attack and special defense. Still not going to knock out any both of these two Pokemon. The Flame Trial is going to target the Leafeon, and the Dragon Pulse going to target the
I think it should
Ninetales.
survive with the +1 special win. So it's pretty good because the Roldon is going to be knocked out. Arcanine might be, Arcanine might be able to be knocked out by Leafeon. I think Lutfi's Leafeon has a Solar Blade, if I recall correctly. So that might deal a lot of damage from that range of Arcanine, especially that. Oh, but the Arcanine has a +1 boost. Oh, there's the the Predict as well.
Yeah, the Predict as well, and going for the Gyarados once again, intimidating both of these two Pokemons. Will actually Jason go for the Thunderbolt right now from
But it's actually outsped by the Ninetales, so Ninetales should be able to knock out the Dragon.
Right.
That's why it's pretty safe just to switch in the Gyarados right now.
A very great play by Lutfi, knocking out the Duraludon, which I believe one of the
biggest threat to the Gyarados.
Biggest threat to 3 of these Pokemon right now. And also Agov Berry is revealed from the Arcanine, going to munch that berry and heals 33%.
We can see how little the damage does, even if it's in the sun, because the Gyarados is assault fast, so it's really bulky in the special side. And we have seen that the Arcanine has Will-O-Wisp, Snarl, and Protect, and also Flamethrower. So no wild charge, it can feel really safe. But the problem is Mamoswine might have a
Choice Scarf.
A Choice Scarf and also a rock type attack. So Gyarados have to be kind of be careful. But then if the Levion later turn out to be faster, then Levion gotta be really great against Mamoswine.
Yeah, definitely. Decides to withdraw the Arcanine, going to rotate the Intimidate for later turns. Conkeldurr is being sent out, is the Jason's choice. Right now, Ninetales decides to go for Protect. Doesn't want to get any damage from the potential high horsepower. From the
that's
correct
really good
prediction by
read.
Lutfi. And the Earthquake.
Oh, the Earthquake. The Earthquake, okay. That
Is targeting the Arcanine,
yeah, the
obviously.
Arcanine, but of course it won't knock out, but Luffy doesn't have choice because it is on the sun. But one thing that Luffy has to take account is how much remaining sun turn is remaining, because the Levion needs the sun. The Levion needs the sun to act.
Yep.
To outspeed the threats, you know.
Outspeed Mamoswine. Outspeed. I believe it can tank some attacks from the Conkeldurr.
Oh, it's confirmed Scarf, right?
Yeah, it's confirmed Scarf.
Oh,
It's going to hit onto the Ninetales, knocking it out. But Gyarados uses Bounce.
Trying to avoid any attack like Rock Slide from the Conkeldurr as well. Oh, there's actually Ice Punch. The Ice Punch is pretty safe because if the
It's a neutral attack.
if a Levion switch in, then it's gonna be covering it off guard. But it seems that the sun is still up, so Levion might be a good
call.
But the problem is Octavia and Jason still have the Arcanine in the back, and the remaining Pokemons are physical attackers, so it's really hard. But Leaf Blade has a high critical hit ratio, so that might be it's called. It's obvious that Jason wants to save the Mamoswine.
Yep. Going for the shiny Arcanine this time around, intimidating the Leafeon, but not going to intimidate the bounced.
Oh no, it's still affected.
It's still affected. Oh, right, sorry, it's still affected. Leaf Blade onto the Mamoswine Sword.
Yeah, Mamoswine
which is
Sword.
right now is the Arcanine.
So yeah, this is pretty hard because the Gyarados was really bad position. Burn and -1. Levion, we can still that it still deal pretty much damage, but yeah, he can just rotate the Arcanine to recycle the Intimidate, and of course, Mamoswine, even with the Choice Scarf, may have the possibility like things like Ice Shard to get priority moves, and of course the Sun should be out for several turns. This might be even the last turn, and if the Sun is out, Levion is usually a bit slow because usually Levion doesn't invest on speed, just full bulk and attack.
But decides to protect here, even though there's is the Sun still there? The Flamethrower is going to not connect onto the Leafeons, and the Waterfall going to hit the Arcanine, not knocking it out. And Ice Punch going to connect. Oh no! It's actually great prediction by Lutfi.
Yeah.
He managed to stall one more turn.
Oh, yeah, is the Sun still up? It's pretty hard for us to see because the stadium is also red, right?
Yeah, it's Kabu Stadium.
Yeah, the Sun may be even out from several turns later, but we're not pretty sure. But one thing is Gyarados is outspeeding the opposing Arcanine, so that's one big. Oh no, Arcanine outspeeds.
Arcanine was faster.
Oh yeah.
Arcanine. So
this is bad.
basically, I think the Sun is up.
Yeah, the Sun is out
Flamethrower
already.
knocking out the Leafeon.
Okay.
The Earthquake is going to knock out the Arcanine, but it's probably going to be hard as Ice Punch going to hit the Gyarados and knocking it out. So how do you think about the game just now?
Yeah, I think the Gyarados, it's just the Gyarados. I think Lutfi has to take care of the Arcanine first because you don't want to get intimidated and burned. So I think actually Lutfi led with the right Pokemon because of the fake out,
Fake out pressure or
yeah,
fake out
fake out
options.
pressure to the Arcanine slot. And with the max Extreme, actually he can try to max Giza on the Arcanine slot and just double target it with right Thunderbolt. I'm pretty sure that it has to be enough. It has to be enough. I think the turn that he attacked the the Dynamax Duraludon is not really effective, and I think that's just the turn because then Jason can just recycle his Arcanine with the Intimidate and such, and of course the Snarl also disturbing the Raichu space, and of course another special attacker, I guess, the Ninetales, of course.
But I believe that when we saw the team just now, right?
Yeah.
When we saw the leads, I was totally agreeing with you where Lutfi can actually make some better plays. But I also do feel on the other hand, it's just that Jason able to make some good predictions, some better plays in the game before. But what I can say is that in terms of matchup, Jason are able to make more mistakes compared to Lutfi.
I see. The matchup is not really that one-sided, you know. Yeah, because we don't really have that one-sided matchup. It's pretty fair, but the problem is, I think the problem is just more
It's just
like
the
the
first
Arcanine.
turn, right? Just the first turn that he doesn't go for the Arcanine, going for the knockout, right? And we believe we're going to game 2 right now.
Yeah, also we have to mention that Lutfi did some good prediction as well for the protects.
Yeah, I believe that. For example, like the protect, Jason going to double target that slot, and Lutfi actually managed to protect that slot and do some free damage onto the opponent.
Yeah, I believe that actually the sun has run out for several turns, I think, during the end of the game because the Livian was outsped by Arcanine. Because if the sun is still up, then Livian should be outspeeding the Arcanine because Livian has really good base speed, and with the sun up, gonna be really even outspeeding Dragapult without investing anything.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's something
So
new to me.
because I practiced with Lutfi on his stream. So yeah, we kind of do the sets together, and yeah, I kind of know the calculation of the speed of the Livian. So yeah, Livian should outspeed everything. I'm not really sure about the Mamoswine. The Mamoswine is another problem because it has Choice Scarf, but I think it still should be outspeeding it. But the problem is Mamoswine can still have an Ice Shard, a priority attack.
But I believe that Livian was one of the very bulky.
Yeah, it's
in
one
other
of the
defensive stats, right?
It's
Or
one
from
of
the evolutions,
yeah, one of the
correct? So I'm
bulky one.
roughly calculating, should be Ice Shard should be able to
Yeah,
survive
it should
from the
be.
Ice Shard.
Because it's only one-time weakness.
Yep. And right now the leads are changing from Jason going from Duraludon and Arcanine into Mamoswine and Arcanine. Duraludon and also Red Gyarados is the choice for Lutfi.
Now the problem is Duraludon is not really on a good position because the Mamoswine might want to Dynamax, but yeah, because it can hit the Duraludon super effectively. But then and of course the Arcanine also have Snarl to reduce the Duraludon damage.
I believe that if he actually bring out the Charizard right now, that can be a huge play, because
But the problem is the sun is not up yet.
Oh, decides to send out Rotom instead. Rotom Wash is being sent out by Jason. On his very first turn, we see the Dynamax from Lutfi. Right off the bat, once again, going to send out his. Okay, it's his Duraludon.
Duraludon should be better because the Gyarados is intimidated. You don't want to keep an intimidated Pokemon in the field for a long time. You want, especially that it also has intimidate, so you want to recycle that.
Yes. And the Arcanine is going to will always again the Gyarados.
Without the fake out pressure, it's pretty free. It's a free will always, free burn.
Except if he actually switch in, right? The Max Steel Spike going onto the Rotom, which used to be the Mamoswine slot. A great prediction there by Jason on switching it onto the Rotom.
Oh. Yeah, I think because the Duraludon is weakness policy, but so the burn might help because it reduces the damage to the Duraludon, and Duraludon is right now is really strong with +2 special attack. So it kind of forced Jason to do a snarl next turn.
Yes, yes, yes. Oh, it's actually a very good play by
Luffy, yeah.
By Luffy.
Yeah.
But maybe he needs to sack the Gyarados though.
No, he has to like. I think you want to keep the Gyarados for the Mamoswines because the Mamoswine, you might want to. I mean, you might want to keep the Intimidate for the Mamoswine, right? And of course, Livion probably one-hit KO Mamoswine here.
Yeah, and as you said before, Taufik, he decides to reset the Intimidate and save it for later turns. Ninetales going to be sent out, summoning the Drought, summoning his Sun.
Gonna reduce the damage from Hydro Pump as well, possibly.
Yep, and Snarl is going to connect onto both of these two Pokemon.
Forced to do Snarl. It's too dangerous to leave Duraludon with a +2.
And Air Balloon pops from the Ninetales.
Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt going to the Ninetales, doing tons of damage, but not going to pick it up. A +1 Max Warming from the Duraludon, going to the Arcanine, picking up the KO, which is the biggest threat of Ludwig's team in the previous round.
I really like this play. I really like this play. Finally, Ludwig ignored the Arcanine on the first turn, but finally he got rid of the Arcanine this turn, so it's really big because it really disturbed his pace. Now,
I mean, Jason still has his Dynamax, but
yeah. But right now, it's a
with a
+1.
Yeah, with a +1, that should be enough for knocking out a lot of Pokemon.
And Rotom might be, I mean, Ninetales might outspeed the Rotom. I guess that's still a possibility, especially that Rotom is not a Choice Scarf. We have seen Choice Scarf in the Mamoswine. So yeah,
-1 Solar Beam, can it kills off?
No, it's not about Rotom, but you can chip the Duraludon. You can do Max Whirlwind and Heat Wave. I think it might be able to knock out even the Dynamax Duraludon.
Oh yeah, that totally makes sense. Jason decides to Max its Duraludon next right now, going to retaliate with his own Duraludon. And Ninetales use Protect. Okay. Rotom's going to the Thunderbolt onto the Protected Ninetales. And Wax Marumin from Jason's Duraludon is going to go first onto the Duraludon of Lutfi. Not going to pick it up KO and minus the attack of both these two special attacker Pokemon. We'll see the attack from the Max Dormin from Lutfi. Give it out some voice, but there's not so much damage onto probably Assault Fest Duraludon.
Yeah, it might be Assault Fest Duraludon, and of course we have to note that it's +1. But yeah, Duraludon is back right now. So I'm not really sure. Maybe Lutfi is kind of afraid about the Ninetales being outsped by either Duraludon or Rotom, so he tried to protect first. He's not really confident on playing the offensive side.
But knowing if it's actually Assault Fest is probably not going to be knocking out with a Heat Wave as well. Solar Beam from the Ninetales on Drought will firing.
It's on one turn, yeah.
Yeah, it's a one-turn firing beam onto the...
Probably 50% on the Rotom.
We'll see how much. Okay, it's not.
It's around
50% after the Snarl, right? And also, Rotom is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the meta. Munching its berry away, which is we found out it's a citrus berry. The Thunderbolt's going to connect onto the Ninetales.
Oh, it's a
not knocking it out with 2 HP left. The Max Wormint's going to connect onto the Duraludon once more.
Wow.
Not
it is
knocking
a
it out
5
as well.
Wow.
Oh, this might be huge.
Oh, because it protects. Because it's protect, right?
It protects, but it might be huge.
But right now we have known that Ninetales is actually the fastest Pokemon, so he can try to chip the Duraludon as well. I think Lutung probably sack his Duraludon because Duraludon is only on 10 HP and didn't outspeed Rotom or Duraludon on Jason's side, so Duraludon probably has done its job. But then with the Heat Wave or maybe even a Solar Beam for Rotom, it's gonna be really big.
I think it really depends on the last Pokemon that he brought. For example, like if he brought, if he has Levion, he probably wanna try to do a lot of most damage onto the Duraludon. But if he doesn't bring, no, it's some spicy things that Octave and Jason just brought.
Oh, but it does the Heat Wave. The right call.
It was the right call, hitting both of these two Pokemons. Max Wormin once more onto the Duraludon, knocking it out. But Luffy still has one more turn
Yeah.
to go for the heat wave.
Yeah, that's the big point. The Ninetales survived, so the ally switch ended up didn't matter at all.
Yep.
And that's also revealing a trick. So now Lutfi is have realized that, oh, okay, the Rotom has ally switch.
But ally switch is something that's always a double-edged sword, don't we?
Yeah. But now the Duraludon is out from its Dynamax form. You can you can just double either target, you know, and it is guaranteed to knock out one Pokemon. Duraludon might not be able to knock out Leafeon because Duraludon, I think, doesn't have a fire coverage.
Yep.
And of course, Rotom is really weak against Leafeon, so Leafeon might be able to carry the game. Oh, the Ninetales, I think, trying to preserve the sun.
Preserve the sun, yeah. Because as we see, the sun turn is only one more turn. Going to send out the Gyarados. And Leafeon is still probably the fastest Pokemon on the field. Probably going to knock out the ally switch once more. Rotom. We'll see if Lutfi actually make the right call.
Duraludon might be
Oh! Swords Dance from
big
Leafeon.
play. This might be big play because with the Swords Dance, might be able to knock out the Duraludon.
And the Dragon Pulse onto
the Gyarados so fast takes it like a champion.
That was a great, really great play.
So Luffy Halimawan targeting either slot is fine because it's gonna knock it out anyway. And of course, if the Mamosan came in,
no, wait. I don't think a Solar Blade will actually knock out a Duraludon though.
But it's +2.
I mean, okay, we'll see. Gyarados will.
But it's quad resist. Yeah, the quad resist is one thing.
The quad resist it matters, right? So right now we're on the edge of our seat right now, going to set up the Ninetales Drought, and we'll enabling the Chlorophyll from Leafeon. Solar Blade.
Okay. I thought that was missing. No, it's absorbing.
It's not missing yet.
Which slot?
Which slot is it targeting? It's gonna be huge.
Rotom.
Onto the Rotom, knocking it out and enabling the Duraludon to do one more Dragon Pulse.
But this is
Thunderbolt.
Wow.
Wait. Okay.
Yeah, it targeted
it's done jobs. It's done jobs.
But one point is the last Pokemon is Mamoswine. Mamoswine gonna be intimidated, and Mamoswine has Choice Scarf, no Protect. He can safely target the slot. So.
Oh my.
But it ends up, I think, gonna be. Even with Thunderbolt, you know, Gyarados cannot be knocked out by a ton from Duraludon because it's Assault Vest. And Assault Vest Gyarados are Mamoswine oblivious, so Mamoswine actually cannot be intimidated. That's the first time I say that.
Because usually it's. Oh no, I think before we see a lot of Thick Fat, but right now
probably because Oblivious is just updated in this generation to prevent Intimidate.
Yep.
And of course, usually Assault Vest Gyarados are always trained to survive Thunderbolt from various Pokemon.
But in terms of the game state right now, the board is actually going for Leafeon. Leafeon, we see that there's no Ice Shard probably from Jason.
Even Ice Shard should not knock it out.
Right? Ice Shard shouldn't knock both of these Pokemon out.
Oh,
Onto the Mamoswine, knocking it out.
Really safe target because of the choice item.
Yeah. Oh my great. Oh, the Thunderbolt. We'll see how many damage. We'll see how many damage is.
No.
It doesn't survive.
Because of the chip damage. That makes sense.
That makes sense.
If it's full HP, he's gonna survive. But now it's, you know, you might even want to Swords Dance again because Duraludon will knock it out. But yeah, but just double attacking is much more safer.
It's a safe play. Luffy is raising his hand, going to probably knocking out the bam with a bam. We'll see if actually +4. Oh, it does
7 HP. 7 HP.
7 HP.
A Flash Cannon. Flash Cannon. Oh, that's 50% damage. Really big, but the berry, Citrus Berry takes into account.
So yeah, he probably won. And also with the start, we're still up. 2 more turns.
The sun is still up.
Obviously, Leafeon will able to take this to game 3.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh. Okay.
Really high moment.
Okay. Oh, he actually revealing the Leaf Blade as well.
I think that's a bit unnecessary.
Yeah.
That's a bit unnecessary.
Because sometimes you want to preserve the information.
Yeah.
Right now, he already revealed 4 of his moves, which is the Protect, Swords Dance, Solar Blade, which is the key, and also Leaf Blade.
Aduh, ini kayak viewernya Bang Upi nih, Bang Lutfi pada seneng nih Bang Lutung nih viewernya.
Game 3.
Game 3. So, like someone is just into the scene, into the competitive scene. against a really decorated player, one
Yeah.
of the veterans,
Yeah,
taking
yeah.
it into game
Yeah.
three.
I
is
mean,
really great.
I mean, like most of the players, you know, even veteran players, even like Gunter, Hafitz, and all these players, when they met Jason on the
Yeah.
table, they'll
Yeah.
probably think a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
They'll probably think a lot of things on how to win games against him. He has great predictions. His team always have great sets, and you know, it's like one of the players that you don't want to meet on the first round.
Yeah, even in the video, our video, Joshua Marbun shout out to Octavian Jason as his rival. So
Yes.
it's really acknowledged player.
So we're guys, for you guys who have just watched, we're going to game 3 of the top 8, which is Lutfi Halimawan, one of our most decorated content creator
Yeah.
in Indonesia, against Octavian Jason, one of the most decorated VGC player in Indonesia as well. And I was actually pretty surprised for someone that's, you know, he just played like very
Yeah,
new.
yeah.
When the VGC and the Sword and Shield came into play, being released, he just started playing with it. He asked me a lot about how to build teams, how to play VGC and everything. And I'm kind of happy that he's actually right now here on the top 8.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Bringing to the game 3
Yeah.
with Alifeon.
Yeah, and of course, we saw that after the Arcanine is out, then Lutfi's pace is really okay. There's nothing disturbing his pace, especially the Mamoswine didn't bring much into the table because the scarf is not bringing that much given the double speed from the Chlorophyll Livian.
Yep. So we're going to game 3. Lutfi Halimawan won, and Octavian Jason also won.
I think
I don't know
Jason
what
might
to say,
want to
man.
try the Grimmsnarl because Grimmsnarl has a possible of speed control, Thunder Wave, Scary Face, and things like that, or even damage control like Light Screen and Reflect.
I saw that he has a Spirit Break as well, which
Yeah, Spirit
reducing
Break.
the special attack of Duraludon, Ninetales, or even if he decides to bring out the Charizard.
Yeah, but Charizard seems like a bit risky due to Duraludon and Rotom, so you don't really want. I think Lutfi don't really want the Charizard. Duraludon seems to did the job better, I think.
And both players are already locking into their teams. We're going to round 3 of this top 8 between Lutfi Halimawan and also Octavian Jason. For you guys at home, make some noise.
Super
Followernya
hype,
Bang
super
Upi ya.
hype.
Followernya Bang Upi ya. Langsung aja di spam. Bang Upi, Bang Upi, Bang Upi. For those of you guys who want Jason to win, don't forget to spam his name as well onto our YouTube, onto the stream. The leads are the same for both of these players, Duraludon and Gyarados, and Jason is bringing his Mamoswine and also Arcanine once again.
It's interesting that Jason still want to bring the what is it?
Mamoswine.
The Mamoswine for a reason because Mamoswine is weak to Gyarados, Mamoswine is weak to Duraludon as well. So I know even Lutfi may adjust because on the previous match Lutfi ignored the Arcanine for first turn, but now he can just try to knock out the Arcanine on the first turn.
Yeah, and also Mamoswine has the option to just go directly for a high horsepower or any other moves onto the Duraludon and knocking it out. Because,
it's-
yeah, and we...
Gigantamax from Jason's side, I believe.
Yep.
It could be the Mamoswine? Is it the Mamoswine?
Oh,
it's the
Arcanine.
Okay, so that makes sense. But now the Arcanine cannot lower special attacks. And,
because of
and
the
it only
star.
has Max Flare and Max Darkness, so it's
Yep.
not really the best offensive Pokemon for Jason to Dynamax.
A Dynamax as well. Lutfi decides to Dynamax his Pokemon on the right off the bat for all
It should
3
be Gyarados,
rounds.
right? The Pokeball is Gyarados.
For 3 games, yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
it's the
Duraludon.
Duraludon, okay. But the point is, Jason can still use the Dynamax defensively, like, you know, just to max guard everything. So there will be no boost and there will be no damage to the Arcanine and the team.
Yep. One of the bear play. Oh, high horsepower is going
But
to
it
connect.
activates the weakness policy, and the
Okay.
Arcanine cannot snarl.
Okay. Okay.
So that depends on which target Lutfi chose.
Max Flare onto the Duraludon.
Oh,
Okay, he
that
just
makes
wants
sense.
to decides to knock it out, but not enough. Summoning the Sun, which might be huge for the Leafeon coming on the from
And
the
Max
back.
Warmin.
Max Warmin onto the Arcanine.
Oh, but it's not enough.
It's not enough. It's not
Yeah,
enough.
I think Jason wants to take out the Duraludon as soon as possible. But if it
Okay.
is Earthquake,
If
it
it's-
should be
no,
Earthquake.
it should. Okay,
Oh,
it's
it's
Earthquake.
Earthquake
Okay,
actually. It's
Earthquake.
pretty risky, but and still not be able to knock out the Arcanine. I think one thing from Oh, even activating the berry. But actually, it's not that bad because the berry activated in the Dynamax version. So it actually, when it turned back to the normal Arcanine, it actually
Reduces
recovers half only like of the actual health that should be recovered. So yeah, the play from Ludwig is pretty risky.
He probably predicting the same play.
Yeah.
But Jason actually decides to bring his Conkeldurr once again, which brings him to win the first game against Ludwig. Max Flare onto the protected Duraludon. Stone Edge!
Oh,
onto target!
Oh, no critical hit, no critical hit.
No critical hit.
And the burn. Yeah, and of course, I think Jason knew that Duraludon has a weak special defense side, and it's the weakness policy, so no assault fast. So yeah, I think Jason expected a knockout on the first turn with the double high horsepower and the max player, but actually Duraludon survived, and I think Ludwig is even safe to like gamble the chance on the double max guard, double max guard.
Yeah, double max guard.
Just make sure that the Arcanine is out first, then
max guard.
We're gonna be. But
it failed. Mach Punch onto the Duraludon as we expected. Going to knock out with that blast.
But the Max Deckner shouldn't deal that much damage to Gyarados, and Gyarados I think should be able to knock it out. But at least Max Deckner reduced the special defense, and it's not resisted. Yeah, we can see that how bulky is the Gyarados with Assault Fest.
Yep. The choice is either a Waterfall or actually a Bounce.
Bounce.
But
I'm not. I don't think that's the ideal play. But I think if actually Ludwig has the Leafeon in the back, Leafeon should be able to knock out the Arcanine, I believe. And it's pretty safe to switch in Leafeon now because then the Leafeon will not get intimidated.
Yep, definitely.
Oh, but it's actually Ninetales. But Ninetales is actually faster than Arcanine as well. So Ninetales is still faster than both of these Pokemon. And
he can't decide. He can't decide to. The Conkeldurr can't decide to attack. Because if he decides to attack, he will get damage from the Gyarados. And the Gyarados is not burned. Like, this is the round that the Gyarados cannot burn.
Oh, yeah, the Gyarados is not burned. -1 is okay, but at least it's not burned, yeah.
Yes, yes.
And, yeah, the bounce is actually kind of cool because that kind of forces Jason to protect.
Okay.
But I'm not really sure about...
Conkeldurr's protect. We'll see what does the target did. Targeted Snarl, which onto the protected. And but Gyarados is going for the bounce onto the Arcanine!
Oh,
knocking it out!
Wow, that's big. Now that's a big thing.
Okay. Okay.
Now that's a big thing.
I'm onto the edge. Okay. Ludwig decide.
I think because I think Jason predicted my bounce always go to the Conkeldurr and it actually plays the mind games well.
Yeah. He doesn't want to target it yet.
Yeah.
So he just make sure, okay, so I want to get in the Ninetales for free, right?
Yeah.
And make sure that when I bounce the Arcanine, the Conkeldurr is not safe.
Okay, that's the Mach Punch. Yeah, it has to Mach Punch because the Ninetales has Air Balloon, so... Oh, but it's Rock Slide. Okay, Rock Slide will be able to knock it out. Oh, but one thing that Ludwig has to take into account is that the sun was set by the Max player, so...
Earthquake! From the Mamoswine onto and also the Conkeldurr.
Oh, the sun is out though.
The sun is out though.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned on the previous turn. He has to take it out because it was set by the Max player, not the Ninetales.
It might be a miscalculation from him.
Yeah.
Or either he doesn't bring his Leafeon on the.
But
okay,
it's
his
Leafeon.
Leafeon. Okay. Okay. So.
Oh,
this
but it's locked to high horsepower. It's not super. It's not effective.
Wait. Is it high horsepower?
It was. Oh, Rock Slide.
No,
Okay,
it's Rock Slide.
I apologize. It's a Rock Slide, but
Mamoswine has the chance to actually switch it back.
Okay.
As well as Conkeldurr is not. He has the option for Ice Punch as well.
And of course, Leafeon cannot do Solar Blade because of the sun is petering out.
Depends on the last Pokemon though. If the last Pokemon is actually protect from the Leafeon.
I think you want to try to Waterfall the
Mach Punch. Okay.
Okay,
we'll see if it's actually Rock Slide.
Oh, yeah, but
if there is a connect or
if it's a miss.
Okay,
no.
It connects onto the Gyarados.
Yo, so Ludwig has down to the last, but yeah, I think Ludwig got an edge on one point, but the problem is he didn't take into account the sun turn, which was set on the Max player. And the turn that he protected Ninetales, I think it was kind of wasted because the Arcanine will be knocked out anyway by a heat wave, and of course the Pokemon beside the Gyarados is faster than the Arcanine anyway, so it's pretty safe.
Leaf Blade onto the Conkeldurr, not going to pick up the
Oh,
KO,
and it
but
still
the
has Ice Punch.
Yep, the Ice Punch onto the...
Still
survives. And the Citrus Berry?
Yeah, it's a Citrus Berry. It had been refilled on the previous round. But then the Rock Slide, single target, probably enough.
It's knockout, right?
No, that's still 4 HP.
There's a Protect.
What?
He has a Protect.
Oh,
Leafeon
yeah,
has a
yeah.
Protect.
Leafeon can protect, but that just prolonged the game because Mamosan can just... Yeah, even better because Mamosan can just switch out and take super
And
effective
the last
ice attack.
Pokemon is Duraludon, yeah. He doesn't decide to bring the Rotom. Lutfi actually probably betting like the last Pokemon is a Rotom.
Yeah.
Which enables him to do an attack, but the Mach Punch not going to connect onto the Leafeon as it's protected. Going to be knocked out by its own burn from the Flame Orb and summoning a free switch in onto the Mamoswine and going to enable it going for the
Yeah, so
Ice Cycle Crash.
Jason, I think, played a bit of mind games by setting up the Sun earlier so that Lutfi has to choose about his Pokemon, and if he chooses the Ninetales and knock the Ninetales out when the Sun is still up, then Lutfi cannot capitalize on the Chlorophyll at all.
And, oh, wait.
What happened with the Mamoswine?
Also, what happened here?
What happened with the Mamoswine?
What happened to Mamoswine? But, oh yeah,
Okay.
basically Jason won the game. Still won the
Yeah,
game.
Now-
Jason won the game.
That's what we call experience. My experience takes into account Jason really knew his win condition, which is the Sun.
Yep.
As we know that on the first game, the Sun also was not capitalized by Lutfi, right? On the second game, he lost, and it's because of course because of the Sun. Lutfi was able to set up the Sun 2 times with his Ninetales, and Leafeon just carried the game. But in the last game, with the
Probably
match
he
player,
forgot. Yeah, probably he forgot that the Sun was not up, or basically
Yeah.
the Sun he miscalculated the Sun.
Yeah.
Let's say, for example, at that turn he actually brought up the Leafeon as the bait, right?
yeah.
And then he sends out his Ninetales
Yeah, either
on the last,
Pokemon.
right? And then probably the Sun will still build up for the next 5 turns and enabling him for the offensive pressure and knocking out Jason's Pokemon.
Yeah, that's props to Jason because setting up the Max Flare is really a double-edged sword. But I think he take into the account that I think Lutfi may miscalculate this. So if I can take that into an advantage, so I'm gonna play this, and that really
Pays
happened well.
Yeah,
It
pays
plays
well. I will say congratulations once again to Jason. A very great, a very beautiful play actually.
Yeah,
Throughout the
that's a
3 rounds.
really close game.
Yeah, it was really close game, beautiful play. I was actually very happy to be able to cast this game.
Yeah, of course.
Also props to Lutfi Halimawan. A very great play from someone who's fairly new, bringing us casters and probably Jason as well to the edge of his seat.
Yeah,
And, you know,
There were a
almost-
lot of
yeah.
moments that we got, whoa.
I was like,
well, that was really,
we
really
were
good,
very
good
happy,
game.
and I hope all the viewers were also happy with the game as the game. Besides, I think one of the games that we'll want to watch again in the future. I think we're ready to have Octavian Jason for interview with Rie. So Rie, you can take it away.
Hello, thank you, and Hashegi. Well, congratulations for the second time to our winner, Jason. Well, actually, the battle earlier it was really tight. Like I was even watching, and it was really cool. So, tell us, what was the toughest part from the battle earlier?
I have a rough matchup against Sun Team, and he actually had Sun Team, so that is one of the worst condition for me. And luckily, he doesn't bring Charizard in those 3 games, so it's very fortunate for me.
Oh, so because he didn't bring out the Charizard, that it became a chance for you to
Yeah.
actually win. What do you think about his attacks on the second round with his Leafeon and such?
Actually, he kinda punished me with my early switch play, since it doesn't do anything. So he did a good play with the Source Dance, and since my Duraludon kinda wall the Leafeon, it's the right play to Source Dance.
Ah, I see, I see. So actually, he did a pretty good
Yep.
counterattack to you, right? On the okay, on the third round, were you confident that on this last round you can turn the table and actually defeat your opponent?
Yeah, I try to set up the Sun first with my Arcanine, so he doesn't have his Arcanine his Ninetales doesn't set up the Sun first. So I can prolong the Sun, I can stall the Sun, so his Livian doesn't get the chlorophyll boost.
Oh, so when he take out the nine tails,
Yep.
it was already
Yeah, it's already Sun.
your setup.
Yeah.
Oh, I
So it wastes the
see.
turn for the Sun.
I see. As what the caster had already mentioned before, it's like a little bit of mind play, something like that. Okay. Oh my God, that was really great. It was a really great battle. That's a big inspiration for all of you. Okay, so do you have like any shout outs to people?
Yeah, shout out to Aldrich to help me prepare my team. He's my sparring partner.
Oh, nice. Okay, you hear that, Aldrich. Okay, thank you so much for the little interview. Congratulations once again. Okay, we are going back to the caster.
Alright guys, welcome back again to the caster stats. Thank you so much, Rie, for the interview with Jason.
Yeah, actually, Jason also stated that it was indeed his plan to set up
Yeah,
the sunrise.
Congratulations,
So,
congratulations,
yeah,
Taufik, congratulations,
I think
Taufik.
it's really great. Jason really know his win condition in that tight spot.
I believe that is a very great, very great play by him. I'll just say that the game was so beautiful.
Yeah.
It made us like the casters on the edge of our seats, right? And I think with a very beautiful gameplay, I would like to also probably introduce you guys, Lutfi, to the interview room.
Bahasa Indonesianya kita akan undang Bang Upi ke wawancara, oke?
Oke.
Jangan kemana-mana, lihat
Jadi
dulu Bang
jangan
Upi nih.
kemana-mana, sebentar.
Oh masih,
Oke,
oke. Bentar lagi ada Bang Upi,
siap-siap.
pokoknya
Masih
bentar lagi
siap.
ada Bang Upi, tungguin
Bentar-bentar
aja.
ada Bang Upi, siap-siap sebentar.
Yeah, and of course, yeah. But Jason really shows his experience, yeah.
Okay, we talk about the game first.
Yeah.
Right? Let's look at Lutfi's team. He brought Duraldo, Ninetales, Raichu, Leafeon, Charizard, and Gyarados. You said that you made the team with him.
No, yeah. We actually like 2 days before this event, we sparred together, and he kind of want to find a good Pokemon. Actually, someone in the group mentioned Leafeon, and we designed the Leafeon together. And of course, the Gyarados Assault Fest was also like we shared the spread.
Okay, and also like Leafeon was one of the key Pokemon that
Yeah,
won him
Leafeon
all the
really
games,
carried Lutfi's during his rating battles,
Yeah.
and of course today.
Yeah. I think because we don't match. All right, I think I will be actually interviewing Lutfi Halimawan as a special one, after this. So Rie, I think you can take it away.
Okay, thank you Hashegi. Now we are with Lutfi Halimawan.
Halo,
Oh iya.
kita
Oops.
speaking bahasa. Kita speaking bahasa.
Oke, maaf. Oke, sekarang kita lagi sama Lutfi ya,
Betul.
sebagai yang tadi lawan dari
Jason.
Jason. Oke. Jadi kayak kita mau tanya-tanya nih.
Oke.
Tadi Lutfi sendiri gimana selama pertandingannya? Karena berdasarkan data yang tadi dikasih ya, Lutfi kan melawan salah satu orang yang udah veteran dalam Pokemon ya. Kira-kira gimana tadi?
Jujur kaget sih bisa nyampe sini karena ini VGC pertama saya.
Oke.
Terus latihan juga hampir mungkin tiap hari ditemenin viewer streaming bareng-bareng. Halo, oi, kemana wae tuh, Yes. Nah, terus kayak ini dari 107 orang tadi ya. 107 orang itu kayak aku tuh nggak menyangka. Padahal aku kalau di leaderboard kadang tuh masih suka kalah menang. Tapi ternyata pas dibawa ke sini dengan tim yang aku bangun bareng-bareng sama bareng viewer, bareng sama anak-anak yang streaming lain juga, akhirnya aku bawa ke sini dan ternyata kita bisa bawa ke 8 besar. Itu aku nggak nyangka banget dan bisa ada beberapa veteran yang aku kalahin juga tadi waktu kualifikasi.
Oh, gila.
Dan
Berarti
tadi mentor aku bilang sih, aku cuma salah hitung tadi.
Nah, miskalkulasi
Ya,
ya.
miskalkulasi. Padahal dikit lagi tuh. Sengit banget Jason.
Iya, sayang banget.
Parah.
Tapi bagus
Gila,
banget.
Jason.
Tadi permainannya tapi jujur aja bagus banget sih, kayak banyak yang kaget. Lutfi yang sebagai hitungannya pemain baru melawan Jason yang notabene udah veteran bisa ngasih counter attack yang sebagus itu, yang bahkan mungkin kayak hitungannya jarang dipakai sama pemain-pemain lain gitu ya. Nah, kalau Lutfi sendiri ini Menurut kamu tadi bagian mana yang paling susah selama battle?
Bagian aku tadi ngitung draftnya Ninetales sama Solar Blade-nya Levian. Itu kayak pas banget mati, pas banget aku mundurin dan Ninetales aku cuma 2. Itu mau gimana pun dia harus keluar supaya mataharinya keluar lagi. Jadi itu mau Sandway bisa aku outspeed, mau dia Choice Scarf juga habis tetap. Makanya tadi Solar Blade-nya langsung habis. Itu benar-benar intens sih. Dan yang terakhir aku cuman salah hitung doang tadi.
Cuma
Ceroboh.
salah miskalkulasi. Ya udahlah. It's fine to lose sometimes.
Yes, experience,
Ya.
pengalaman.
Sekarang terakhir nih, kita mau minta ada nggak shout out ke orang tertentu setelah berhasil udah nyampe di top 8 sini?
Buat orang tertentu.
Ya, siapapun lah, banyak lebih dari satu boleh.
Oke, buat mentor-mentor saya, Hasegi, Meki, Hasegi terutama thank you udah bikin acara ini, Michael, terus Piku, mentor saya, Valkro, sama semua viewer-viewer saya streaming. Kalian semua the best, udah bantuin nemenin gue semingguan kemarin bikin tim, thank you.
Oke, terima kasih ya Lutfi. Sekali lagi selamat dulu dong, permainannya tadi bagus banget. Oke, sekian, kembali ke caster.
Oke, makasih banyak Bang Lutfi. Oke. Ada mau ngomong mungkin balik ke Lutfi?
But actually, we are behind. Both
Okay,
of us,
okay.
we are behind Lutfi's team.
Oh.
I don't know that you also team built with him.
No, I mean I just help with like a bit of his team, right?
Yeah.
Right. I think guys will be up next for
The semifinals,
Yeah,
yeah.
the semifinals of this PKMN-id Open. So do not go anywhere because we'll be right
And of
back.
course, we will feature both semifinals. Semifinal A and semifinal B,
Yeah,
I think.
I hope so. Yeah,
Yeah.
I hope so. I will be featuring both of the semifinals, so do not go anywhere because we'll be right back very soon with action-packed games.
There will always be a place for you by my side, day or night. You know that it's killing me. Why do you always leave? It's not right. We don't fight, but I know what you've been through. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain, 'cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave, 'cause you are the only one.
Nama saya Guntur, saya pemain Pokemon VGC, saya udah main Pokemon gamenya sendiri, udah dari generasi 1, dan belakangan ini mulai masuk ke VGC. Dibilang main VGC sih saya udah mulai battle-battle dari generasi 5, tapi saya untuk serius masuk ke VGC as a competitor itu di tahun 2018. Turnamen pertama saya itu di Perth Regional 2018, waktu itu nggak gitu bagus hasilnya. Best experience buat saya jelas itu ketemu orang-orang dari berbagai macam negara ya. Kita ketemu orang baru, kita udah bisa langsung akrab karena kita punya kesukaan yang sama, kita punya persamaan, knowledge juga kita sama, sharing knowledge. Kalau misalnya orang itu bilang tukar budaya, ini kita tukar apa ya istilahnya playstyle dari tiap-tiap masing-masing negara. Kuat di Pokemon VGC itu menurut saya adalah knowledge tentang Pokemon itu sendiri, tentang tim saya sendiri. Saya bukan tipikal orang yang bisa ngambil tim mana aja terus langsung dipakai, langsung perform, tapi saya lebih ke arah tipikal yang saya bikin tim itu sendiri dari nol, saya kembangin dari awal, ada kekurangan apa saya benerin, adjust with the current condition. Dan menurut saya itu salah satu kekuatan utama dari setiap main VGC ya. Gis Rival menurut saya juga teman baik saya sendiri. Di Indonesia ya ada Hafiz. Dia selalu pakai Pokemon unorthodox. Pokemonnya sih sebenarnya biasa aja, cuman setnya unorthodox bikin saya agak kaget. Kalau untuk internasional, I have to say Chris Khan. He's a very good player. Dia udah selalu day to Worlds. Dia juga pernah juara Internats. Dia juga sering banyak sharing sama saya dan menurut saya sangat menyenangkan buat saya kalau saya tanding sama dia. Awalnya saya mulai itu saya goalnya cuma ingin tampil di Worlds, tapi sekarang udah 2 kali dan masih penasaran, jadi goalnya adalah World Championship.
Halo, nama saya Hashiki Hanjaya. Saya adalah salah satu pendiri dari PKMN-id, Indonesian Pokemon Community, dan saya juga salah satu dari Stage 2 Pokemon Professor. Jadi dulu awalnya tahun 2013 ada salah satu turnamen terbesar di Indonesia dengan lebih dari 100 peserta, dan saat itu belum ada komunitas Pokemon yang benar-benar fokus untuk video game championship. Jadi saya berinisiatif untuk membuat komunitas dan membuat turnamen lebih sering. Dari sanalah Pokemon-id bermulai. Sekarang dari awalnya hanya video game championship, sekarang kita sudah ada event untuk trading card game, video game championship tentunya, dan juga Pokemon Tournament. Apa yang membuat kita bisa menjadi Pokemon Professor? Yang pasti tentunya kita Professor punya 4 core value. Salah satunya yang saya paling suka adalah integritas. Jadi kita harus, walaupun kita harus dekat dengan komunitas, sebagai community leader kita harus dekat dengan komunitas. Tapi tentunya kita juga harus memiliki integritas dalam turnamen. Pengalaman jasa saya balik ke tahun 2014, dari dulu sudah sekitar 6 tahun yang lalu. Saya pernah judge di Indonesia, pernah juga di Jakarta dan Bandung tentunya. But mostly karena semua turnamen yang ada di Indonesia saya yang buat atau saya yang organize. Kalau di luar negeri saya pernah paling sering, biasanya tiap tahun saya ke Kuala Lumpur di Malaysia. Dan juga ke Australia, pernah di Melbourne, pernah di Sydney. Dan yang paling terakhir kemarin saya baru dari Washington DC untuk judge di Poker World Championship. Saya suka banget melihat ada komunitas Pokemon. Dari dasarnya memang saya suka Pokemon. Tapi dengan komunitasnya begitu berkembang, mereka butuh sebuah wadah untuk menjadi player yang kompetitif, untuk menjadi pro player di dalam Pokemon, khususnya video game championship ini. Saya ingin membantu mereka dan tentunya yang pasti tidak lupa untuk bersenang-senang. Saya merasa bangga. Saya adalah asisten head judge waktu itu untuk Poker World Championship 2019 di Washington DC untuk bagian junior dan senior division. Goal saya untuk komunitas ini supaya semakin berkembang dan dapat memberikan yang terbaik untuk komunitas, memberikan yang terbaik untuk bagi para player-player, tentunya khususnya untuk yang player kompetitif, agar mereka dapat bertanding dan membawa nama Indonesia harum di kancah internasional.
Gue umur 20 tahun, gue pertama main Pokemon itu dari SD, pas kelas 5, berarti sekitar 8 tahun yang lalu. Kenapa mulai main VGC itu sebenarnya karena pengen aja sih terjun ke dunia kompetitif. Sebenarnya sih dari dulu udah pernah main, cuma belum pernah ikut turni-turni kayak gini. Jadi kayaknya mulai Sword and Shield ini gue pengen coba untuk terjun ke VGC 2020. Preparasi sebenarnya gak banyak sih ya, karena gue juga masih baru terjun ke sini, jadi paling enggak sih cuma ngeliat-ngeliat kompetisi-kompetisi, terus match-match yang udah di-upload ke YouTube segala macem, terus belajar dari komunitas juga, banyak yang ngasih saran. Terus kalau misalnya soal bikin tim sih paling enggak breeding gitu-gitu ya, mulai cari-cari combo-combo yang pas gitu buat tim yang cocok sama playstyle gue, gitu aja sih. Yang menginspirasi gue sebenarnya nggak ada, guys. Jadi emang bener-bener ini murni keinginan gue pengen terjun ke VGC 2020 tahun ini. Hal yang paling ini ya di-enjoy banget pas main Pokemon itu sebenarnya semuanya sih, guys. Jadi mulai dari story-nya, terus dari mekanik gameplaynya, terus dari yang terutama yang paling gue suka sih musik ya. Musik dari game Pokemon tuh suka bikin nostalgia segala macem gitu. Jadi semuanya sebenarnya gue suka. Yang penonton gue suka sih sebenarnya kalau gue ngupload konten Pokemon tentang apa aja ya. Tapi seringnya tuh kalau ngupload konten tentang cerita-cerita, fakta-fakta, top 10, lore tuh mereka pada suka banget. Pokoknya konten apapun tentang Pokemon deh, kalau selain Pokemon mereka kayaknya kurang suka deh. Ya. Pokemon favorit, ini banyak banget sih sebenarnya. Tapi kalau disuruh milih satu, Buzzwole kayaknya. Buzzwole ya nggak ada preferensi khusus sih, karena emang icon gue dari awal Valkro juga emang pakai Buzzwole dan gue suka aja gitu sama bentuknya. Kayak ya gitu aja sih sebenarnya, nggak ada preferensi khusus kok. Goal di Pokemon VGC 2020 yang pastinya pengen have fun aja di sini, bisa ketemu orang-orang baru, nyari pengalaman segala macam, dan buat komunitas Pokemon di Indonesia juga semoga banyak dari kalian yang ikut terjun ke VGC 2020 ya.
All right, guys, welcome back again and again. We're still here, commentators. It's your big daddy JJ, and this with me still.
Yep, Darren Lee, all the way from Malaysia, again.
Again, all the way from the Philippines as well.
Yeah.
So, again, Malaysian dude, a Filipino dude in Malaysia.
Yeah, we've come really far.
Just for
into
this?
Just for this. And also, we have come really far into the standings.
Right.
Yeah, we have already passed top 8.
Mm-hmm.
And now we are looking at the semifinals very soon.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think it's actually a good time for us to talk about the past teams that we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
And according to the statistics that we've seen, what's the usage of the Pokemon that we've seen?
Right.
You know, like what do you think? What do you think? What do you think we will see like in the semifinals? Like so far, we've seen a lot of tricks up of everybody's sleeves.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was hoping for like earlier when I was casting with Tofik, with Piku.
Yep.
I'm like, yo, the teams that Indonesians have isn't really that common, and everybody has like things to show other people that hey, this is what I have. This is something that nobody has, and it's really surprising.
Yeah, yeah, it's actually really surprised. Like the one, I think so far the one that interests me the most is definitely the weakness policy on the Ludicolo.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking as well.
One of the most interesting ones we've seen so far.
U-turn.
U-turn onto Ludicolo with weakness policy.
That's actually what I was thinking about just now before you say that. Like, yo.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. Like, how did they come up with this weird stuff?
Indonesians are great.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, well, okay, to be fair, this is one of the biggest ones that Indonesians have so far. And I'm actually very proud that my dear friend Hashegi, the organizer of this event, he has actually brought all of this together.
Big
very
props to
well.
him.
Yeah, big props. Really, really big props. He's actually done an amazing job making sure that everything's running well. We're actually on a really, really good schedule, I would say.
Up until now,
Yeah, up
he's
until
doing
now.
stuff. That's why we're the ones, up on your screens right now. It should have been me and Hashegi, but Hashegi needs to do his thing.
He needs to do his thing, but I think it's fine that we're on top. I think it's okay if we actually talk about if we really talk about how the Indonesian meta was shaped. Will there be more Togekiss usage? Would there be more Whimsicott usage? Because from what I've seen, we haven't really seen a lot of Togekiss despite the number of the number of Togekiss that have been recorded. It hasn't seen that much play, and with Excadrill still running around, it still poses so much of a threat. As we've seen so far, Sand teams have
There's a lot of sand teams that we saw, and really just aside from the sand teams, right? Really just the team composition of each and every Indonesian are really different. If you're going to set aside the sand team and definitely even the trick room, it's different here. You're not expecting this Pokemon to set up the trick room. It's gonna be a different Pokemon that's gonna set up the trick room.
Yeah, it's because there's so much versatility that this Pokemon have already gotten from this gen. There's so many Pokemon that actually learn so many new moves from via TM. It's what makes this gen so
versatile.
Versatile.
Yeah. that is the word. That is the word. And really just. And now, what's in your screen right now is the top 8 bracket. So right now, we have, of course, Stefan versus Rizky, Christopherus versus William. We have Joshua versus Gunter, and then Octavian versus Lutfi.
Yep.
And right now in the top 4, we have Stefan, who hasn't lost once yet, right? And versus Williams, and of course Joshua versus Octavian.
Yeah, pretty impressed with how Stefan is actually going into
So
this.
far.
Yeah, going into this meta really well. But also, side note, William has also performed really well because William is one of those players that we have seen. Actually, to be honest, we've never seen William, but William has actually provided help to a lot of the VG players we know so far, like Andrew Loymanto. He actually helps them with team builds and actually practices with them. And from what we've gotten news of, he's actually a really strong player. But now he's going toe-to-toe with Stefan.
Who hasn't lost once yet.
Who hasn't lost once yet. And William, I would say, is a very veteran player at this point of time. It's actually going to be interesting to see how it actually fares out. It's going to be quite a match. Quite a match in store for us.
I've talked to Stefan earlier. I'm like, yo, you might have been the only one who hasn't lost yet, right? I'm like, yo, I like your team. I like how you play. I hope to see more.
Yeah.
And definitely, I think he's going to show us more, especially in the upcoming match. It's going to be Stefan, is it? Stefan versus William, right?
Yes, that's right. That's correct. It's just I just think especially in a BO3, like in a best of 3,
right?
Stefan just knows what you need. There has to be a win con, right? There needs to be a win condition that your Pokemon or your team needs to establish,
right,
before actually attempting to
pull out the strat. And
Right.
you see, going against William after this, he may have some issues.
Right.
Because William is actually has some very interesting Pokemon as well. It's just from what I can say, which we will see in the top 4 match, right, in semifinals. I would say that William actually has a team that actually counters Stefan's team. This may be when Stefan actually gets,
Beyond the
one
edge.
loss.
Maybe
Maybe
we'll
one
see.
loss.
I mean, like, if he loses this game, it's over.
It's over, but really, at this point, when you reach top 4 in a 110 player,
Right, that's one heck of an
tournament,
achievement.
very, 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 very impressive. If you ask me,
It's not just very impressive. Just like I said, it's not just very. It's not just very, very impressive. It is.
very,
Go on.
very, very,
Very, very, very, very, very, very, very, very, very, very, very, very, very impressive.
Yes, definitely
Oh,
very
you got
impressive. Yeah, very impressive. Very impressive. Shout out to me.
All right. Well, right
Yeah.
now, definitely, we're just waiting for the setup to happen.
Yep,
And
yep.
and right now, really, Stefan and William. I don't know what to expect. I mean, we've seen their teams now, but like, it's still we might have seen it on paper, but it's still different in application. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, definitely. Like how Stefan's Gigalith has proven to be actually one of the stronger trick room users. In this point, with Mimikyu actually doing his job
Right,
perfectly
right.
well. That's something that you actually catch in the Sand team, with especially when Tyranitar is actually one of the more prominent Sand
Right.
setters. It's quite interesting to see his team in 8-0. Is it 8-0? 9-0, right?
I think so.
Yeah, it's 9-0.
Yeah. Oh yeah. All
Yeah.
right. Well, right now we have.
it's
Oh, it is
10-0.
9-0. Yeah.
God.
Okay. Dude, this guy is
This guy is on fire.
This guy's on fire. This guy is a monster.
Yeah, it's oh man.
I mean,
9-0.
he told us like the last time he played was like 2015.
Yep.
Right, and then he just like, oh well, there's a new Pokemon game, so like, oh, I'm just gonna try it out. I'm like, yo, you got 9-0.
9-0 right now.
Don't
And
tell me that you're not like playing like on the down low.
I think he's playing us. I think
Right?
I think he's playing us right now. No one just gets 9-0. Yeah.
And just I don't know, really, I don't. I keep on saying this. I keep on telling this. I don't know what to expect.
This
I don't know
is a dream. I'm pretty sure this is a dream right now.
This is one of the biggest matches. I'd say
Yeah.
one of the biggest matches that we have in the entire tournament.
Yeah. Especially against William. William has surprised a lot of people, like making a comeback into the scene.
Right.
Yeah.
And right now, let's get into the team preview.
Yeah.
And there we go again, Stefan with the Gastrodon, Gudra, the second time we're seeing in the stream, Mimikyu, Gigalith, Scrafty, and Corviknight. And of course, for Williams, it is a Torkoal, Charizard, Dusclops, Rhyperior, Butterfree, and the Gastrodon.
Yeah, we've seen how Butterfree has pulled its own weight with Sleep Powder. Now, mind you, Butterfree with Sleep Powder of 75% accuracy is actually much better on the Butterfree itself, because with Compound-ized, that 75% has a boosted accuracy to a 97.5% accuracy. Now, that's always almost going to hit, and
That's
it's almost as
exact
good.
number.
Yeah, it's almost as good as Spore, and, Sleep being a huge factor in a lot of the matchups, it can buy you turns.
Right.
Buy you turns of damage and setup. But otherwise, we see like Rhyperior. That's something to be very afraid of. You don't want to just swing at it with a super effective move. That thing is just gonna ram you over right after. But with Sun and Charizard, I think that's a pretty standard combo. You can see right now.
Right now, I think definitely these players have these players' teams are Trick Room teams. So I guess it's down to the how do you say this, the mind games of who's going to bring who.
Yep, exactly.
All right, now we are into the game. Stefan versus Williams into the potentially final match of the day, because
Yep.
whoever's going to lose here is going to go home with the top 4 finish.
Yep. But obviously, the winner of this will go into the finals in a BO3. Now we see the leader from Williams with Charizard and Torkoal with Drought kicking in, but Stefan sending in Scrafty and Gudra.
This is the first time we've seen them out.
Yeah, especially
Earlier-
Gudra. Yes, especially Gudra.
Earlier, we've seen a Gastrodon, Gigalith, Mimikyu, and actually, that's the only Pokemon that we saw earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
He didn't get the chance to like bring out the fourth one, but right now, let's see what's gonna happen.
Well, we might not be seeing Gigalith right now this turn because he might have been expecting the Torkoal to come out this turn from Williams. So that's why he's trying to save the Gigalith for this turn. He may send out the Gigalith and he may use the Scrafty to fake out on who's this? On Charizard. Because Charizard or Torkoal, because Torkoal with Eruption can actually do a lot of damage if it's not focused on, and may be a hindrance. Yeah, we see the withdrawal from Williams. Yeah, coming in with the Rhyperior. And we may see the fake out. Oh no, we see the Dynamax, instant Dynamax actually.
I think it's going to be Dynamax Gudra.
It makes more sense to be the Dynamax Gudra actually.
And definitely going in for that fake up into that. Either Charcoal or Rhyperior, but like doesn't really matter if he's gonna go for the setup fake out into either Pokemon, since Torkoal is only there to set up the drought.
Yeah, well, we can see the fake out. Yes, he's trying to chip off the Torkoal as much as he can. While you know, this thing, like, he needs to buy turns to make sure the Torkoal doesn't do
anything.
Yeah, do anything. You can't allow the Torkoal to actually move, especially in this case. But with Rhyperior and Torkoal being the slowest Pokemon right now on field, he, I think Stefan may be able to take a good, he may be able to deal a good chunk of damage onto either Torkoal or Rhyperior without actually setting off the weakness policy on Rhyperior.
And I mean, like, I don't think Stefan actually has any. I don't think he has Mimikyu to set up the Trick Room. I don't think he has it on his 4 Pokemon, and I don't think Williams has it as well. Okay, there we go. He has it with a Trick Room setting.
Yep.
He definitely needs that. He definitely needs that.
Yes,
so that he needs to be faster.
Yeah, he needs a form of speed control, and Williams has actually. Yeah, there we go. He's trying to protect his attacker at all costs. He needs a turn. He needs to buy a turn to just really set up the Trick Room, right? And with the Eviolite on the Dusclops, that is doing no damage from a max ooze. Now we're seeing special attack rise for both sides. Not much of a deal for Scrafty, but Foul Play kicking in to a protected Rhyperior, and that would have done a lot of damage. I'm just saying, that would have done a lot of damage with that huge attack style on Rhyperior.
I mean, like, I think he's going in for the. I think he's going in for that Foul Play instead of any other moveset. Instead of any other moves into that Rhyperior to prevent the Assault Vest from getting activated.
So you mean the weakness policy?
Weakness policy. Sorry,
Yes,
sorry.
yeah, it's fine. It's okay. It's okay.
Sorry.
Alright, so we see the Beast Ball coming in. No, this should be the Dusclops. Oh, wait, that doesn't make sense if it's Dusclops. Yeah, Rhyperior is actually coming out as Dynamax. It doesn't make sense if you Dynamax the Dusclops. But will it matter at this point? If he does set the Trick Room, will he not receive enough damage? Yeah, okay, well, we see the ally switch this time. It may be playing mind games to make sure that the players will outplay the Trick Room.
Right.
But really, Max Wormwind coming in, which is actually a good thing, because this actually, that actually does a lot of damage. Because
Even with the Eviolite.
Correct, yeah. Because that reduces the attack stat, and that's something that Stefan wants, right? But not with Foul Play coming in. That does no damage at all. With the attack stat drop, Foul Play actually deals the amount of damage based on the attack stat your opponent has. And Max Quake hitting Gudra, fair chunk of damage, but the special defense drop is much appreciated on Rhyperior's side. We know that Rhyperior has Solid Rock. They usually run Solid Rock with weakness policy. It's a very good combo, because Solid Rock reduces the super effective moves, right? The super effective moves damage, and also with weakness policy, this capitalizes on that ability. So that way we have a lot of damage, or a lot of attack stat rising, while you're reducing as much damage as you potentially can.
Right.
Yeah.
And right now, definitely Rhyperior is still on its second turn of being a Dynamax. Stefan with the Dragon Pulse into that of the... trying to get the Dusclops out of the way.
He's trying to get Dusclops out of the way to make sure the Trick Room doesn't come in or any potential ally switch in the late game. But Foul Play actually kicking in does a small chunk of damage because of the attack drop. But Max Quake connecting and potentially bringing it to Rid. Yep. Oh,
Not
almost
enough.
Rid. Oh,
Not enough. Just a chip of damage could have made it could have put it into the red.
Yep. Yeah, we see that the Gudra is just tanky enough to actually take a lot of hits, but also because of the -1 attack drop. But in this case, we may not, because Rhyperior now is like, he's like 2 turns into Dynamax, and he has 1 more turn of Dynamax. Well, Gudra, not gonna be so much of an investment now because there's 2 special defense stat raise on Rhyperior.
Right.
Almost nothing can touch it, unless it's like a huge Warrior type move, which we may see coming from the Gastrodon.
And now getting into the action, Charizard going in for the hit away. Definitely a solar power. Charizard making use of the drought, almost killing, almost knocking off that Scrafty. Oh, okay. It's because of the eject button. He's going to be switched out, but I don't know what he's going to put out a little bit. And of course, solar power on the heat wave, on the drought, and the life orb is really scary.
And they don't want to switch into anything that could potentially take a hit from Rhyperior, because exactly. If Mimikyu can take a hit from Rhyperior, perfect. But it's not something that you appreciate, because now you lose the disguise, and that's something that you could appreciate having on your side.
Right.
You want to stall out as many turns as you can, and William and Stefan actually done it. He's actually stalled out the Dynamax, but will he be able to survive the next few turns in order to take down the Rhyperior?
That is the question.
That is the question. That is definitely the question. Okay, well, we might see him send the Scrafty back out, after this.
Just to get a fake out.
You fake out, and as well as the Intimidate drop. Yeah, there we go. A free fake out is always appreciated, right? A free fake out is always appreciated.
Right.
And there's nothing, like as we know, there's nothing that Stefan's fake out can't touch anymore, because Dusclops is already out of the picture. That means fake out will always hit. Always hit. And let's see what he actually plans to do here. Gonna be a bit tricky to actually play around the Mimikyu, but especially when there's the +2 special defense that it's gonna be so hard to take down, even with Gastrodon. Sure, you can out heal it with Recover, but how long will you be able to take enough damage?
Definitely really.
Both players really
on the
thinking.
edge.
Yep. Fake out, connecting into the Charizard. Yeah, smart move, because that's the only thing that outspeeds everything. And Will-O-Wisp connecting into the Rhyperior. We may see a cripple.
Comeback.
Yeah, we may see a comeback. We may see a cripple Rhyperior here. Oh, but Swords
It doesn't matter.
connected.
It doesn't matter. You're burned.
Yep. But in this case, we see a -2 attack from the Max Whirlwind and the Scrafty, as well as the +2 +2 Swords Dance, which just neutralizes the attack stat.
Yeah, and it doesn't really help anything. It doesn't really help the Rhyperior, and especially with the burn status, like it's still gonna put it into half damage.
Yeah, nothing can really touch it unless he actually. Yeah, he's trying to preserve the Scrafty, hoping that they'll attack into it, but Heat Wave connecting, potentially knocking out the Mimikyu, but no, it's not. Not enough. He needs to try to preserve his attackers in the late game.
Oh,
but Trick Room actually connecting this time, knowing that Charizard won't be able to outspeed
with the Heat Wave.
Which we won't be able to outspeed anything in Trick Room, because it's the fastest thing in the whole field right now.
Right.
But this also means the Rhyperior will most likely go first.
Yeah, but like it's burned, so like it's more of a liability right now for Williams. But like we have to also consider the fact that both of the Pokemon in Stefan's field are both on the red.
Yeah, anything that he tries to touch will instantly just knock them out. And in the late game, we might see Stefan being in the bad spot, because we still have a Torkoal on Williams' side, and that's the thing. With Sun Up, Warrior type moves get half damage. Like they just get so much reduction in Warrior type damage, and there's nothing that can almost touch them.
Yeah, there we go. We see the Torko coming in because anything that Williams touches in this game state now essentially knocks them out. And he has to try to protect. Yeah, well, Rock Slide just pop up.
And
gives
that's
them a good pop. And he loses both Pokemon at once. And now he has the only thing that he can send out is, you know, Gastrodon, Gigalith.
I don't think it's a Corviknight.
But if it was a Corviknight, it might be a huge problem because he. Oh, yeah, there we go. We see the Gigalith, and that's actually a good play. But now he can just switch out into the Charizard, and this may spell trouble. Actually, this may spell trouble for Stefan.
Wait, if Gigalith, however, is much slower than Rhyperior, but I don't think so.
If I remember correctly, Torkoal actually has slower speed stat than Gigalith. Has a much lower speed stat than Gigalith. Because yeah, wait. We're sending out Charizard, trying to preserve the stun. Goes for the Earthquake.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, pretty good prediction there. But with Solid Rock, well, this is the thing that he doesn't want to do. He doesn't want to activate that weakness policy, which, as you can see from the damage that is done,
it's like nothing. It's like nothing.
Yeah, it's gonna boost more attack. Oh god. Oh no.
Well, right now it's just really just
that thing is +5 attack.
Oh,
sorry, that thing is +4 attack because of the neutralizing from the Swords Dance earlier. But with the weakness policy and the extra Swords Dance, that's +4 in attack.
Right now, I think what Williams is doing is he's just stalling.
Yeah, but Rhyperior with a ground type attack will definitely take Gigalith into half health, most likely, even with a burn.
Right. Now Gigalith into the superpower, definitely going into
Yeah.
that Rhyperior, knocking. No, no, it's gonna be knocked out. It's gonna be knocked out
Yes.
because of the burn.
Yes, definitely. But this is gonna be one turn because of the defense spell. Defense fall is gonna high horsepower. That's gonna do a lot of damage.
There we go. That's it. That's it.
Yep.
It was a nice try coming from Stefan.
Yep.
Really good stuff from coming in from that.
Yep. I would say that was an interesting play. Like I've said, William has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, but he knows how to control those tricks. He knows when to bring them in, and he knows when to execute them.
Right.
Yep.
And that's you mentioned it earlier before the start of the game. Really, I think this is the part. Well, this is the part where Stefan has to like adjust.
Yeah.
And needs to like take into consideration and factor whatever happened in the last set.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's correct. Because right now, as we've said, the BO3 matchup is where they learn to adapt. They need to understand what they're facing up against, and they need to adapt accordingly. They can't just send the same thing over and over again, hoping that their initial strat works. You know, it's not how it works. They need to know what they're really up against. They need to know their opponent. They need to know their opponent's playstyle. And in this case, Stefan better get his, better adapt quickly, because if he doesn't, he might not be able to go into finals.
Right.
You know?
I mean, like, how do I say this? This is something that you cannot do in the best of one. Right?
Definitely, because right now,
once you lose,
it's over, and you don't learn anything. You
Right.
don't learn anything from the opponent's team. But if you actually, how a best of three is actually intended to be, you just get so much information. You just get so much information. You just know what you're up against. You know, there's so many things. There's so many things that factor into the thing. Like, you need to know what item it has, what ability it has. Like right now, they know that Charizard has Solar Power and Life Orb instead of the very weird Blaze, G-Max, Focus Sash
Earlier.
Charizard. Yeah.
But like if you're playing on a best of one, you might you could put these things in your mind, but you won't be able to do anything about it.
Yep, you can't. It's just something that just comes out on the turn, and it's like, oh,
okay.
Well, what do I do now? What do I do now? And
Right.
that's the devastating thing about BO1. Best of one matches can be quite
Horrifying.
Very horrifying. It's like you're always on the edge. If you lose, you lose.
You lose.
Right?
That's it. That's it.
Yeah. But right now, Stefan has that one chance, or
To
one more
redeem
chance
himself.
actually, to actually redeem his team right now. Right. redeem his team right now, and I hope that Stefan actually, makes the best out of his team.
And speaking of that, let us now move on to the team preview. And again, of course, still into the same team. Of course, they can't change teams. But again, just like you said, just like I said, this is the moment. This is the turn where Stefan needs to take into consideration, that needs to take into factor everything that he has learned so far against Williams' team.
Yep, that's right. I think at this point, Stefan needs to know whether or not his trick room is actually viable in this matchup. What I like about Williams' team is that it's so versatile, right? It can actually counter trick room. It
Right.
can actually put him in a position where he can capitalize on trick room. If the opponent sets up trick room for him, great for him. He gets to actually move fast and hit hard with Rhyperior, or actually move fast and hit hard with Torkoal, because Torkoal is something that you should be worried about. Torkoal with Eruption, that does a lot of damage.
On
right?
drought.
Yes,
on
exactly.
sunny day.
That's sun boosted Eruption, and if you have it at full HP, that's gonna deal tons of damage, even with Spread.
And right now we are on the second round, the second game, Stefan versus William. Let's see which lead is Stefan going to go with today. Not today, but like in this turn, in this game. All right, of course, William sending out the Butterfree and the Charger. This is the first time we are seeing a Butterfree in our tournament. Well, in the field,
actually,
in the field.
Yeah, in the field. Yeah, definitely. We've already seen how Williams actually used the Butterfree when we were streaming him prior to this. We've seen how Sleep Powder was so good against all of his matchups. Like buying him turns to set up is very important for Williams' team, right? But in this case, we see Stefan leading with the Scrafty and Mimikyu. Not sure if he's actually opting to go for the Trick Room. Yeah, the obvious fake out, sure, goes on the Butterfree, hoping that it doesn't use the Sleep Powder. Scrafty actually avoiding the damage from the Heatwave actually matters a lot, because that could potentially prevent any chance of burning him.
Right.
But this guy is actually getting activated. And yeah, that's the thing. That's what I want to see in Stefan. Stefan is prioritizing what he thinks is best for the team, and that's definitely Trick Room. He needs to play to the best of this ability. He needs to know when to capitalize on Trick Room. And in this case, of course, Trick Room is going to make so much sense.
Right.
You know?
I mean, he is definitely going to take advantage of that Trick Room. I mean, yeah, sure, Williams may have set up the... Could have definitely set up the Butterfree into that, Sleep Powder, but like, thanks to the Trick Room, he's now faster, but now he's going to send out the Gastrodon, switching out the Charizard right now. Scrafty into the foul play, into the Butterfree. I think he predicted a switch as well. Play rough into that of the Butterfree, making sure he's going to knock it out.
Yep, it's an important thing to actually knock out the Butterfree, because Butterfree being knocked out means that there's no potential Sleep Powder. There's no potential Sleep Powder abuse, exactly. Like, it's just something so scary. Like that's why Stefan immediately took out the Butterfree, right? You don't want to face an opponent while you're sleeping.
Right.
You know? And Rhyperior coming in, trying to utilize the most out of the Trick Room. I think is able to actually go first, because it's actually the slowest among every Pokemon in the field right now. And yeah, with this matchup, with this game state right now, the only thing that Mimikyu can try to do is try to do as much damage as it can before it Dynamaxes and actually make use of the Dynamax power.
Right.
But as we've seen, Mimikyu has Will-O-Wisp.
Right.
And if Rhyperior doesn't take out the Mimikyu in this turn, it may prove to be fatal. It may prove to be fatal.
Actually, that's true, because Mimikyu not only has Will-O-Wisp that can go against a Rhyperior, but he can just, Stefan can like remove the Trick Room.
Yes, that's right. That's correct. Potentially, he can remove the Trick Room. That's exactly how this is supposed to go. We see the Protect coming in from the Scrafty, but the Swords Dance setting up the Rhyperior. The Scare Rhyperior standing in the back. And Gastrodon going for the Muddy Water. And actually hitting Mimikyu for...
Critical
yeah,
hit.
there we go. That's why I was wondering, why is there so much damage?
Okay,
and Will-O-Wisp,
Will-O-Wisp.
will it connect? It does connect into the Rhyperior. Now with that +2 special, with that +2 attack, it does do a fair chunk of damage. As long as it's going first, it's still a threat.
Right.
Regardless of what condition you're in, the attack stat is nothing to scoff at. Rhyperior has huge attack stat. And especially in Trick Room, it can really, really hurt Pokemon.
Exactly, and right now we're seeing whatever we're seeing right now. Of course, going in for the Dynamax of Rhyperior in the burn status, and that's gonna be it going out on.
Yep. Yep, Dynamax Rhyperior coming into play.
And there we go.
Yeah, definitely not something that you want to face head on because of that huge HP that it gains.
Right.
Do we actually see a Dynamax on their turn? No, we actually see a Max Quake. Will this be enough to take out the Mimikyu? Oh, no, it's actually going for the Scrafty this time around. That does a lot of damage. Do you see that?
Even with the burn.
Damage. Yeah, that's why I'm saying that huge attack stat is not something to scoff at, and that's the exact thing I was trying to warn you about. It's not something you want to take a hit from.
That's true. That's true.
All right, eject battling getting activated on Scrafty is gonna put Stefan in such a bad position now, and Sandstream activating. This is not exactly what he wants. That's not exactly what he wants, because when this happens, Muddy Water, sure, it does hit for less damage because of the special defense, but now he's setting the Sandstorm to actually attack to actually damage the Mimikyu. That's not something that he wants. He wants to try to preserve them as much as he can. Oh no.
Ooh.
Yep, the Berry Proc. It's gonna reduce as much damage as it can from the Wood Hammer. Just taking to half health.
More than half health.
That's more than half health. But as we know, Mimikyu going down to the Wood Hammer.
No, Life Orb. Sorry. The recoil.
Yeah, it's the recoil. Yes, from the Wood Hammer. Yes.
Sorry. It's
not
a
okay.
Life Orb.
It's fine. It's confusing at this point because there's so many Life Orb users out there.
Right.
But Scrafty coming in
Intimidate.
with the Intimidate and the free Fake Out.
Right, and just making sure that Rhyperior gets the -1, so he's just like he's only at +1 right now on the attack.
Essentially at +1 attack right now.
But like at the same time, the Fake Out is not. He would only be able to use a Fake Out against a Gastrodon, but I think if he could like switch out a Gastrodon, that would be great. But the thing is, you won't be able to flinch a Dynamax Pokemon.
Yeah, but the thing is, now that they've lost both their Trick Room setters, Stefan might be able to capitalize a bit, just a bit.
One more turn.
Yeah, one more turn, but he can still protect. He can Fake Out and he can protect. But whether or not the Scrafty survives this turn is another issue. We still don't know what other Pokemon he has in the bag, but we're planning to see. I'm not sure. Scrafty might go for a Fake Out on the Gastrodon to make sure that it doesn't recover. But Rhyperior is still a threat.
Oh, there we go.
So
That's
he's
what
trying
I'm
to
saying.
protect. Yeah, he's trying to protect the Gastrodon as much as he can.
And with the Charizard as well going out, just what I said earlier. Yep. Going in for the Fake Out definitely, or he is making sure that William is predicting the Fake Out, whereas he's not going in for the Fake Out.
Potentially that could be a play, but at this point you have to understand.
Right.
Stefan has nothing to lose at faking out anything. So as long as there's good chip damage, it's any damage is good on his side. Like he needs to get as much damage as he can onto any Pokemon. Yeah, we see a Max Guard. If he goes for the Fake Out, because he knows that he can't Fake Out a Dynamax, but yeah, he's trying to protect the Scrafty as much as he can. But with the free switch in, Max Knuckle gonna connect onto the Rhyperior. Yeah, oh, that's actually a weird target. You should actually go for the Rhyperior if you can. But a good call, actually. A good call.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Stefan is doing really good reads and really good prediction like that. Like I told you earlier, I think he's just playing with the mind games, making sure that Williams is thinking that he's going in for the Fake Out. That's why he kind of like made sure and controlled William into switching.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Trick Room is now gone. So really, who's really in control here? That's really hard to say. Because Crafty has lost his Fake Out potential. And Max Guard coming into play, trying to preserve the Gigalith as much as possible. But little does he know, he actually makes it harder with the Sandstorm. Yeah, with the Sandstorm actually running out, right? And Heat Wave actually taking the Scrafty out, which is very important. Right now, we get to see what is Stefan's last Pokemon. Charizard just barely hanging in there, with Sandstorm dwindling his HP down, along with Life Orb and Solar Power. But at this point, we're not going to see Solar Power much into play, with not many Sunsetters in this case. Dynamax going down from Williams Rhyperior. I don't see a win con for Stefan actually. Sure, Gudra can tank hits from Charizard, but Charizard is just gonna outspeed them and actually do enough chip damage.
Right.
And we know that Gastrodon is in the back, right? We know that Gastrodon is in the back. And what can you retouch Rhyperior with? What can you retouch Rhyperior with? Gigalith has superpower. We know Gigalith has superpower, but this is going to put him in a better position if he uses it now. You know, he loses the attack stat, he loses his his defense stat, and it's not something that you want to take away.
I mean, if he could like really predict a switch, or like make sure he's going to be going on for the switch, nice. That's going to be avoided by the Gudra. I mean, he could go for the seed bomb.
Oh no, that's a burn.
Oh no, that's hard.
Yeah, that's actually really harsh. Now Gigalith has very little offensive power, and there's nothing that Gigalith has, or there's nothing that Stefan has that can redirect water moves. Yeah, now this is gonna be an issue. Max Quake coming in, but not doing enough damage because of the solid rock
and the burn.
That's so little things that it has not going for him. You know, special defense rise, sure, it can withstand Gastrodon's Scalp or potentially even Earth Power in this case. You know, but we will see. We will see what this is actually very interesting because they are so hit to hit, right? Hit to hit, 2-2. And if you lose one Pokemon, you're at such a big disadvantage.
Right. That is true. That is true.
Yeah. Now we see Sen being only one turn left. Dynamax going down on Stefan's Gigalith. With lacking the HP and the attack power that it potentially has it. Sandstorm going down the next turn, he may try to protect the Gastrodon or try to recover, and Rhyperior can just go with full out damage.
Right. That is true. That is true.
You know, Gastrodon has I would say pretty good bulk. I
Right.
would say pretty good bulk, but can it stand a Gigalith and a Gudra before it recovers? I don't think so. But Gastrodon will definitely outspeed a Gigalith in this case, and he may be able to withstand a Gudra's attack before he recovers. But I think Protect is a much safer, much safer out, much safer out to prevent any damage to it.
And of course, going in for that Gigalith into the Protect, making sure he's going to survive that hit. And of course, Dragon Pulse into that of the Rhyperior, I think. Making sure it takes it up, but it's not going to be enough. And Gastrodon will
exactly.
recover.
Here we see the recover on the Gastrodon. Healing as much damage as you can before the Sand subsides. And this is where it gets crazy. He predicts the Protect and actually does massive amount of damage to Gudra. Oh no, that's going to be bad for
Even in
Stefan.
the burn.
Even with burn, yes. Sure, the Sandstorm is already subsided. No damage will be on Gudra, but we have a healthy Gastrodon. We have a Rhyperior that can potentially take one more hit before it deals more damage. There's just nothing that Stefan has right now. He may be in a very big pickle spot. Like, I don't think there's an out.
I mean, Gastrodon can just like use the Muddy Water and can take out both of these Pokemon.
I doubt. Yeah, he's trying to preserve the Rhyperior. Yes, I doubt that he can take out the Gudra because Gudra has one of the highest special defense. Oh no, the Dragon Pulse just goes into the Rhyperior, and Gastrodon's gonna use Ice Beam on the Gudra, and now he has almost. Oh wow!
And we have to take note that there's only 3 minutes left before the battle ends. So like, the only thing that he could do here is it's either you stall for the time.
Yeah, but
if you could take out the Rhyperior and stall for the time, that's one tech.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like even with the timeout, it's not gonna do enough damage to actually knock anything out. Dragon Pulse is gonna connect. It's gonna do that much damage, but Muddy Water is gonna connect, and both of them are gonna get knocked out.
Oh yeah, that is true as well. That's what I'm saying. You could just do the Muddy Water, and that's it.
Yeah, very well played from William. That was a huge turn of wins. Like you can see how the tides have turned.
Right.
Woo! And here we have Stefan going down to William, 9-1, finishing at top 4. Unfortunate for him, but very fortunate for William. Very strong start, very strong finish for both players. I would say. You know.
I'm not shocked. You know, like yo, Stefan, man,
he actually did really well. He did really well.
And he was really doing great so far. I mean, he wasn't like the other games where like someone was dominating. he's not letting the other player dominate himself.
Yeah, it's he's doing his best to hold on to
Right.
that line,
Mhm.
and to be honest, he's actually done the best he can in that game state.
Right.
But William, like I mentioned, he has the outs. He knows what is the late game or
Right.
how to finish off the game. You
Mhm.
know, and from what we can see, he actually put it off really well this time around for 2 games.
Mhm.
You know, 2 games and beating Stefan in 2-0 in a best of 3 match
Right.
is pretty impressive. You know.
I mean, each and every 2-0 is pretty impressive,
Yeah,
you know?
Yep. Especially going against the 9-0. Actually making him lose that streak.
Mhm.
I would say is, William is
Right.
actually pretty good at this game. Oh
But
man.
let's hear it. You know, let's hear it from let's hear it when it comes there. You know.
Yeah. You know,
I'm really interested in like knowing what's running through the mind of William.
Yeah.
Throughout the entire game. I mean, like the moment he got a 2-0, right? So after the first game, there's a potential. There's potentially that Stefan could have been potentially, made a comeback and got a 1-1.
Yep.
But I'm really interested to see and to know what was running into the mind of William. So, Cherry, take it away.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Caster. So we are now with William, and we would like to congratulate again.
Thank you very much.
I don't know, this is like the second time I'm with him right now. Okay, so you're up against Steven,
Yeah.
which actually won 9-0 lose.
Yeah.
How did you feel when you got the match up against him?
I think Steven's team is very scary for me, especially Gudra, because almost none of my team can really answer well to Gudra. So I have to make, especially when my Raperior is burnt, because Gudra is weak against physical attacks. So
Yes.
I try to attack it from that side, but it's very bulky. Gudra is very bulky, especially when it's Dynamax, and when it's Dynamax, it also have the access to Max Worm Wind, which reduces the attack. So it's even harder to kill the Gudra. Luckily, with I can try to manage to set up Source Dance against the Gudra. So finally, I can take down the Gudra.
Yeah, because we all saw that. You set up on the first round, you set up the swords dance twice, right?
Yeah.
And on the second round, you set it up once, and it gave so much damage.
Yeah.
And it actually was one of the key of your win. Was
Yeah.
it right?
Yeah, I think making very riskful plays, like setting up the Source Dance, really makes the victory easier.
Oh, so it was because you set up the swords dance
Yeah.
that you actually
Yeah, I
managed
can win.
to-
I can win. Yeah.
Yeah, it was actually a really tight battle. Okay, so do you have like any expectation since you won? Do you have like any expectation for the upcoming battle?
Yeah, actually making it to the top cut is already exceeding my expectations. I don't expect to make it past the top cut. Now that I'm actually in the finals, I'm very excited for the next battle. Win or lose, I think it's all the matter of having fun. Yeah.
Okay, that's all from William. Now we would like to congratulate you for the second time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so back to the caster.
And now that we know what's running through the mind of William, I mean, I think it would be unfair if we're not going to interview Stefan,
Yeah.
who only lost to William. He got 9-1 record.
Yes,
If it
yes,
wasn't for
yes.
William, he would have been running in the top 2.
Yeah. It's actually really impressive, and I think it's very important for both players to actually share their experience
Right.
and what they think of the matchups and how they could have done better
Right.
if they so pleased, if they want to tell us. But if they want to keep their secrets, keep their secrets.
But hey, we're really interested in knowing what the secret is. And
Of
so,
course.
really, would we be able to know their secrets?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think Stefan's.
Maybe.
I think Stefan. He's gonna spill out some secrets.
We need your secrets, Stefan. Cherry, please, let us know.
Yeah.
Please spill it.
All right, casters. Okay, now we are with Steven. Congratulations, you played a really great game. Honestly, like it was the 9 wins. It was really great. Honestly, in this tournament, like please tell us what you thought during the battle before or during the match up during the battle. Was it hard for you?
Uh, Actually, since the first match, the first round,
Yes.
it's already like I got all the hacks, and I was like, okay. So I'm probably gonna left soon. So it's okay. So going to the top four is actually exceeding my expectations already. Since like 7 p.m. now, I was
Yeah,
thinking like,
yes.
okay, like 3 p.m. I probably already too old, so I'll probably go home and sleep. Right? I mean, it's a weekend, but yeah, it's really great, especially having a matchup with Williams right before. So I did a lot of mistakes, which I think, and I hope people also learn from it. Never ever really touch Rhyperior weakness policy.
That's okay. That's one advice from Steven. Like, what was the toughest moment during the battle? Like the moment where you had to think really hard how to counterattack the Pokemons from William.
Uh, I think in the last match, I'm getting too predictable. So William put protect in the right time, in the right moment, in the right Pokemon. So I hit that Pokemon using my Dynamax move. So I kind of like waste my Dynamax move,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is yeah. I think that's already my limit. Since it's great. William is really good at predicting me. So I thought, yeah, I'm having an honorable defeats honestly. So it's a good thing for me.
Okay, so I think that's all from Steven. After a little, yeah, a few questions. Now you know what Steven thinks, caster, and everyone out there. Okay, so once again, congratulations for reaching the top four. You did a really great game. Now we are going back to the caster.
Thank you.
Don't touch our period with weakness policy. Dude, Stefan 2020.
Yep, there we go.
Stefan 2020. Code it. Code it.
Code
It's his.
It's copyrighted now. It's trademarked. Yeah, it's I'm actually say I would actually say I'm really proud of these two players. Very well played, a very great sportsmanship on Stefan's side. A very good man, I would say. Very good player, very good man. All you can ask for from a player.
Right. I mean, he's not like any other players. I'm not saying the Indonesians are like this, but there are some players who like, if they lose, they get really salty.
Yeah,
you know, they blame everything except how they play, except themselves.
Yeah.
But like how Stefan actually took his loss, it was really admirable, and I think he's a great role model for any players, not just Indonesians.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. It's very important to win, sure, but it's more important to know what your weaknesses are, and
Right.
that's admitting defeat. That's the most important thing.
And speaking of really meaningful, not defeat, but meaningful battles, we'll get back to you after a short break for more Pokemon action.
Yeah,
We'll see you guys in a bit.
Yep. Hello guys, welcome back to Pokemon ID Open. Right now, my name is Ashigi Hanjaya, and with me, JJ, will be casting the other top four, the semifinals for this Pokemon ID Open.
And I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say because like I'm just really speechless with all of our games. Like none of the games in the top cut are like one-sided.
Yeah. I think most of the a lot of the games are actually pretty high level match. I mean, in the rarely case, right? I think we could go to the bracket to see what are the players.
Who are the players?
Yeah, who are the players, and also their roadmap onto getting it this far. So we have Stefan Gerardo against Risky. Of course, Stefan won, and Crystal against Williams. Williams won. Williams to the finals, our first finalist. Joshua Marbun is going to the final semifinals against Guntur. Octave and Jason, which the match that we saw against Ludwig, a very beautiful game.
Right.
The games that I cast as well. Right now will be Joshua versus Jason.
So right now, as we are seeing into the screen, William is just waiting for Joshua and Octavian. Whoever's going to win that is going to face William in the grand finals.
Yep. I mean, it's very interesting. Williams is a very well-known player in the community, but he's his first time actually joining the tournament. I was actually
interesting stuff.
I was actually making a bet with him. Dude, if Aldrich John joined the tournament, you should join the tournament. I was like, oh yeah, okay, because Aldrich at first doesn't want to join the tournament, right? And then apparently, like, he joined, and right now he's on the finals. I think that's enough about our other finalists. We are going to find the next finalist, which is Joshua Marbun against Jason. Of course, both of these players are quite veteran. They are. If you see the Joshua videos, he's one of his rivals that he stayed on the introduction video.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy to see them both on this stage. Joshua, of course, he actually the winner of the first Indonesia Premier Challenge with
Back in
117 players. Yeah, 5 years ago. Super Trainer Arena runner-up, and also on the other side is Jason, was the Super Trainer Arena champion. So they was actually facing each other on the finals.
Yeah, I'm seeing it right now. It's like,
Yeah, right?
Josh was like the runner-up, and this was the champion. Now they're meeting again in 2020.
Yep.
And you know, Pokemon ID not Pokemon, but like Open, Open 2020.
Jason won the Tosca Alpha Cafes, the first Auras tournament. We said that he was the champion for the Super Trainer Arena. He was the first local Trainer RD circuit champion on 2017, and also the Grand Final champion on 2018. While Joshua Marbun also winning the champion Pokemon ID Online Weekly Season 3, and also winning the Invitational that we saw last on 7th January.
Yeah. And there we go. There we have it. We've shown you the achievements of these players, and I think this is really going to be interesting. I think it's going to be even more interesting than the last ones.
Yeah, I hopefully. So I think the game should be ready in a minute.
And there we go. And I think both of these players are really itching to start now. And I think that they are really raring to go. And there we go. Let's now go into the team preview.
So on the left side, we have Joshua Marbun with Extra Drill, Tyranitar, Rotom Wash, Whimsicott, Dragapult, and also Arcanine, while Jason is bringing his Arcanine, Conkeldurr, Rotom Wash, Duraludon, Grimmsnarl, and also Mamoswine.
And really, what are we seeing right
Sand
now?
Team, yeah.
Sand Team, obviously.
Yeah, Sand Team, obviously.
The Tyranitar and Tyranitar Sandstream and the Excadrill Sandrush, and of course, at the back of it, there's also the Whimsicott Tailwind, and of course we have William here with the.
Sorry, not William. Octave and Jason. I think that's slight mistake over there.
Right. Sorry. So the one I'm telling, the team that I'm telling is
Jason's team.
Jason's team. No. Joshua's team. And for Jason, it's gonna be the Arcanine. Just like you said, how do you think this is going to be the setup?
Both teams have their own Arcanines. One of the things that might be interesting is to see Grimmsnarl into play against Dragapult, or Grimmsnarl is pretty strong against Dragapult.
Right.
And I think we are going to, for the game, Joshua is taking his last sip of the drink before the round starts. Mayburn against Jason on the semi-final Pokemon ID Open 2020. Jason will be leading with his Grimstar and also Mamoswine, while Joshua Marvel will be leading with the Whimsicott and also Dragapult leads.
Oh wow, you how come do you?
Oh, you can see it here, right?
Oh yeah.
You can see it on the top, right? You can see it on the top, and
I was only waiting. I'm always waiting on the tags. Okay.
and you nitpick, and sometimes people don't know. You can just see like,
Look at the top.
Oh, you made great prediction. I was like,
right. I'm like, yo, I thought you were like predicting or like making fortune telling, but right now we have Joshua into the Dynamax. I think it's going to be the Dynamax Dragapult. It is going to be the Dynamax Dragapult with a potentially tailwind coming in from the Whimsicott.
Yep. Going for the maximum offensive pressure, going for the Wormin onto the Mamoswine as well. That we know that Jason doesn't have the Ice Shard ability, the Ice Shard moves. The fake out onto the Whimsicott though, not letting the tailwind up and Ice Cycle crash, going to hit onto the Whimsicott, going to knock out the Speed Sir early in the round.
And really interesting stuff because I mean, if you're really going into like the actual full offensive attack, you would have went to the Dragapult, but he went and made sure that Joshua wouldn't be able. He's thinking long term, basically. He's thinking long term. He's not letting the setter, basically live.
Yep. And the Phantasm right now is actually knocking out the Mamoswine, which is going to be huge as Mamoswine. Mamoswine is pretty good matchup against his Arcanine, against Dragapult, against the Whimsicott that's of course already being knocked out, and also do pretty super effective damage onto the Tyranitar, especially when it cannot Dynamax anymore,
Right.
Potentially knocking it up. Sand is being summoned by the Tyranitar from Joshua's side, and also Duraludon is being sent out from Jason's side.
And right now, what I'm trying to see is that definitely Dragapult is just there to like set up and get some boost buffs with its max moves. And right now, Grimmshell definitely is going in for the setups with the screens. And Duraludon definitely going to be Dynamax in this turn.
Right. Grimmshell has the right, never mind.
Yeah. Okay, so like that's what we're seeing right now with the sand into the play. How do you think this is going to be happening? How do you think this is going to, to be played out? And there we go, of course, into the sand.
Yeah, into the sand right now. Going to retaliate with his own Dynamax is Jason. Going to send out his own Dynamax, which will be probably the Duraludon.
And there we go, just like I said earlier, it's going to be the Duraludon Dynamax, and definitely the setup would be that Grimmsnarl's, giving up the setups with the Prankster ability, the Thunder Wave into that of the Dragapult, and of course making sure it won't be able to attack first.
Yes, right. And not only that, but also making sure that it's, the speed. Oh, it doesn't knock out. The Max Rumin actually doesn't knock out the Dragapult, and it may be huge if it can retaliate with a Max Phantasm from the... Oh, okay, but the damage is not that big.
But I think this is the last out of the Dragapult thanks to the Sandstream, and I think it's gonna be chipped to getting knocked out. It is.
Yeah, it is. And a break onto the Duraludon, probably predicting there will be a screen from the Grimmsnarl and the blast because of the it's being knocked out. Yeah, the Sandstorm knocks him out.
And there we go, posting Grimmsnarl gets chipped.
Do you think that summoning the Tyranitar was actually a good play because it's actually knocking out his own Dynamax?
I mean, that's the only thing that he could have done. It's not that I think he's doing it because he thinks it's good. I think it's more of he's doing it because that's the only thing that he could do. But like, if he sends out the extra drill, it wouldn't do much because there's no Sandstorm. So he has to put out the Tyranitar first before he could actually put out the extra drill, so that it would be able to make use of the Sandstorm with the Sunstream ability of the Tyranitar.
Right. Yeah. Definitely. That was the play that Joshua wants to. Okay. Actually, the high horsepower knocking out the D-Max Duraludon from Jason's side. And right now, both players will have 2 Pokemons left. And Spirit Break is going to connect onto the Tyranitar though, not doing enough to knock it out, of course, with a minus special attack fell, but activating their weakness policy and boosting the attack for the Tyranitar.
Right.
And the Break is going up next, a neutral damage +2, but still not enough to knock out the Grimmsnarl.
And not even the Sandstream was able to like, it wasn't even able to chip out the Grimmsnarl, was not enough to be able to chip out to be knocked out. But right now we are seeing the shiny Conkeldurr coming in from Jason.
Right. Conkeldurr is definitely one of the Pokemons that has been gone pretty well for Jason throughout the whole tournament. I think he made the right mana call by bringing the Conkeldurr, as right now it's actually super effective to Tyranitar and also Excadrill. Conkeldurr decides to protect after Tyranitar's protect, and the high horsepower is going to connect onto the.
It's not going to connect
it's
because of
not
the
going
protect.
to connect onto the Conkeldurr, and also the Spirit Break won't connect onto protected
That is
Tyranitar.
good. I mean, the prediction and the moves that they did.
It's not knockout yet with 1 HP left.
Yo, Grimmsnarl won't be able to do anything at all right now. So I think Joshua just needs to focus all of his attack into the Conkeldurr.
I think the better play for him is to set out a screen if he actually has one. Oh no, I don't. I mean, we haven't seen screens, but for example, if there is screens, right now will be the best time to. Okay, the Mag Punch going onto the extra. Not 4
HP left.
High horsepower onto the Conkeldurr, especially a bigger threat. Not enough, but will probably knock it out. The Spirit Break onto the Tyranitar will knock it out, of course, after the 50% damage as we see from the first Spirit Break. But right now, I think the Sand will kill both of them.
Oh wait, no.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. The Sand will kill.
I don't think it's enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. Oh, okay, it is.
The burn is there.
The sandstorm and the burn, and he has. If he survived that, he could have used the Mach Punch into that Excadrill. He could have won that if he survived.
If he survives, but I don't think that the Mach Punch. I think he go for the what do you call it? Just go for the bet that the Mach Punch were able to knock him out. Especially, have we seen the item from the Excadrill?
The Excadrill, I don't think we've seen the item from Excadrill. I think it's a choice. It's banded, I believe.
Yeah, because I mean the how do you say it? The damage from the high horsepower is actually pretty high against the Conkeldurr, which usually has a very bulky defense stat.
Right.
I mean, we don't know. It might happen, but for example, if it's a focus sash, then probably the Mach Punch won't knock it out anyway. We haven't been revealed the item. Excadrill is very famous, known for with the
Tyranitar.
Yeah, I mean, no, Excadrill is known for its focus sash.
Oh yeah.
As well as the what do you call choice band sometimes.
Right.
I've also seen a few assault vest variant. Which can survive a few hits, for example, like Flamethrower or Mystical Fire, for example. You know, but mostly I seen the extra that I saw is a Focus Sash.
Usually, huh? I mean, back in our place, we don't really see a lot of like Focus Sash Excadrill. It's like a full-on attack. Usually, it's Excadrill Life Orb.
Oh yeah,
Sunrush.
alright, Live Orb, yeah, sometimes Live Orb. But Excadrill was actually pretty frail, and sometimes you just wanted to survive that attack and then retaliate again the next turn.
Right.
That's why you want to have the Focus Sash. Yep. And I think we were both ready for game 2 for Jason against Joshua Marbun.
And really, of course, we don't need to like explain the teams now because they can't change the teams anyway. So, of course, again, Josh is still here with the Sandstorm team with a Whimsicott, and of course, it's usual. If you see any Sandstorm team, it's usually the Tyranitar, Excadrill, and the Whimsicott.
And I think I believe that what your call about bandits might be right. The Whimsicott is most likely to hold the Focus Sash for Joshua's team.
In order for for him,
because Whimsicott is mostly Focus Sash. I've never.
Right.
It's very rare for you to see other items on Whimsicott.
I mean, like it's for you to like guarantee that you can set up.
Yep. for you to set up Tailwind and everything.
Trick Room,
yeah, or Trick Room.
depending
or-
on your team.
I mean, Trick Room is something that you just want to cancel the opponent's Trick Room.
I
but
use
sure.
him. I use him
All
for
right,
Trick
sure,
Room.
yeah. But we're going
yeah,
to
yeah,
game 2 for Joshua Marbun against Octavian Jason in the semifinal of PKMN-id Open.
Right now.
See, you can see on the top. So he will
Oh,
lead
yeah,
with
yeah.
Punk Killer and also Rotom, right? And also
Okay,
extra
okay.
okay. Now.
Thank you.
All right.
Something that I just found out. So, yo, if I then come to Indonesia, I wouldn't find out. I wouldn't find out.
A perks for the casters,
Thank you.
right?
Thank you.
And also the extra drill and Tyranitar lead from Joshua Marbun.
And right now, of course, he wants to get in the kill right now immediately from the start, especially with the extra drill into that Sun Rush, and of course the Tyranitar into that Sandstream summoning the Sandstar, as we can see on the screen. Of course, sending out Jason here, starting up with Conkeldurr and Rotom, and potentially we could definitely see a Mach Punch again. Or
I don't think
or
the Mach
Fake
Punch
Out.
will actually knock both of these Pokemon out because the Guts is not activated
Ah, yeah,
yet.
not yet,
right?
not yet, not
With
yet.
a Flame Orb. But Rotom here can, if he decides to go for a double target, for example, like a Hydro Pump
Yeah,
and
yeah.
also Mach Punch onto the extra drill,
Right.
or either to Tyranitar as well, I think it will be a very good turn for Jason. But decides to switch out and go for Arcanine with the Intimidate. The Conkeldurr, of course.
-1 into the Conkeldurr, so it wouldn't do as much now. But I mean, it could still do a lot of damage, but right now it's not that much. And right now we're definitely going to see that Dynamax Tyranitar.
And I just realized that Arcanine was actually air balloon. Dynamo was air balloon.
Yeah, air balloon Arcanine.
Probably he doesn't want to get hit by the earthquake from the extra as we saw before.
Or it could be that Tyranitar could go for the does the Tyranitar has the earthquake? Because it could have been, you know?
It's very rare. But we go see that I mean both of these two players going for the Dynamax on the very first turn, with Tyranitar going for the Dynamax and Jason also going for the Dynamax on his Conkeldurr. No, alright, Max Knuckle is probably the choice. Rotom going to Will-O-Wisp the Tyranitar. I thought he was going to Will-O-Wisp his own Conkeldurr to
get a
activate,
Guts.
to get the Gust as soon as possible, right?
That is true.
The Max Rockfall after the burn, not going to pick up the KO with a critical hit though onto the Rotom, will munch its own berry and heal itself 25%, 25% of its health, and the Max Knuckle is going to connect onto the Arcanine, which actually which is the extra drill slot before.
Right. And like it's just putting no, not X-ray, but like it's putting Conkeldurr into like the neutral state right now, since earlier he got a -1, now he's plus -0.
Yeah. Jason played really well here in terms of the leads were great against these two Sand Pokemons. Also that, I mean, Conkeldurr was such a good Pokemon in this game.
Right.
Like in the whole tournament, it's the whole tournament. I just feel that this Conkeldurr can carry out the games for Jason for like a lot of times.
And just really, the way that he's using Conkeldurr is really interesting. I mean, you don't. Well, I mean, you see it as really
Sometimes
rarely.
Assault Fest. We often see it as an Assault Fest. Flame Orb is a very famous choice in single games and single battles rather than double battles. And Rotom was actually withdrew from Jason and also sending out the Duraludon, while Joshua is retracting back his Arcanine, going to reset the Intimidate and sending out the Rotom Wash from Joshua Marbun. The Max Knuckle though is going to connect once again onto the Rotom, which is actually the Arcanine slot before, and raising the attack once more, just going to for that buff.
Yeah, the +1. The +1, he is now +1, and he has the Guts ability with the burn status as well. And definitely that's a huge chunk of damage coming in from any attack. Any attack that Conkeldurr does.
Yep, and Duraludon is actually coming in for free here. Conkeldurr has the option to go for the Tyranitar after this and potentially knock it out.
And I mean, I think Tyranitar's role in this game It's just to set up the stream, sand stream.
There's more three more turns for Sandstorm.
Yeah.
He really needs to conserve the sand. To give the options for Joshua Marbun to have his speed control, especially with the extra drill sand rush on the back.
But then again, aside from being its purpose to set up the stream, I think it's also purpose is to just flinch whoever.
What do you mean with flinch?
Like with a rock slide, you know?
Okay, but
right?
Yeah, but yeah, makes sense. Alright, the Dragon Pulse going onto the Arcanine,
Knocking it
out
off a critical
with
hit.
Oh, okay.
That's bad.
And the Max Knuckle. Okay, also Max Knuckle from Tyranitar
Into the
is
Duraludon.
into the Duraludon. A burn, so there's not a lot of damage, but it's a good chunk of damage.
You try your job, especially with the burn. Oh no, not especially, but like considering there's a burn, but right now Max Knuckle into that of the Tyranitar, knocking it off.
I mean,
it's already +2 now. With the
No,
guts.
with there's an Intimidate coming
Ah,
out
yeah,
just
okay.
now again, so it's actually neutral. But
Plus
then
1.
there was the guts, right? There was the guts.
Just the guts, yeah. And it's Dynamax as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably it. Jason was actually in a very good position on this game right now.
Right. I mean, even if like Joshua here could like take out Duraludon, or if he could like take out the Conkeldurr, it could like put them in an equilibrium, in an equal standing point. But like right now, I don't think that's happening anytime soon.
The worst thing is that the Conkeldurr, you can't nerf it with a Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You need to knock it out.
Right.
You just can't leave it be. For example, like just now, once you burn the Tyranitar, you can just leave them be because the damage will not be a lot.
Right.
Especially when the weakness policy is not activated yet. Oh, it's revealing the helping hand from the Rotom Wash. Going to for the extra roll, going to knock
No, that is it.
The back punch actually knocked it out.
Right. I mean, it has the guts. It has +1, so
It's a bandit probably, right? Because it's not a focus attack as we saw, and the Sandstorm is still not going to knock out the Rotom Wash, but I don't think like Joshua Marbun can come back from this one.
Yeah, I mean, whatever he does, he may go for the. He may protect, sure, but the Sandstorm would knock it out even if he could like protect or like detect. I mean, he doesn't have any detect, but like frankly speaking, it doesn't do anything at all right now.
Yeah, right. And the Mech Punch is going to connect and kills off the Rotom Wash, and we're going to get Jason's Conkeldurr once again. Will take this semifinals to game 3.
Right, and really interesting stuff. This is my first, this is the first game that I'm commentating that goes to round 3, that goes to game 3, and really
Because there's me. All my games are game 3.
Yeah, I mean, and then there's you. All of your games are game. Oh, now I know why the game that I'm commentating is now on game 3, because you're here.
Oh yeah.
All right, but like, I like how Jason actually adjusted on the second game, because like just like we said, just like me and Darren said, like on the best of 3, there's a factor you can learn. In comparison to like best of one, if you lose, you lose. That's it. You won't be able to learn anything. But like in a best of 3 match, you can actually potentially make a comeback because there's 3 games.
Yep, definitely, because usually in the sanction or even premier tournament format, you need to have a best of 3 games.
Yeah.
And sometimes there's like a lot of players, I will try to win game 1, but I will try to get as much as information on game 1.
Right.
That's always their game plan. But I don't think that the Indonesian players are having that mindset yet. They just want to win games.
Right.
I mean, if you win games, then sure, right?
Yeah.
If you win games, then sure. But getting information is the second thing that you want.
Yeah. I mean, like for a best of 3 game, I mean, the Philippines is slowly transitioning to best of 1 Swiss. But like, of course, before we're best of 3, right? In a best of 3, since that's what I'm used to. Right, what do we do in best of 3 is that some people actually lets themselves lose in the first game, but make sure
they lose.
Yeah, no. The thing is, they just need the information to get a comeback on the second game and the third game, right?
Right.
And then, of course, if you win, that's like the reward. Like you got the information that you want, and then you get the win. And definitely, we are now moving on into the team preview, which
ability
don't
game
need-
tree. Yeah. I
we
mean,
don't need.
we don't need to read the team's game. You guys can see it. For those of you guys watch, you can watch it at home. And I think for this time around,
yeah.
I think for this time around, we will. Oh, okay. So the both players are ready, and we're ready for the third action pack semifinals
last
between
one.
between these two rivals in the Pokemon ID Open 2020.
All right, let us see. Okay. I don't have to predict. I don't have to see anymore because it's going to be the Radulon and the Mamoswine. Of course, with Joshua, it's going to be the Dragapult and the Arcanine. Big props to the man I'm beside with for telling me this thing.
See, now you feel like, oh, I'm a really great analyst. Where you can actually just see on the top.
It's on the top, boy.
It's on the top, boy. Right, so Mamoswine and Duraludon against Arcanine and also Dragapult. Both players actually making changes in this third game.
Right. I mean, these weren't the leads that he went with earlier. I mean, yeah, sure, they went with the Dragapult earlier. Joshua went with the Dragapult earlier, and then Jason went with the Duraludon. The Mamoswine earlier. But they changed the second Pokemon.
Joshua actually using his first game plan, right? The games that we actually won using the Dragapult and also Arcanine.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, my mistake. It was the same one as the first game.
But there's changes in Jason's side, right? So Jason uses the 3 different leads among 3 games. Again,
Dragapult?
The Dynamax right off the bat.
On the first turn, I mean, I think what Joshua needs here is that what Joshua's thinking here is that he needs to knock out the Pokemon that's really going to give him a lot of trouble, and I think that's going to be Mamoswine this time.
Yep.
And that's what he did in the second game. He made sure he knocks off the Mamoswine right off the bat.
Right. With the Dynamax also coming out from Jason. So retaliating the Dynamax with another Dynamax. What was the set of the Dragapult was a physical one, right?
Yes, it is a physical one, and with I believe it's got a life orb. If I remember correctly.
Right. So the Max Phantasm is going to knock out the Mamoswine once more, and also reducing the defense for the Duraludon.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, sure, the Mamoswine's defense got lower, but like, it doesn't really matter, you know?
Okay, the Snarl is going to reduce the special attack from the Dragapult, so making it sure that it won't do a lot of damage onto the these 2 Pokemon. But no!
He survives
Still
barely.
surviving, barely surviving.
Barely surviving.
Thanks to the Snarl.
Thanks to the Snarl, yeah, big props to how Joshua played. I think that was a really great play coming from Joshua.
And because Dragon also was so fast, and it's a ghost type, you can't Mach Punch him.
Yeah.
So basically, like, the Dragapult still able to do to land another Max Phantasm or Max Vermin onto Jason's side.
Right. And really, on the first game, it was Joshua's game, sure. And then Jason got the information and actually made a comeback, right?
Yep.
And now Joshua is on the roll. I think it was a really great lesson for him, the second game. And now he's trying to get back. And now the Max Phantasm again into the Rotom.
No!
Oh, barely knocking it off.
Yeah, barely knocking it off. But also the defense fell once more again onto the Duraludon, which might be big onto the next round. Knocking out its own Dragapult because of the Life Orb. But hey, he's done his job.
It made its purpose. It's done its purpose. It's done. Sure.
Right. But, oh, okay, the berry is there. So it's going to munch away its berry. Oh, we forgot there's the berry. Taking its snack. Yeah,
we did.
The burn up from the the burn up from the Arcanine. Oh, so the Hydro Pump won't be super effective.
Right.
Because it removes the type, right?
Oh,
no,
yeah,
super effective.
Right. It removes the fire typing into that of the Arcanine. But that... What is happening in this game? Yo, it's all thanks to the Snarl. Dude, I mean...
The Snarl saves him twice.
It did. I mean, if it wasn't for the Snarl, right? If it wasn't for the Snarl...
Dragapult would have been knocked out. Arcanine would have been knocked out.
Arcanine would have been knocked out as well. And like... you know, without the fire typing, the max steel spike wouldn't be not an ineffective move, right? But thanks to the snarl, saves him with just 1 HP.
Yeah, I can't express enough like how amazing the count is.
How barely he
the,
did
the
that.
damage roll was there. Tyranitar right now was set up on the field again, setting up the Sandstorm, potentially
with extra drill in the back.
Yeah, with extra drill on the back.
But I mean, Arcanine right now already done its purpose. It has a free hit. Basically, I mean, I think with Joshua's mindset, like I don't really care what happens with the Arcanine right now. I could like let it be knocked out or whatever.
Right. Arcanine was actually pretty Mufasa another snarl, going for the Duraludon and also reducing the special attack from Rotom and Rotom as well. Will-O-Wisp from the Rotom not going to connect onto the protected Tyranitar, and the Max Vermin is going to
on the
attack onto the Tyranitar. I mean, the Arcanine will be knocked out from the stand.
Yeah. I mean, really, this is what I'm telling you. Like, Joshua doesn't really. We'll just let the Arcanine get knocked off, right?
Yep.
Like, I still heavily extra drill at the back, and it has Sand Rush, and I have the Sandstorm, so it's pretty much my game.
You want to be careful from the Conkeldurr though.
Yeah.
Because Conkeldurr has the priority
Mm-hmm.
against these two Pokemons, right? And again, has a priority and able to knock out, as we see before, onto the extra drill. So he really needs to be careful.
But like, then again, you know, Tyranitar and extra drill right here could like potentially, you know, put these Pokemon out in just one turn.
Right, because of the Duraludon's Assault Vest not enabling to go for Protect.
Right.
The high horsepower, high horsepower connects, and the Hydro Pump going to connect onto the extra drill, not going enough to be picking up the KO though. The Crunch is going to connect onto the Rotom and knock it out. So right now it's again these two sand monsters against
the
potentially Conkeldurr. I mean,
Conkeldurr.
he has no. Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, he has no options though. He has no reason
not to go for the
Conkeldurr.
Exactly, but like, sure, Conkeldurr has a Mach Punch.
Right.
Extra drill is weak to Mach Punch.
But
Tyranitar is -4.
But he can only target to one.
Yeah,
right.
he can only get one of these, and the other would get him.
Right. I mean, extra drill is obviously block if we predicted right with the alright, Mach Punch. He doesn't want to go for the protect. Just want to directly Mach Punch, knocking out the extra drill. Break though. I mean, it's going to be pretty hard.
That's gonna be it.
Yeah.
I mean, one more Mach Punch into that Tyranitar. I mean, what he could do is just go for a protect, but like that's just stalling the inevitable.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty far away from it's being knocked out from the chip damage of the from the burn and also
And
the
the
sand.
Sandstorm.
Yeah. I mean, Sandstorm is only 2 turns left. I believe that Jason has has the game in the back right now. So Tyranitar protect. Oh, Drain Punch
instead of the Mach Punch. Sure. I mean, it doesn't. Okay, that's good because it doesn't really matter. He doesn't need to be prioritized. It's a one-on-one battle.
But he also reveals he has a Drain Punch, so Williams Harley on the finals need to be careful about this as well.
If Joshua goes for a double protect, another protect in this turn, and gets a protect, he could potentially, you know that, right?
I mean,
he could
I mean, like the chance right now is 50% and 25%.
Okay. He's going in for a flinch. Is it gonna flinch though?
Oh, that was big. That was really big.
A critical hit. Yeah, sure. Is it a flinch? It's not a flinch.
It's not
Going
a
in for the drain
flinch.
for that's gonna be it for Joshua.
Okay.
Jason taking the game. I mean, if that flinch, and he could go for another protect.
Right. And that will force him to go for a Mach Punch instead.
Wow, this game.
But I think that was the best game plan for Joshua Marbun to take him to the finals, right?
Right. I mean, he did what he could.
He did what he could. Once again, congratulations to Octavian Jason. Great game by Joshua Marbun. Top 4 in 110 players.
Right.
Not a small feat.
It is not a small feat. I
It's
mean,
not a small
just being part of the top 16 is a huge feat alone.
Yeah, right. And I mean, I can't express enough like how well Joshua and Jason played just now.
Mm-hmm. It was
When
really
you say
great.
JJ, like the Snarl was doing a lot.
it
It missed the knockout on 2 Pokemons.
It saved the Snarl really saved him twice. Not just
Twice.
one. It wasn't just once. It was twice.
Yeah,
It
right.
was twice, man.
I mean, not counting the damage roll and everything, but
Sure.
we know that the Snarl works.
Because of like the -2.
-1. Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
minus
yeah,
two.
minus two, right,
-2.
right.
Minus
Double-
12,
double Snarl.
-2. Whatever, but the Snarl works. Guys,
But the Snarl,
Snarl
that's
works.
the end point. That's the point. That's the point. That's what we're trying to convey. The Snarl works. It saved him.
I mean, I think it's an advice for you guys at home who want to make teams, right? Snarl.
Snarl's the best.
Snarl, Arcanine is the play.
It is. I mean, you know, Joshua showed it to us in the world, in the live stream. What else is there a need to prove?
I was on the edge of the seat when the game was there, and then the burn up play was actually very well. It pays him off actually, in my
Right.
opinion, because the burn up letting up the I mean removing the fire
Right,
type,
right,
the
right.
Hydro Pump is not super effective, and then because of that, the Snarl also not enabling
Right,
him
right,
to
right.
pick up the KO. And I think the Rie is ready to interview our winner, Jason. So Rie, you can take it away.
Okay, thank you, Hashegi. Now we are with the winner, which is Jason. Well, congratulations again.
Thank you, guys.
You did really great on the previous game, honestly. And we would like to hear from you about when during the match, it was a 3-round match, right?
Yep.
There was a few times where it was, it was really on a
Close?
tight position. It was really close. Either you close to be killed or Joshua's Pokemon was close to be killed. How did you feel during that time?
Yeah, it was what's called deg-degan moment.
Yeah.
From the moment I know my Mach Punch doesn't knock out his Excadrill. That's
Yeah.
when why it doesn't kill and stuff.
Oh yeah, since your Mach Punch didn't actually knock his Pokemon out. Oh, so
In the first
uh,
game, to be exact.
Oh yeah. Oh, in the first game,
Yeah.
yeah. Since actually that happened a lot. Yeah, that there were a lot of so many of these close times during the 3 matches or earlier, and did you have like any backup plan for this battle against Joshua?
Yeah, it was just to knock out his other two than Excadrill and Tyranitar and let Conkeldurr do the rest.
Oh, so it was just to let your
Yeah,
Conkeldurr
do
do
the
the
work.
rest, do its job. Okay, so the next game, the
Yeah.
next battle will be the final.
Yeah.
You will be going against Williams,
Yes.
right? Do you have like any expectations for the upcoming battle?
Yeah, I hope the battle will be fun and yeah,
Are
yes,
you
I hope it's going to be fun.
Expecting it
Yeah.
to be fun and you're gonna enjoy
Yes.
it. Okay. Okay. Once again, congratulations. You're advancing to the finals. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we are going back to the caster.
Right, thank you, Rie. I think we believe after this we'll be also bringing up Joshua, right? But before that, yeah, I mean, I just want to congratulate Jason for the amazing game. He'll be meeting against Williams Harley. I mean, let's see Williams Harley teams for a bit.
I mean-
do we have the Williams Harley? Oh, all right, never mind. All right, Rie, you can take it away again for Joshua Marbun.
Okay, now we are with Joshua. Congratulations. You
Yeah,
actually
uh,
did really great game. It's okay. Sometimes that happens. Things happens. But
Yeah.
during the whole game, there's this one thing everybody wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
Just how did you get all the critical hits?
I mean,
Honestly.
most of the luck sided with me today, but even with those luck, I can't beat Octavian Jason. So, Octavian Jason really did a good game today, and he kind of read my second game, and in the third game, I kind of outplayed him a little, but he have that I think Conkeldurr in the back, and kind of the same team can beat that Conkeldurr.
So it
So
was because of the Conkeldurr game.
yeah, it was his play to save the Conkeldurr for the last. I mean, if the Conkeldurr come in first, I can call Kendall, but uh, Jason could save his Conkeldurr to the last. So it it come out at the right moment.
Yeah, at the right moment.
Yeah, at the right moment. When needed,
Um,
he's coming.
so, basically, you actually on the previous interviews,
Yeah.
you actually mentioned how Jason, is your rival. You address
Yeah,
him as your
yeah.
rival. So, how did you see him in the game earlier as your rival?
Uh, Firstly, I kinda happy because we both go to the semifinal, and whoever wins, I think it's both win-win for us. And yeah, as the last interview, I have mentioned before that one of my rival in this Indonesia is Octavian Jason. It's one of my biggest rival, and turned out it true today, because he kinda beat me even with those critical hits and those no flinches. I don't think there's a flinch, but with those critical hit, he beat me.
Okay.
That's kind of spectacular.
Okay, so that's from Joshua. You actually had fun and played a really great game
Yeah.
earlier. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much. Now, since we have heard from Joshua, now we are going back to the caster.
Right, thank you, Rie. Joshua, I know you've been out from the tournament, but you don't need to be out from the camera. Okay. Anyway, we'll be going to the finals after this. Taufik and also Darren will be taking the casters away. So thank you guys for been watching, because don't go away. We still have one final match to entertain you guys in this Pokemon ID Open 2020. So do not go anywhere.
There will always be a place for
Hello and welcome back to the stream for Pokemon ID Open 2020. Back here at Wisma 46 in Jakarta. We're finally here for the finals, the long-awaited finals between William and Jason. I would say it has been a exciting day, but this all could not have been possible without our sponsors, which I would now thank. Please, we would like to thank Pro Market, PS Enterprise, Donburi Ichiya, and as well as our strategic partners, Trainer Tower, Esports IP, GGWP, Hybrid, Esports Nesia, Medical GG, Revival TV, and AMTV ID. I am your host, Darren, and this is my key analyst, Taufik.
My name is Piku.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure. Let's go with Piku then.
Let's go with Piku.
Let's go with Piku then, all right? So, Piku, we know that it's been a long day.
Yeah.
And what do you think so far? Like, what do you think of the medals so far? Like, I've seen so much diversity.
Yeah.
And it surprises me how these things there are so many situations where you think they're going to lose, but suddenly, bam, they're
Yeah.
like back on track.
There was so much diversity on the teams. Also, like from the previous semifinals, I think Jason on the third game, there were so many clutch survival from Josh Boon's side. But yeah, finally, Jason with the Conkeldurr, like finally take the game and going to the final. And as we know, the Octavian Jason is one of the veterans with experience behind his back. And William Harley, even though he didn't show that much up in tournaments, but of course he has been training all this day, helping all the notable players in Indonesia as well. So yeah, in the end, we have a really two experienced player in the finals.
Yeah, I have heard that Jason has so many achievements, and it's so scary to actually know that you're going up against these players. What do you think William is actually feeling right now? Like, regardless of all the training and all the experience that he has, it has to be some sort of vibe that Jason has that sends shivers down his spine. Do you think William is the kind of guy who will get intimidated about this kind of thing?
I'm not sure. I think they're just gonna both play their best because it's been a long day also.
Yeah.
So, yeah, sometimes you got a bit tired, you know. You want just to do your best, and just let's see how the game will begin.
Yeah. So, as we can see from the player summary here, William on our left, he has been extraordinary today. He has definitely met a lot of, I would say, close matchups, but these close matchups have actually been in his favor because he's able to play them out. And as you can see on the right of you, there's Jason going 8-2 with multiple achievements from 2014 ranging into 2018. This is something that I would be fairly afraid of, if you ask me.
But if you include like the achievement of people that have been helped by Williams in team building, you know, they have a runner-up regionals and some PC wins, some MSS. Yeah. So actually Williams has also that kind of achievement behind his back because he's been helping really a lot of notable players in Indonesia.
Yeah, that's actually so amazing. Like, how do you even juggle so much and not be in the spotlight in the end? Right?
It's really interesting to see Williams because he's really the person behind the screen all the time. It just like pop out in this format and showing it straight to the finals.
Yes, yeah, it's that's actually really interesting. Yeah, well, we are actually going into the finals, the first game actually, with Williams on the left, with Torkoal, Charizard, Dusclops, Rhyperior, the all-legendary Butterfree, and Gastrodon. While on our right, we have Jason leading with Arcanine, Conkeldurr, Washrotom, Duraludon, Grimmsnarl, and Mamoswine.
Yes, we have seen that Williams is probably much more trick room based, but they have also the Butterfree to sleep power as we've seen in the previous round before.
Yes, that's right.
I mean, while Jason is on the like medium speed, but you have the Scarf Mamoswine to take out threats like Dragapult and such. And of course, Charizard have to be afraid of the Rock Slide. And there's the Conkeldurr, which had been winning games for Jason for all of this time.
Yeah, we've seen Mach Punch and that Guts pulling so much weight in his favor. But in this case, do you think Trick Room will actually pull Williams' weight?
That's pretty interesting. I think Torkoal should be really good in this matchup. Given the sun, even Rotom will not do that much.
Yep. I would say Jason doesn't really have that much weather control. But we will see. Coming into the first game of the finals of PKMN-id 2020 in Wisma 46. Now we will see who will lead with what. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for this match. I'm not gonna even lie. All right, we see the first lead on Jason's side with Arcanine and Grimmsnarl, both shiny, very beautiful Pokemon. And on the left we have William with Charizard and Butterfree. We've seen this match, we've seen this lead multiple times. What do you think of this lead?
Yeah, actually, Jason kind of rarely using his Grimmsnarl on the previous games, except on the Stream versus Aldrich in the Swiss round.
Yep.
So it's interesting that it seems that Jason wants to secure something with his fake out.
Yep. I get what you're going. I get what you're going this. But we see an immediate Dynamax. We've been seeing that a lot today. Like the immediate Dynamax on turn 1 just to establish a game state.
But it's actually the Charizard, not for the G-Max Butterfree actually.
That's so interesting. Like, I would think the G-Max Butterfree will actually do so much more in this scenario. But let's see how this fares out.
Oh, it's Butterfree actually. Having Protect.
Going Protect on the Butterfree. What is he? Going for a taunt?
There's the taunt as well.
Max Airstream. Okay. Very good play from William. Actually trying to raise the speed, knowing that he would get outsped anyways by the Arcanine. With a mediocre 70 base speed on the Butterfree, I would say that Speed Boost will actually be able to put him in range of outspeeding the Arcanine. And we see the amount of damage that is taken. That's actually a lot of damage, proccing the battery very early in the game.
That's even without the sun. That's even without the sun. But the life of course, we know that Charizard is also an offensive Pokemon.
Yep.
But then the Butterfree cannot really do much due to the taunt prankster because it will have a higher priority, and Butterfree cannot do the sleep powder shenanigans. So it has to switch out or just do attack. Or maybe you want to switch a Torkoal for a higher damage output. But then Charizard is in Dynamax form, so he can only choose one to knock out. You cannot knock out both. And it's also on a -1 special attack. So I think you want to take out the Arcanine first, because Arcanine is really disturbing your pace with the minus attacks and minus special attacks.
Yep. We see the Grimmsnarl immediately going for the Thunder Wave. But I think William has actually called the shot. He will actually go for the Sleep Powder, ignoring the taunt in the first place. That was a good read by William. I would say that was actually the perfect play on his part.
But actually, it's right to make the Grimmsnarl asleep first, because next turn you cannot sleep. You can Sleep Powder to the Arcanine.
Yes, that's correct. There is like we see. Oh no, the sun is up right now because of the Max Flare, and Snarl coming in. But this might not actually do as much. This might not cripple Charizard in almost any way because of the huge damage from Solar Power and Life Orb. It's something to actually fear. You know, I would say.
But that's one thing that actually Charizard still outspeed the Arcanine.
Yes, that's
after
right.
a +1 and a Thunder Wave, so that's pretty interesting, because I think if the Arcanine goes first with the Snarl, that might be a different story.
Yeah, that would have changed the outcome of the match, because the Grimmsnarl wouldn't have been within range of a smaller attack, because now he has less than half health left. It might go. Yeah, there we go. We go with Max Airstream to make sure that he establishes a game state where he's faster than the opponent, and he sees the Max Airstream where he actually takes out the taunt user. Now Butterfree is actually pretty free to use Sleep Powder anytime he wants.
This is why Jason's team is pretty weak when you have an absolute speed control with even with Max Airstream. Now Butterfree is the fastest Pokemon. You can't just Sleep Powder any slot. Then Charizard is still pretty okay even with the -2, because we have Solar Power and Life Orb.
Yeah, that's actually true. That's the thing. I like how William is playing this. He's making sure that Butterfree doesn't go down as easily while making the correct calls, as well as making sure that Sleep Powder becomes a threat in the game. Now you see the Conkeldurr is up. He might have to protect the Conkeldurr to make sure he doesn't get sleep instead of the burn.
Yeah, you have to get the burn to get the God boost.
Exactly.
But then that's pretty interesting, because if you get the burn, then you cannot Sleep Powder the Conkeldurr slot, and the Conkeldurr can still Dynamax you.
Correct. That is actually true. That is why he needs to weigh his options now. He needs to know whether or not William will actually go for the Conkeldurr, which we'll see in a bit. He actually Dynamaxes most likely the Conkeldurr this time around.
Yeah, it should be the Conkeldurr.
It should be. I'm playing the Beast Ball, right? It should be the Conkeldurr.
It's pretty risky. Also, maybe he wants to Max Guard, but there's no point on Max Guard because there's no more Dynamax Pokemon on William's Harley side.
Especially when you're losing that one turn just for Max Guard, I don't think that's a good call.
Yeah.
But he may actually predict
But the sleep powder is
He
going
actually
to...
goes on the
of course,
Arcanine.
Oh, maybe he wants to try the air slash, but air slash should deal, I think, around 50%.
I would
oh,
say
that's heat wave.
Heat wave. Interesting move. I think he would have actually more success with air slash instead.
I
With
think-
the chance to flinch even.
Oh, even max hailstorm
Oh wow!
to chip damage.
Max
and of course-
hailstorm.
it is based on the ice punch, you know.
Yeah,
Yes,
it is.
ice
It is
punch.
based on the ice punch, yes, but that's just to negate that extra power that Charizard has, including taking it out. I don't think it really matters at that point.
Yeah.
But well, now Butterfree is actually unable to
I think
actually.
because the Conkeldurr only has fighting move beside an ice move, so if you want to knock out the Charizard, you have
Yep.
to use that.
It has to do a neutral damage.
But I think
yeah.
Williams predicted a protect from Conkeldurr because it's like really,
It's
you
like
know,
a very safe play.
it's the
It was a very
safest
safe
play to
yes.
play Conkeldurr.
Yes.
You want the guts.
I would say
Wow.
that risk was actually paid off by Jason. He actually really held a huge risk on his hand there.
And of course, Williams doesn't have its Dynamax anymore, so he cannot really easily knock out Conkeldurr. But
Correct.
it's a max guard, so I don't.
Yeah, I'm not sure
I
what
don't
is
think.
threatening the Conkeldurr.
Yeah,
What
I'm-
makes Jason think that anything could touch a Conkeldurr at this point?
Yeah, I also not really fond of the max guard over there.
Yeah, it was just he should have just been more aggressive. He shouldn't have played that safe. He actually pulled off the. He actually paid off with the
first turn,
non-protect.
yeah.
Exactly. But this just may have set him back further than he intended.
Yeah. So it's down to his last Pokemon, and of course Butterfree is still faster. So if it's gonna be asleep, then gotta be really big. You might want to stall the Dynamax. It's only one turn remaining. Butterfree has Protect as well, so you
Yes.
can stall.
Yes.
And of course Gastrodon, I think Gastrodon we could see on the team sheet. We actually have the team sheet for the top cut, but the Gastrodon doesn't have Protect, so.
So I think they might stall out, but we see the immediate sleep power. I think it's actually a smart move. He wants to cripple Jason's team as much as he can, and while at the same time he wants to make sure that he has no outs to attacking it on that turn.
Yep, and there's the Max Knuckle.
Yeah, this is going into the Gastrodon, I believe.
It has to be,
Yeah,
it has to be.
That does a
Oh, but it's a
lot of
five.
damage with Guts, but not enough to take it out.
Yeah, and you know there's still Muddy Water with the accuracy drop.
Yep,
You know.
yep, that's true. I'm going
it's
for
actually-
Earth Power directly into the Conkeldurr,
Oh,
but that amount of
interesting.
HP, not enough to take down the pillars.
It's interesting that it's not trying to fish for the accuracy drop, you know, Muddy Water also. But I think given the Duraludon is sleeping, so I think he thought that maybe Duraludon is not my threat right now, especially.
Yeah, I get what I get what you're going at this. He just thinks, oh, you know what, Duraludon isn't gonna touch me anyways. In before he actually wakes up this turn, but let's hope not. But Conkeldurr is gonna still hit hard, and we know that Mach Punch is still an option for him.
Oh,
So
but I saw something interesting in Butterfree, which is Pollen Puff. Oh, but the Mach Punch
yeah,
knocks
the
out.
Mach Punch definitely knocks out the Gastrodon, that's for sure. With that little HP.
Pollen
Really?
Puff is
Pollen Puff?
Oh, he tried to
but
help the Gastrodon.
He tried to go for the Gastrodon. Oh yeah, he should have. I mean, at this point, wouldn't you actually predict the power, the Mach Punch?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe it's better just to damage
Yeah,
to
he-
chip the Conkeldurr. You need to.
Yeah.
But that depends on the last Pokemon from Williams. If Williams is confident with his last Pokemon, maybe a Rhyperior, Magfan will not really. Okay, Magfan. So this, you don't really want to Magfan the Rhyperior.
Yeah, you don't want to ever, like as Stefan said.
And of course, Rage Powder from Butterfree.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah,
a quad
Rage
resist.
Powder,
That's a quad resist.
Rage Powder is actually gonna really help out, but he actually opts to protect this turn.
Such pretty interesting.
He might be predicting the super effective move on the on this Rhyperior, which it does go on, but that's a lot of damage. He might.
The question is who's faster, from Rhyperior and.
I would say Conkeldurr is faster, right? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's definitely faster. But is it enough? Oh, it is enough.
Of course
It's enough. As we can see, I don't think Butterfree can actually touch anything at this rate.
Actually, I think the best play is just to redirect.
He should have, he should have just
He should have
redirected. What was he trying to protect, actually?
I'm not really sure because, of course, Butterfree is not a threat offensively.
Yeah.
And the moveset has been revealed. Sleep Powder, Protect, Pollen Puff, and yeah, one move remaining unknown to Jason. But yeah, if he just Rage Powder that turn, then at least you can hold it, man.
Yeah, that's true. But right now he's trying to stall out something. I'm not so sure what. He just deep-powered the Duraludon. But Ice Punch is definitely going to take it out. That's for sure. With the super effective
Yeah.
and that huge attack stat and that burn from Guts. That's game 1 to Jason. I would say that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, that was a
pretty interesting.
I would say that's a missed chance from Harley because if at least the Flash Cannon knock out the Butterfree, then the Rhyperior only got the Drain Punch.
Yeah.
Then it will still got a weakness policy.
They would have done a lot of
Activated,
damage,
then
actually,
then
yeah.
it will deal a lot of damage. So yeah, I'm not pretty sure. I'm not pretty sure about what was Williams aiming to do, but of course, in the player seat, that's a different. That's totally different with our caster seat. We have a total knowledge of the game.
Yep.
And of course,
that's
you
true,
you,
that's true.
you cannot forget the pressure of there, and of course the fatigue we've been playing from from the morning here.
Yeah, that's definitely true. It's important to actually, even as much as you think, as good as you think you are, it's always important to make sure that you keep your mental health at a balanced level. You don't want to overstress yourself over a game. Sure, it's the finals, but I think it's important to also keep yourself in check in this kind of scenarios, you know.
Yeah, because usually in Indonesia we only play like best of one. We usually like only 5 to 6 round usually, and with top 8. So this is like really something new for most of Indonesian players. Really long game. Of course, Williams I think has not attended any international event, so maybe some of us is more adjusted to like the long run of the game. So yeah, this is one thing that we have to take into account.
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree with what you just said. Yeah, with William actually, this could potentially be his debut. You know, if he plays very well for the next 2 games, yeah, he might actually be the champion of this thing. But we have to we have to see if he actually, you know, makes due for this round.
Yeah, I think Butterfree is still pretty okay lead for Williams because, yeah, I think the big one is because Jason, you like a game built a bit with the Conkeldurr not protecting.
Yeah. Well, we're going to game 2 now of the finals. This could very well be the last game of the match, or it could be the second last game of the match. We'll never know.
Let's see.
Yeah. Okay, panning on Jason. Leading out with Arcanine and Mamoswine this time. Mamoswine usually being a huge threat to a lot of the Pokemon on his side. But with Butterfree and Rhyperior coming on William, quite interesting, I would say.
Yeah, of course, you want to Dynamax Rhyperior, I think, because... I think you can Swords Dance first in this turn, then Dynamax next turn.
Yeah.
It's pretty okay. And of course, Butterfree still has redirection. If the Mamoswine choose to use a ground attack like High Horsepower, it will be nullified by the Butterfree's flying type.
Yep. That actually makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, because of the Intimidate, you don't really want to keep Rhyperior intimidated. You want Swords Dance or you want to switch out probably.
But the thing is, Mamoswine has access to Icicle Crash, so even if they try to Rage Powder and redirect the move, it will still do the same amount of damage, I would believe.
But at least the Butterfree has Focus Sash usually, and they need to take one more hit to knock out the Butterfree.
Yeah, but I'm looking at a Protect coming out from the Butterfree, and a Rock Slide immediately trying to predict that he would have gone for the Rage Power, I believe.
It makes sense. That totally makes sense. But as we can see, the damage was very minimal.
Yeah, but we see this now. Very interesting.
I think it's just Swords Dance. This is like the best turn to do a Swords Dance.
Definitely a very optimal turn for Swords Dance. But in the end,
but it's
but he's
a Rock
going
Slide.
straight for the damage.
But Momosan avoided.
Yeah, that was a huge miss, I believe.
Yeah,
because
that's a huge miss.
you need as much chip as you can on the Mamoswine. Any chip is so important. But that was actually almost a perfect turn, I would say. Just Rhyperior not pulling off the...
Yeah, that was the perfect
Swords
turn to
Dance.
start up the Swords Dance. If it's Swords Dance, it's gonna be really big.
Yeah, it's a huge threat. It will be a huge threat.
You're gonna Swords Dance, +1 should be enough to knock out things around with especially with the Dynamax.
Yep. Okay, we see... we see...
avoid. But
we
the
see
Butterfree
Rock Slide missing, yeah.
Still connected to Butterfree.
Yep, but as we see the Focus Sash rocking on the Butterfree.
If it has Slip Powder, can Slip Powder Arcanine. Oh, but if flinch, that's really big.
That was
but
really big.
there's
And
the
the
Will-O-Wisp.
Will-O-Wisp connects. We may be at we're part of the way to the end of the game here, Tommy. I think
but that's the Swords Dance. That's the Swords Dance.
Okay. A bit late, but I think it still can pull back. I think he can still pull back from this whole collateral damage that he's caused. Butterfree is still being outsped by both of these though, except Arcanine, of course.
Yeah.
But Mamoswine, just if Rockslide connects, that's gonna be bad for him.
Yeah, but Butterfree cannot reach powder because of the spread move.
Yes,
yeah.
correct.
So
That is
anything will hit
absolutely
F9.
right.
Oh, it's actually think maybe Dust Globes here. Oh,
He's going
Torkoal.
for Torkoal.
Oh, it's a bit dangerous over there.
Is he expecting the Icicle Crash then on
no,
the right
of course it's a scarf.
Yes,
It's a
yes,
scarf.
yes, yes.
It
Oh,
has to
yes,
be
yes,
Rock
it's Rock
Slide.
Slide, yeah. Yeah, if it's Scarf, then definitely.
But
Yeah.
Torkoal, as we know, is having a pretty good defense
Yeah,
actually. So
quite high defense,
that's pretty
actually.
okay. Oh, but the Snarl.
That's the issue. The
I
Snarl
think
is the
there's
one.
another Swords then. There should be another Swords then. If this another Swords, gonna be really big.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for this turn. We see it.
Oh, it's
we
a Rock
see a
Slide
Rock Slide
again.
instead. It might do good damage-ish, but
Yeah,
Arcanine
but
is going
not
to proc
enough.
that berry. And
Oh,
Mamoswine
yeah.
is
Oh, I
no.
think
That
that's a
was a
critical
crit.
hit.
Oh no.
That's really low damage because it's a neutral damage because the ice and ground typing, so it's neutral.
Yeah.
And I think
oh man.
the bulk from Mamoswine has really good big amount of HP.
Yes, exactly. That's
Yeah.
why I mentioned you need as much chip as you can, and missing that first Rock Slide was really, really important. But he can still come back, and Rock Slide actually connects to both of them. Torkoal just on the brink of getting KO'd, but Snarl just doing so much work with the special attack drop. Torkoal not being able to do as much as it will be able to.
Yeah.
But will Rhyperior
Still
actually
has-
go for
does
the...
Rock
Oh,
Slide.
it goes for a Rock
Oh,
Slide.
it missed the Mamoswine again.
The miss. It's horrible sometimes. It can be really
So
horrible.
it has to, if it's a flames, it gotta be, but it's a heat wave, but it's
Yeah.
-2, but it's on
-2.
sun.
It's actually enough to take
it's
both
enough,
of them out.
Enough.
Willow might actually have a chance here. Now he has 2 Pokemon on the field.
It's a 4 versus 2.
Yeah.
Something pretty interesting.
Huh.
Seems that the Torkoal is having a charcoal. Yeah, it is a charcoal indeed. So the -2 might not be matter that much because of the sun boost and the charcoal.
But now we're looking at Duraludon coming in. Now we know that Duraludon has amazing special attack. And it can actually tank a lot of special hits. So I don't think Heat Wave will actually touch that Duraludon, especially when it has a Southwest.
Yeah, one thing is that Williams hardly doesn't have the speed control that he did have in the first game.
Yep.
So and both players haven't Dynamax yet. So
Yep.
Beast Ball was the Conkeldurr.
It was Conkeldurr, yes, correct. That is correct. I think, yeah, most players just have Heavy Ball on Duraludon now, so pretty sure Beast Ball
Actually,
is
with the
pretty-
Max Rate battle, it's easier to catch with Rare
Yes,
Ball. That's
yes,
pretty. That's
exactly.
pretty cool. You can
That's
you
really
can just
cool.
use Beast Ball on any Pokemon.
Yeah, especially in raids, you get 100% catch rate. Yeah, but
Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt.
Interesting.
Going to the Torkoal.
Interesting choice.
Okay. I see where this is going. Not really, but I see where this is going. Max Hailstorm.
Oh, that's pretty questionable because if it's but it's not gonna survive anyway.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to survive that with that
Oh,
amount of
I
HP.
know because he wants to take out the sun at least with any weather. So if it's charged out, it won't get any boost.
That's correct, actually. I would agree with that. Now, that also ensures that the Butterfree will be pelted by the hail to take the knockout.
Oh yeah, and of course we saw the Thunderbolt, so Charizard is not
yes,
really
I don't
safe
think,
here.
Yeah, Charizard isn't gonna take a Thunderbolt to the face. Oh, yeah,
No,
well, it's
a
Charizard.
Charizard.
Ladies and gentlemen, we might see the end of the game here.
That's pretty interesting. Butterfree cannot do much. Butterfree is still outspeeding both, so you might want to try to chip something and try to double target.
But the thing is, we do see the Mach Punch on the Conkeldurr, so
yeah,
it would take the knock on the Butterfree. And the
you cannot Mach Punch, it's Dynamax.
Oh yes! Oh, that is right. Oh no, then
But
Hail would just have to do
if
the
Jason
job.
just want to be safe, Duraludon just protect and Conkeldurr, do something to the Charizard, you know, Ice again, because the Hail will knock out the Butterfree anyway.
Yeah, I think if they focus all on the Charizard, but if the Charizard protects for some reason and actually goes Dynamax,
Well, I'd rather just to protect the Duraludon, just play safe. Make sure that is a 2v1 condition, you know.
that's true. We might see. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's gonna Dynamax the Charizard because there's no way it's gonna Dynamax a 1 HP Butterfree, right?
Oh, the Charizard may be able to change the weather to Sun
Correct.
to prevent the knockout,
Correct.
but if it's another Max Hailstorm,
Yeah,
that's a
would.
problem.
But will he actually go for a Max Hailstorm though?
It might be considering that Charizard still have the possibility to change the weather.
Yeah, that's true. And I think this is the final turn of Dynamax for Conkeldurr, I think.
I think
If
it
I
is the
believe.
last two. I think we still have one more turn, if I
Okay.
recall correctly.
Okay, so yeah, we see the Sleep Powder connecting
to the Duraludon.
Yeah, so that's
Pretty
why
good.
that's the thing. If he gets to make the Duraludon sleep, Now this Conkeldurr has to attack either one. So
But
yeah,
that's the
we see the Max
Hailstorm.
Hailstorm, correct. And yeah, it's going under charge for neutral
Yeah.
damage. And
Oh,
that's a
too
lot of
big.
damage.
That's too big. The play is you have to max guard
Yes,
the
yes.
Charizard,
Yep.
trying to stall the Dynamax from Conkeldurr and just hit the Conkeldurr. But Conkeldurr still having Protect. That's one of problem.
That's the thing, right? But if he attempts to go for a max airstream here, though.
Oh yeah, you still have max
Yes,
airstream.
exactly.
And of course, oh, but no, Solar Power is not active. So
Yeah,
yeah, you
yeah.
have to go max airstream to the Conkeldurr.
I would say it's safer to actually
You have
stall
to
out. He has to stall out he has to stall out the turn for Dynamax to actually go down. But yeah, we see Max Guard coming in to make sure the Duraludon wakes up while he makes sure.
Oh, but you target the Duraludon.
Exactly, that's how he does it. He
Oh.
actually buys himself a one more turn, and if Duraludon stays asleep, he may be in a big win here.
Yeah, because you cannot stack Protect with.
Yes.
I mean,
Max-
you
he
can
can stack
stack,
Max-
but
he's still asleep.
Wow, this is
Oh,
big.
this is actually gonna be really good. But when he he loses Dynamax, he's gonna have access to Mag Punch.
Mag Punch. So you have to knock out the Conkeldurr, then you have to hope for another turn of sleep
Yes.
from Duraludon, because Duraludon can just try to Thunderbolt or doing anything. It will knock out the Charizard.
Yeah, but I believe, yeah,
there's
there
no
we go.
There's
we
no
see
Mag Punch.
no Mag Punch.
So if it's still
Oh,
sleeping.
but I think Duraludon might wake up this turn. He has been asleep he has been hibernating there for a
it's
long
been
time.
for no, I would say 2 years, no, 2 turns, but if
Oh,
there's the wake up and
yep, it was really close, very close.
it was
Charizard. Yeah, I
really
don't think the crit
close.
mattered, to be honest, but yeah.
Oh, Jason here winning the tournament again.
Taking the win for PKMN-id Open 2020. Oh, wow. There were a bit of questionable plays coming into
Williams.
in Williams' side, but to be honest, Jason actually played that really well. He predicted as you said, you've called it correctly. He predicted the Max Flare coming out to reset the weather so that the Butterfree will have a free turn, but Max Hailstorm coming back to bite him with the Ice Pelt and knocking out the Butterfree at
And
1
you know,
HP.
if actually the sun is still up, Duraludon will be knocked out.
Yes,
that turn
yes,
with
yes.
the solar power. So
Yes.
this has really been a really good play from Jason also. Especially, it's been something that you didn't expect much. You expect Ice Punch, but you don't really expect Max Hailstorm from
Correct,
the Dynamax
correct.
Conkeldurr.
That
That's
was
really
actually
something.
really smart, actually, from
Really?
Jason.
Yeah, it counters the solar power. It counters the SAS Butterfree.
Yes, yes.
Wow. And of course, one big thing is that it's just the right Pokemon, Conkeldurr has that burn innate
Yeah,
with the Flame Orb, so it really avoids Butterfree. So it's really a pretty hard matchup for Williams Harley, given the set of the Jason Pokemon.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can see the Conkeldurr having Assault Vest, but this is actually the Flame Orb Guts variant.
Yep.
So, and of course with the Max Hailstorm as well. So it's actually a really hard matchup for Williams Harley.
Yeah, to be honest, yes, I agree. It's actually a very hard matchup. William has to rely on speed
weather,
control
Speed
from
control.
Trick Room or Mimikyu, but if in this case, he's not going to give Trick Room to the opponent, they're fairly slower in some cases. He can, but I think Jason actually made right calls, right? Jason
Yeah.
made a lot of right calls, but I won't say William hasn't. William has done his best. Being in the finals, being the runner-up, it's not an easy feat not an easy feat, I
Right, but
believe.
actually it was not Mimikyu, it was Dusclops. So actually,
sorry, yeah, it was
Dusclops
Dusclops,
might
yeah.
be a good idea because Dusclops can just tank everything, with the Nightshade. It actually also has Brick, which can trigger the weakness policy from
Right,
Rhyperior.
yes,
So
yes, that's
actually
true.
it's pretty interesting if actually Williams played the Trick Room because Rhyperior is still slower than Conkeldurr and Torkoal. It has Torkoal as well. So yeah, it might be interesting if actually
He ran Trick Room. I
Yeah.
think he should have ran Trick Room,
yeah,
to be
it
honest.
might be interesting if actually indeed Williams Harley bring out his speed control like
Yep.
into Trick Room or just do the max Airstream again.
Yeah, that's actually true. That's actually correct. But let's hear it from Jason himself. Why don't you take it away, Cherry?
Okay, thank you, casters. Now we are with Jason as the winner of this tournament. I don't know how much I've been congratulating you today. Honestly, like I've been congratulating him for the whole day. Okay, so what I would like to hear, what what would most of us want to hear was, what if your opponent on the first round, on the last turn, if he did rage powder?
To be honest, I don't exactly remember the situation on the first game.
Okay.
Sorry. But on the third game, I was so lucky that my Drolldon woke up at the right time. But
Okay.
to be honest, William played nicely with the targeting my Drolldon while protect. Props to him.
Okay. So, were you if you were to see him, do you see him like as an equal, as rival, since from the last battle, from the
Of course,
previous battle?
everyone is equal in this VGC format.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's no difference between a veteran and new player. Everyone is equals.
Oh yeah. Well, okay, okay. That's nice hearing. Those are nice words. Okay. So, do you have like any moments you really remember from the previous battle?
Yeah, of course the last battle.
Oh yeah.
The Drolldon wake up.
The
It was so clutch, and then the battle with Joshua, the Conkeldurr sweep up and everything, and the battle with the Lutfi. It was really fun. Every battle into today is really fun.
Okay. So, do you have like shout outs to people?
Yeah,
you
of
want to
course. I want to shout out for Pearl for sponsoring this tournament. Without you, there will no this tournament. Sorry.
Okay, so that's all from Jason. Congratulations once again for being the winner of this tournament. We are going back to the caster.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Jason, and congratulations again on winning
Also,
Pokemon
thank
ID
you,
20.
Cherry, for working hard for the
Yes,
interview.
thank you, Cherry, for working.
It's been a really long day.
Yeah, it's a really long day for everyone. And Cherry, you've done an amazing job. I would like to thank everyone. I would like to thank the cast. I would like to thank the players for doing the best, playing the best, showing the spirit all the way through. And I would like to thank our judge, Terfutio. He's been an amazing guy. He has kept everything under control. And I would like to thank my analyst.
Oh, I should thank you
No,
instead
I
for
should
coming
thank
to
you.
Indonesia. And as well, we have JJ as well
Anytime,
from
yeah.
Philippines and Hashegi.
Yeah,
and
I
of
would like
course,
to thank
this
those,
tournament
yeah.
is pretty much, we have newcomers into the top cut. We have a returning players
Yep.
into coming to top cut, but actually ended up the finals are both experienced players.
Correct.
So
Yeah. Eventually
the
experience kind of took
gave you
over.
an
yeah.
advantage
Yeah.
there.
Well, this is where we close off. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for staying around and supporting us. As always, this is Pokemon ID, the Open 2020, powered by Prul. Don't forget Prul.
Yeah.
They're amazing, And as always, we'll see you. Well, of course. Let's just not forget. Just in case that's not enough. Let's thank our sponsors once again: Prul Market, PS Enterprise, and Donburi Ichiya. Thank you so much, and as well as big thanks to our strategic partners: Trainer Tower, Esports ID, GGWP, Hybrid, Esports Nesia, Metaca, GG, and Revival TV and AMTV ID. Thank you so much, and we will see you in the next one.
You know that it's killing me. Why do you always leave? It's not right. We don't fight, but I know what you've been through. I'll take